rest on a small YouTube channel, hosted by the wickedest lords of hell. Here is the first internet clip show to offer to the daring a look into the final maddening space between life and death. A case of the Mondays. To avoid fainting, keep repeating. It is only a live stream. Only a live stream. Only a live stream. Videos and songs far beyond anything you've tested. A case of the Mondays.
Stop you hammering, I'm on in the morning. It's the anniversary of the year before, and if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. Random tangents, that's like a tree. Diverse inevitability. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. I said band, over the band. I can't believe it's Monday again. Part of the problem is the passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like cozy to drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. 365. Passage of time. Part of the problem is what goes with salt and lime. Part of the problem is the answer is a cure. And a big part of that is the thing that keeps me poor. Sunset's columns support a feeling like holes in a drowning man's frozen ceiling. And if it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day gone by, then it's 365. If it's a day, if it's a day, if it's a day gone by, 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 if it's a day gone by. If it's a day gone by, it's 365.
Hope you liked that. Welcome everyone to Case of the Mondays. I am your host Gene Skinner. It is good to see you all in the chat tonight. I hope we're all having a good one. And as usual for the show as I do, as you know me, I'm going to open a beer and tell you what beer it is, and then post it in Bruhala, what it looks like. Anyway, the beer I have tonight is called Waterproof. It's by the brewery Tripping Animals out of Florida. And they also did it with Finback Brewing as well. It's a collaboration between both of them. It is a sour style ale conditioned with passion fruit, mango, and prickly pear. It's a 6%er. Let's see what color it has as I pour it in my goblet glass here. Oh, actually, it's very yellow. Surprised, I thought it'd be kind of more ruddy. But nope. It's almost like a New England haze color. Alright. Now let's sit there for a minute and get right into the show. Hope we're all having a good one, like I said. But here we go.
Be careful on the phone.
That skipped slightly. Let me go back. So you can hear the thing. Be careful. Just smashes it. Oh! Beautiful. It's a meme, chat. Alright? Ever see one
Well,
of them
John,
memes?
we got a full party of... They should be showing up any minute.
That's assuming they even show up.
Mr. Bob
What's up, losers?
Dear God.
Over here, friends. I assume you all have your character sheets ready?
Hell yeah, man. I haven't
Hell
thrown
yeah.
dice since the second era. This is gonna kick ass.
I've been itching to try this build ever since I read it on RPG Bot.
Build? We're starting at first level, man. Not much to build at first.
You'll see.
You'll see.
Character sheet.
You have come
Wow.
unprepared?
I think you just left it in the car, dude.
I am pretty sure.
He didn't leave it in the car.
I don't know. I feel like I would have remembered if I brought it.
There's
I
not
just
a car
wasn't
that
even
exists
thinking.
that would fit him.
I totally remember
Wow.
making it
He's
last
a
night,
fucking
though.
dragon.
He's a fucking
It's okay,
dragon.
friend. We can make you a new sheet while we wait for our fifth.
He's not coming.
He's not
What?
coming.
What happened?
I don't know. I've been trying to reach him all day and haven't gotten anything. He might have gotten hit by
God.
a
You know, he went home. He just went home.
Jesus Christ.
It's all right. This module still works with 4 players.
It's fine.
Let's just get you a new sheet going, Alduin.
Can I play a dragon?
No,
Can I
sorry.
play a
You
dragon?
can't play a dragon in Dungeons and Dragons.
You can play a dragonborn.
Don't do it. They're shit.
They're fine after Fizbins.
Nah, let me just make you a baller variant human build.
Baller
You can
variant.
just pick a feat and be better than everyone else. It's easy.
Wow.
Oh, I
min-maxing.
wasn't actually going to allow variants.
I will literally leave right now.
All right.
I will literally leave right
Just
now.
don't get too crazy with the builds, please.
Not like you even can with 5th edition anyway. We'll play 3.5 next game. Then Papa Dagoth can show you some builds.
2 hours
As you
later.
enter the
Okay.
clearing, a pack of wild goblins ambush your caravan. Roll initiative.
How do I do that?
Just roll a d20, man, like this. See, I got a 19.
You didn't bring dice?
No.
You want turquoise or red?
Red. I like red.
I love
Just give them
red
back
blue
once
dragon.
we're done. Roll the big one and add your dex mod.
I got a 7.
That's a fucking D12.
Oh, sorry. Here. Okay, I got 7 again.
That's a 7 on the die. But what's your dexterity score?
Where is that?
It's right there.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
my dexterity is 0.
It is definitely not 0.
You know the numbers on the far left of your sheet?
Oh,
One
God.
should be labeled as dexterity. What's it say?
You really taste the
8.
prickly
So
pear
I
passion
rolled an
fruit,
8.
by the way.
Yikes,
Take a
who
sip.
built you that sheet?
You rolled a 6, actually.
8 dex means your dex rolls are at a -1, but your strength is 16. That's really good, so you get +3 to those.
Can I just roll strength then?
No.
Look, I got a 22. Let's just get this moving.
Got a high dex on that warlock.
And
And a high charisma. And a high con.
I just rolled really well.
Thought we were doing point by.
What the fuck is point by? You always roll stats.
I'll let it fly for now.
God.
What did you roll, John?
Nerdy.
12.
All right, Mirak, you're up first.
I cast Eldritch Blast. 13.
You cast your magical lance of energy and...
Let me describe it.
Oh, okay.
Mirak the Warlock stands tall and shouts with the strength of the dragons.
How come he gets to play a dragon?
No, he's just a guy, Alduin.
How's he shouting?
Flavor is free, man. The Thum isn't
Flavor
canon
is
in the
free.
Forgotten Realms. Anyway, that shout manifests as a special magic blast that obliterates the
Sorry,
goblin.
but Mirak missed.
What? Oh, I didn't add my charisma mod.
You definitely did. I watched you roll.
Is that your turn?
Yes.
All right.
He
First
missed.
goblin approaches you, Dagoth. He attacks you and... Ooh, that's a critical hit.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence.
You take 7 damage.
I'm fucking dead.
You're just
Fucking
down.
dead.
Don't worry about it. I'll pick you up on my turn.
Maybe you should have stayed a little farther back if you wanted to play a wizard so badly.
I thought being a dark elf was supposed to make you more powerful. Why does it just make me blind and dead? 5e ruined this game.
Anyway, on your turn,
They're
give me a
so-
death
they're
save.
nerding out so much of this
All right,
fucking game.
I got a 10.
Just barely
I got
passed.
that.
Good stuff.
So I get back
Music
up.
is so
Not yet.
loud.
The next goblin moves and attacks. Mirak, and that's a hit.
Shield.
Shield.
It adds 5 to his AC. It's a reaction spell. He took Hexblade.
I don't even know what that means, but that's a miss then.
And I keep that bonus the entire round.
Well, the next goblin attacks Master Chef.
My boy is a beefy
Master
half-orc.
Chef.
He can do it.
Ha, but a 7 as the goblin swings at you. Definitely misses.
I'm going to cast Healing Word on Dagoth, and then I'll slash one of the goblins with my cleaver.
I love it.
Dagoth, you're up with 5 HP.
About time. So I go now, right?
On your turn.
Damn.
Can I attack the one that goes before him so he doesn't get knocked again?
Of course, roll it.
That is 17 to hit, 8 damage.
With your signature cooking skills, you cleanly cleave his head straight off.
Awesome.
Got a lot of decks on your bard.
Yeah, with point buy.
He's a
It's
cooking
Alduin's
bard,
turn.
too.
I want to breathe fire.
Don't do that. The damage is trash. Just swing with your sword.
I took Dragonborn to breathe fire.
It's honestly better at this level. Just let him do it.
They're goblins. They're just going to pass their dex saves and you'll do shitty chip damage.
I'm breathing fire.
Breathing fire.
With your line, you can catch 2 goblins. And Mirak.
Don't you dare.
Do it. It'll be awesome.
Thought
It'll
it was
be
just gonna
awesome.
do chip damage, buddy.
I cannot believe you, motherfucker.
I can't believe you motherfuckers.
All right. This is looking grim. Alduin and Mirak are both down, and I'm next. It's all on you, Dagoth.
We just reached 5th level, right?
Yeah, that's how Alduin was swinging twice.
I should have used more smites.
Venomfang takes his battered form to the skies, the green worm flashing a wry grin as a sickly spittle drips from his chops. Before, whoosh, he unleashes a wave of toxic gas upon Master Chef.
Yep, that takes me down.
Venomfang now looks to you, Dagoth. The dragon smirks, its ugly, bloodied face. It is confident.
Okay. I've been waiting for this.
Tear this fucker from the skies.
Don't be too mean.
Finish this fight.
Okay, I cast Fireball, centered on his head.
Okay, now roll damage.
And while I do it, I call him an overgrown cliff racer.
Fireball has a
Racer.
vocal component.
I got 30 damage, DC 15.
Now,
Now.
how do you want to do this?
Through fire and war.
Good
Win.
stuff, man.
We
I knew you
win,
could do
We
it.
have caught
finally.
this fucking dub.
Hey, Jenny. Wow. Thanks for Master Bob for that. Ramen sent this in. Are you guys ready? Fighting game. Bayonetta. Like Babonetta. That was so funny there. If there was anything left to kill. It is.
Don't fuck with a witch.
Oh, look who it is! Oh no! Oh no, it's Doog.
Come on, get him!
Wow. Something that would be an opinion yours truly. Wow. God. Oh my God. Tonight's stream's gonna be a little different. Yeah, you'll see why when we keep going, guys. Just saying. Playlist may be a little bit different tonight. You'll see. I'm sure some of you, when you watch the videos, you saw that there's a bit of a change in things. That's just how the dice roll, baby. God. Yeah, I know you forgot to send your kids the videos, Jenny. Always next week. Oh my God. There he is. There he is. And that's all for a fucking ad. This gives fucking. Thanks for watching, Infamous. It's just all for a fucking like honey ad or some shit. He just looks so weird doing it. It's a meme. It's become a meme. Anyway, oh no. So early on? Yes. Yes indeed, so early on. Ugh! What the? Why is he work? Oh my god. Oh! Good god! Get down the toilet, there you go. Thumbs up. Thank you. Alright, another video of Robinson from a channel I've featured here before, Alpha Beta Gamer. Good shit. Big boy boxing.
Alright, kid. Welcome to Hank's gym. I'll teach you to sting like a bee.
Not punch out.
Nice hit. Now hold up
Not
to
punch
say
out.
hello
Well,
to
it really is punch out without being
Hank.
punch out.
Wait until your opponent is flashing yellow. Land a critical hit to get some thunder. Then press the button for a big boy blast on your opponent.
Big boy blast.
Absolutely Hank-tastic. And that's all there is to it. I've taught you everything I know about boxing. You're now as good as me.
Wow. Oh, get ready for this. Freeze. Oh no. Totally not Glass Joe. And boom. Have there been a lot of punch-out clones this year? I haven't noticed. Again, most stuff I'm usually watching is things about fucking. All the fans love him apparently. Frenzy boy, oh Freezy boy. Uh oh. He turned to King Hippo. Wow. Nice little killer. Damn. He's gonna try to get us. Boss. Oh shit. It died. It died. Boom. Hit him. There you go. Yeah, but I usually notice more FPS games. That's me. Is that supposed to be King Hippo? Oh boy. Oh god. Fighting babies. Adulty man. Fellow proper sire. Thank you, fellow adult. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway. Looking like a fucking Muppet. As a disguise. Mr. Adulty man. Mr. Adult man. Oh, the head's gone. About. It's all just falling out trying to hit me. Wow. Oh shit. We must... Oh fuck. Fucking weed, baby. Give me another boss thing about it. Nope. Not this time. Got him.
Well,
Uh-oh. Cousin Skank. All Hank's boxing stuff. Wow. Hanky. Wow. Coach gang. That was a good time to do a super punch if you had it charged. Nice. Enough of it if you forget. Like, this actual name is it's been featured in a few things for people like reviews and stuff. Hyper. Good looks. Up, halfway point. Oh wow, he recharged. Get him. This is big boy boxing since it's punch and blood. Here. Oh, got hit. Nope. Hey, spot. Air. We look. Get him. Get him. There we go. Up, maybe. Oh, no. Come on, get him. Right in the boot. Oh, God. Titanic 5000. The waterweight champion. Wow. Let's get some water, enough talk. Wow. Zoing. Nobody knocks over. Hey, what the waterweight? Wow. Champion. Oh. Talk about King Hippo. Now we got it. No leg. Oh, shit. Out. Got him. That was just a preview for the game. Wow. Jim Chad, Ice Cold Killer, Big Boy Boxing. Available on Steam. There he is.
The second best boxer in my country. Fought in over 100 fights and came second every single time.
Wow. Always ends with a pun. Anyway. Oh no. Thanks, Ramen. But, couldn't save us from this. Couldn't save us. No one is safe. No one is saved. Get him. Oh God. Thank you. Whew. I'm scared. So we have a new video entrant person for today. That's why I said it's going to be a little different. We have Porky who sent this, and this is from the channel World War II Documentaries. And Porky sent in quite a lot of videos, so we'll be seeing a few of his. Here we go.
When designed in 1936, it was believed Yamato would be unsinkable. She weighed a massive 72,000 tons and had the thickest armor of any ship constructed.
Porky.
But on the 7th of April 1945, she would face a force
This is from some movie. I have no idea what the movie is, though.
wasn't designed to withstand.
He did show me 2 of these videos yesterday when I was talking to him. He was like, I want to put some videos in. I'm like, okay, do it. I'll show him. Why wouldn't I? Just send them in. I don't care. I'll show him. Tenhichi-go. Porky's nerd videos.
When briefing Emperor Hirohito on Japan's response to the expected Allied invasion of Okinawa, Japanese military leaders explained that the Imperial Japanese Army was planning extensive air and ground operations. The Emperor then asked, "But what about the Navy? What are they doing to assist in the defense of Okinawa?"
Yeah, how are they going to do that?
Now that the honor of the Navy had been called into question, the Admiralty felt they had to do something to save face. And so Operation Tennichi-go was born. Operation Tennichi-go called for the Yamato and her escorts to fight their way to Okinawa, then beach themselves and fight as unsinkable shore batteries until they ran out of ammunition or were destroyed. Any surviving crew members would disembark and fight to the death as infantry against American ground forces. Vice Admiral Ito was given overall command of the Tennichi-go operation.
It's a movie.
He had passionately opposed the mission, believing that it wouldn't get anywhere near Okinawa, and saw it as a futile plan, wasteful in human life and fuel. When told that the Emperor was expecting the Navy to make their best efforts to defend Okinawa, he relented. The ship's crew were briefed on the nature of the mission. They were given the choice of not participating in the operation, an option none of them would take.
Yeah, they all want to do
As
it for
the
their god,
sailors
Emperor.
finished their shore leave, they said goodbye for the last time to their wives and bid farewell to their children.
Goodbye.
They knew they would never see grow up. At midnight, the ships were fueled.
But that's
Orders
definitely a movie.
have
I
been
don't know
given
what
to
movie,
provide
but
the
it's a
ships
movie.
with just enough fuel
Sometimes
to
you'll see
reach
actual
Okinawa.
footage. This is a movie.
There would be no coming back from
That's
this
a
mission.
movie.
At 4 o'clock
actual
on the
footage.
afternoon of 6th of April, Yamato, captained by Rear Admiral Ariga, left Tokuyama Harbour to begin the mission. She was accompanied by a light cruiser and 8 destroyers, which would protect Yamato from the threat posed by submarines, which by 1945 filled the seas around Japan. There was hope that her escorts would draw some fire away from Yamato while providing additional anti-aircraft support. To stop the crew dwelling too much on their predicament, officers kept the men busy by holding anti-aircraft and damage control drills. They were barely 2 hours out of port when an American submarine sighted the fleet as it proceeded south along the coast. The submarine's sighting report, which was transmitted uncoded, was picked up by the radio intercept operator on board the Yamato. As dawn broke the following morning, the weather was overcast with light rain. The fleet intelligence noted that the American submarine Huckleback was still trailing them from the day before, which did nothing to improve the sense of foreboding felt by the senior officers on board the Yamato. Low cloud cover meant that visibility was poor, as early in the morning 2 Mariner reconnaissance aircraft began to shadow the fleet. Just after 10 o'clock, Yamato opened fire with her main battery, using Sanshikidan anti-aircraft shells, which forced the Mariners back into cloud cover just out of gunnery range.
Actual footage.
Upon receiving contact reports early on the 7th of April, Vice Admiral Mitcher, who commanded Carrier Task Force 58, began launching nearly 400 aircraft in several waves from 9 carriers that were located. The aircraft consisted of Hellcat and Corsair fighters, Helldiver bombers, and Avenger torpedo bombers.
Boom, 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 boom.
It was about midday when the air search radar operator on board Yamato noticed a vast aerial armada approaching 63 miles out. Rear Admiral Ariga ordered the fleet to flank speed and prepared to meet the onslaught. The first aircraft to appear over the Yamato were fighters, tasked with clearing the skies of Japanese fighters. It soon became obvious that the Japanese force had no air cover. American aircraft were thus able to set up for their attack runs without any interference from Japanese aircraft. At 12:34, Yamato opened fire with her 18-inch main batteries, using her Shinshikidan anti-aircraft shells, and began taking evasive maneuvers. The
I don't think they're going to take this one well,
fighters went in first, firing rockets and strafing Yamato's decks, suppressing the anti-aircraft gunners in the hope of drawing fire away from the bombers.
Damn.
Then came the dive bombers, plunging straight down with their 1,000-pound bombs, which made it hard for the gunners to bring their guns to bear.
Yeah, goodbye. Holy
They scored
shit.
two non-critical hits.
Oh fuck.
The Avengers mainly attacked from the port side, so that flooding on just one side of the ship would increase the likelihood of the Yamato capsizing. Despite the large number of torpedoes fired at her, she was struck by just one.
That was
She
enough.
took on board 3,000 tons of seawater, which caused a list that was soon rectified by counter-flooding.
Oh, they were able to stop it. At first, anyway.
After half an hour break in attacks, another wave of 160 aircraft appeared just after 1 o'clock. 20 Avengers attacked from the port side, which resulted in 3 torpedo hits in quick succession, which caused more flooding and an increase in the list to port. Watching the angle indicator at his command post tilting past 15 degrees, the Yamato's captain reached an agonizing decision. The battleship's list to port had become critical. Having already used up all the counter-flooding chambers, he would have to flood the starboard outer engine room. Flooding the space would correct the list, but with insufficient time to evacuate, it meant certain death for 300 men in the
300 people
starboard
dead.
engine compartments.
Just dead.
Increasing battle damage and having lost half her engine power meant that the Yamato could barely make 10 knots, making her a much
desperate
easier
attempt
target.
to try to survive. Not gonna make it though. USA. USA. Yep.
By now, the Yamato had been hit by numerous 1,000-pound bombs, which had started fires below decks.
Yeah.
With most of the damage control parties dead, These were now raging out of control.
No kidding.
Another group of Avenger bombers made their attack run, resulting in 2 more torpedoes slamming into her side, after which she could barely move. Up on the bridge, the alarm warning of critical temperature in the main battery magazines were ringing, but the pumps to flood them had stopped working. By 2 o'clock, most of her anti-aircraft guns had been silenced, and she was dead in the water, unable to avoid the bombs and torpedoes coming at her. With the list to port quickly worsening, and no way left to stop it, Rear Admiral Ariga had run out of options. With explosions ringing in his ear, he reluctantly gave the order to abandon ship. Fleet Commander Ito officially cancelled the operation, freeing her surviving escorts to try and make it back to Japan. Only 4 destroyers made it back. Vice Admiral Ito retired to his cabin and was never seen again. Rear Admiral Ariga tied himself to the ship's compass, so there'd be no way for him to float to the surface. At 2:15, with the Yamato clearly sinking, she was hit by 3 more torpedoes to help her on the way to the bottom.
There we go. Sinking time.
As Vice Admiral Ito had predicted, the Yamato got nowhere near Okinawa. She was still more than 300 nautical miles away when she went down.
Going.
Dozens of aircraft buzzed around to witness their handiwork, but the Yamato had one more card to play.
Yup. And it wasn't a good card for anybody. Well, the Sug should probably pulling all those people down, damn. Well, that's not the only thing that happens. Here we go.
As she started to go under,
boom,
suddenly, without warning, the forward magazines detonated in a massive explosion. The shockwave from the blast downed 7 aircraft. The smoke from the blast could be seen from Japan.
Japan. Holy shit.
As the Yamato sank, she took with her over 3,000 souls to the bottom of the ocean.
Yep.
They paid the ultimate price for their living god, Hirohito. The most powerful battleship ever built was no match for the aircraft carrier.
Nope.
This was proof, if any more was needed, that the reign of the battleship was well and truly over.
Alrighty.
Subscribe and don't forget to hit that bell icon so you don't miss the next video.
Alright, anyway, moving on. Strog, we got a video from you about stuff of nerdy things. Since you told Porky a nerd before he came here. Porky's nerdy videos. Strog, what's this then? Gonna throw you right into the fire here.
NATO, Leopard, Abrams, and Challenger tanks in Ukraine fleet of old T-72s. These have now finally, with Germany offering 14 Leopard 2A6s, America pledging 31 M1A2 Abrams, and the UK promising 14 Challenger 2s. But which one of these tanks is the best? Beginning its career in the German Army in 2001, the Leopard 2A6, an advanced version of the Leopard 2 originally released in 1979, is 7.7 meters long, 3.7 meters wide, 3 meters high, and weighs 62 tons. The Leopard has seen action in numerous countries, including Austria, Canada, Chile, Denmark, Finland, Greece, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Singapore, Switzerland, Sweden, Spain, and Turkey. Next, developed from 1988, the American M1A2 Abrams is an improved variant of the M1A1 and is 7.92 meters long, 3.65 meters wide, 2.8 meters high, and weighs 63 tons. It's been exported to both Saudi Arabia and Kuwait.
Great.
Finally, an extensively redesigned version of the Challenger 1 and the most modern tank of all, the British Challenger 2, entered the ranks of the British Army in June 1998 and is a bit longer at 8.3 meters, while having a width of 3.5 meters, a height of 2.4 meters, and a weight of 62.5 tons. Aside from the UK, the Challenger 2 is only served with Oman. The Leopard 2A6 can be distinguished by its RH 120mm L55 smoothbore gun. Using kinetic energy ammunition such as DM-53 and with a maximum ammo capacity of 42 rounds, the Leopard can fire at a range of up to 5,000 meters. But it can acquire targets up to 9,900 meters thanks to its laser rangefinder and thermal imager, enabling the gunner to engage targets in all weather conditions. Accuracy is provided by a dual magnification stabilized EMES-15 sight linked to a fire control computer which precisely calculates the angle of sight and lateral angular lead of the smoothbore gun. Close support fire comes from a pair of 7.62mm Rheinmetall MG3 machine guns, one on a coaxial mount and the other on an anti-aircraft mount, while smoke grenade dischargers are situated on either side of the turret. The M1A2 Abrams is fitted with one 120mm smoothbore M256 cannon, which can shoot a wide array of ammunition, including the armor-piercing M829 APF SDST, as well as the M380 Heat MPT, which stands for High Explosive Anti-Tank Multi-Purpose Tracer. To the right of the smoothbore can be found a 7.62mm M240 machine gun, while the commander station features a standard 12.7mm Browning M2 HB machine gun. On either side of the turret is an L8A1 6-barreled smoke grenade discharger, but a smokescreen can also be produced via an engine-operated system. For aiming, the Abrams has a 2-axis Raytheon GPS LOS, or Gunner's Primary Sight line of sight, which works alongside a commander's Independent Thermal Viewer, or CITV. This hunter-killer combination is incredibly lethal, for if the commander suddenly identifies an enemy, he can, with the press of a button, change the gunner's current sight so it shows the new target. The Challenger 2 is equipped with an RO Defense 120mm rifle tank gun that has a thermal sleeve, fume extractor, and muzzle reference system. It's complemented by an ATK Gun Systems Company 7.62mm chain gun mounted left and another placed at the load hatch. Like the other two, it also has smoke grenade dischargers, namely 2 banks of 5.66mm Thales FAV systems that cover the forward arc of the unit. And like the Leopard, it can also lay down a smokescreen by injecting diesel fuel into the exhaust outlets of the engine. For precision, the Challenger has a laser finder, thermal imager, and also employs the same hunter-killer system as the Abrams, with the commander's roof-mounted sight giving 360-degree visibility without the need to rotate the head. And there's also an extra thermal imager that's only used for surveillance purposes. In terms of weaponry, all 3 tanks are equally matched, with no clear leader. The hull of all Leopard 2s have standard-spaced multi-layer armor, but what makes the Leopard 2A6 different from its predecessors is the improved armor over the frontal arc and in front of the turret, which provides advanced protection against kinetic and chemical energy attacks. In addition, spall liners, which prevent internal damage caused by direct enemy hits as well as small fragments from flying around inside the vehicle, have been lined in the turret interior. The M1A2 Abrams also possesses advanced armor, which can effectively lessen the impact of anti-tank guided missiles, or ATGMS, and rocket-propelled grenades, or RPGs. It's also notable for the depleted uranium composite grafted into its armor, the heaviest naturally occurring element, which is due to extremely high density, and it's prized for its deflective qualities. Lastly, the Challenger 2 has the new Chobham 2nd Generation Dorchester armor, a similar type of shielding used by the Abrams, which can effectively resist the penetrative power of anti-tank missiles. While all 3 have state-of-the-art armor, the bulky Challenger has the edge over its opponents here. Add to this, the Abrams tanks specifically being sent to Ukraine have been stripped of their depleted uranium because of a U.S. federal policy banning the export of classified armor packages, significantly weakening the unit. The Leopard 2A6 is powered by a 1,500 horsepower MTU MB873 diesel engine and is installed with a rank HSWL 354 gear and brake system. This means it has a top speed of 72 kilometers per hour and a combat range of 500 kilometers. The propulsion system of the M1A2 Abrams is a full-up power pack, which incorporates a single Honeywell AGT 1500 gas turbine engine, which uses jet propellant fuel, although it can run on certain grades of diesel fuel. It has a top speed of 68 kilometers per hour and a maximum range of 425 kilometers. The Challenger 2 has a 1200 horsepower 12-cylinder Perkins Caterpillar CV12 diesel engine connected to a David Brown TN54 gearbox with 6 forward and 2 reverse gears, in addition to a hydraulic track tensioner, which uses hydraulic pressure to maintain optimum levels of track tension. Its top speed is only 56 kilometers per hour, and its max range is 450 kilometers. Overall, the Leopard is the fastest of all and can operate for the longest time. The Abrams is a mid-performer, and the Challenger is the slowest. The Leopard 2A6 has a land navigation system with a GPS and inertial navigation software, as well as fire and explosion detection system inside the crew compartment. It also boasts an NBC protector system, which via tank interior sealing and air filtration safeguards it from nuclear, biological, and chemical assaults. Extra visibility is provided via infrared night vision and a TV camera strapped to the rear. The M1A2 Abrams is equipped with many of the same accessories, but it also has some of its own, such as the Intervehicular Information System, or IVIS, which shows where the tank is in relation to other friendly units, as well as being able to broadcast and receive information about enemy positions. The Challenger 2 also comes with virtually the same capabilities as the other two, but is unique for its environmental control system, which provides heating and cooling for the crew compartment. All three tanks have 4 crew members, a commander, a driver, a gunner, and a loader. On balance, then, there's no obvious forerunner in this department. In terms of technical prowess, there appears to be no obvious frontrunner between the Leopard 2A6, M1A2 Abrams, and Challenger 2. For while the Leopard is the zippiest but least protected, the Challenger is the best shielded and the slowest, with the Abrams somewhere in the middle. Therefore, looking to other more practical factors may prove helpful. Historically, the Challenger 2 has a strong record, for according to the British Army, it's undefeated, not a single unit having ever been destroyed on the battlefields of Kosovo or Iraq, where it has mainly served. And a previous version also claims the longest distance tank kill ever recorded at 4.8 kilometers during the 1991 Gulf War. But as its name suggests, it's difficult to train new operators. Next, although the Abrams are a world-class specimen, they are the most expensive at $9 million each, and are run on less available jet fuel, where the other two are run on diesel. Furthermore, even U.S. officials have admitted they are hard to maintain and even harder to master. And so, it's the Leopard that must take the prize, because as well as being the most maneuverable, its enormous user base means it has the most readily available parts, and since it was originally designed to be operated by conscripted soldiers, it is the simplest of all the tanks to operate.
Alright, well, thanks, Strog. Thanks for that knowledge. We got Porky again. Here we go.
On July 29th, 1967, on the flight deck of the supercarrier misfired, smashing a fire that led to huge explosions, threatening all 5,000 crew on board. This is the story of the fire on the USS Forrestal and of the crew that fought it.
Here we go. Just a graph. Fire on the Forrestal. Again, Porky something.
The Forrestal arrived off the coast of Vietnam on July 25th, 1967. The 60,000-ton carrier, under the command of Captain John Belling, was usually assigned to the US Navy's Atlantic Fleet, but had been dispatched to Indochina to support Pacific Fleet carriers in meeting demands for increased bombing over Vietnam.
You know,
as US troops poured in and the fighting intensified there, more than 122,000 attack sorties will be flown over Indochina that year, and the pace of operations was relentless. Over the first 4 days of Forrestal's deployment, dozens of combat sorties were carried out. Flight deck crews worked long shifts in high temperatures with intense operational pressure to get aircraft turned around as quickly as possible. The 5th day of Forrestal's operations was scheduled to be no different, with a massive strike against a key railway line north of Hanoi planned for the late morning. Before that could happen, though, Forrestal needed to take on more munitions, as its stocks were rapidly depleted by the intense pace of operations. On July 28th, the ammunition ship Diamond Head came alongside and transferred stocks of large 1,000-pound bombs to the carrier.
But these are
But
normal
no
bombs.
sooner had these bombs come on board, Forrestal's ordnance personnel were concerned. These were not like other bombs of similar size they had been using. They were much older, of Second World War vintage, and appeared to be significantly degraded from years spent exposed to the elements in a depot somewhere. Worse still, they contained Composition B explosive, which became more unstable and more potent as it aged. Captain Belling was not happy, and complained to the Diamond Head, but was told that was all they had. The truth was, by mid-1967, the US military was running very low on bombs. Its stockpiles drained by Vietnam operations, and depots everywhere were down to the very bottom of the barrel. So there was no choice but to press on. The first wave of strikes on July 29th
This is probably the longest War Thunderhead I've seen in a while.
These aircraft
Don't
all
worry,
returned
it pays
successfully
off.
by 9:14, and
Because you
preparations
might
then
see
began
somebody
for the
famous
second
that you
strike
all
of the day.
know. I don't
This
say you're going to
operation
love the
was
person,
big
but
one,
you know him.
with a strike element of A4 Skyhawks and A6 Intruders, equipped
ready,
with
chat.
16
it's a cameo you
1,000-pound
never
bombs
thought you'd
and a
see.
variety of smaller ordnance. These would be supported by F4 Phantoms equipped with air-to-air missiles and ground attack rockets for suppressing anti-air positions. Every aircraft on the carrier had a unique 3-digit identifier, which is what we'll be using to refer to them from here on. With the aircraft lined up on the flight deck, the pilots were summoned at 10:25, and the deck crew began the process of starting the aircraft up, strapping their pilots in, and carrying out pre-flight checks. A key concern for the crew at this stage was making sure the launches happened as quickly and as seamlessly as possible. Getting all of the strike aircraft over a target at the same time meant minimizing the amount of time that the first aircraft to launch spent burning fuel waiting for the others to join it. To help speed things up, officers on Forrestal had earlier approved the change to procedure on board, to allow ground crew to connect the firing systems for the Zuni rocket pods on the Phantoms whilst they were still parked up, and not immediately prior to launching as had previously been done. This sped up takeoffs while still having the safeguard of the weapon's safety pins, which prevented the rocket pods from firing even with their connectors plugged in, and would still only just be removed before takeoff. But unknown to these ships' senior officers, over the 4 days of intense operations, these safety pins had also not been making it to the catapult intact, due sometimes to high winds ripping them out, or sometimes to crewmen taking them out to save time. These factors meant that when at 10:50 Lieutenant Commander James Bangert climbed up into Phantom 110, he was getting into an aircraft that had its Zuni rocket system fully armed. Having strapped in and with the engine started by an external generator, Bangert then flicked a switch to shift his aircraft from relying on the external power to its own internal power. As he did so, for a split second there was a power surge, sending rogue currents throughout the Phantom, one of which ran down the wiring connected to the Zuni rocket pod, past where the safety pin should have been, and into the firing system. There was a flash and a rocket ignited. The time was 10:51 AM and 21 seconds. In a split second, before anyone could react, the rocket accelerated to hundreds of miles an hour and shot across the deck.
That guy's
it plowed
dead.
into at least one and possibly two of the Skyhawks on the opposite side. The impact ruptured a 400-gallon fuel tank attached to Lieutenant Commander John McCain's aircraft,
there he is!
spilling aviation fuel all over the deck.
There he is,
as the
John
rocket then
McCain,
shot
everybody.
off the edge of the flight deck, mercifully without exploding.
He just can't
but
keep
2
getting
seconds
away
later,
with it.
a rogue
This
bit of hot
traitorous
missile
action.
debris landed in the fuel and ignited it, starting
Look
a
what
flash
happened.
fire. The flight deck's
The
flat
irony.
camera, used for monitoring takeoffs and landings, caught the immediate aftermath, swinging around to see McCain's Skyhawk and those astern of it engulfed in fire and smoke. The flight deck now became a scene of furious urgency. Some pilots scrambled to get out of their aircraft while others stayed put, waiting for the crew to come and put the fire out. It was a long way down to the deck from the cockpit of a Skyhawk without the steps, and one pilot, David Dollarhide, broke his hip in a fall as he clambered out of his cockpit. Meanwhile, Damage Control Team 8, the specialist firefighters on duty, arrived in seconds, led by Chief Gerald Farrier. Farrier can be seen in the plat footage here, charging towards the fire, clutching a fire extinguisher, closely followed by the rest of his team. As he approached McCain's aircraft, he could see that the rocket had knocked 2 1,000-pound bombs onto the deck below, both of which were now engulfed in flame. Farrier set about aiming the extinguisher at the closest of the bombs, knowing that he should have, with modern ordnance, about 10
But
minutes
it's not
to
modern
get the
ordnance,
fire
though. We
under
know it's all
control
old busted
before the
shit.
bomb cooked off or detonated by the fire. On the bridge, Captain Belling could see how serious the situation was becoming and ordered full reverse on the engines to slow the ship's speed from 27 knots to 9 to stop the wind fanning the flames higher, before sounding general quarters and sending the crew running to their battle stations. Aircraft that had been preparing to take off further forward were directed towards the bow, as far away from the blaze as possible. At the fire, Chief Farrier continued pointing his extinguisher at the bomb near McCain's aircraft, but it was having no effect.
No.
Farrier had no idea that he was not dealing with the usual ordnance,
No.
but ancient, degraded Composition B explosive that was rapidly approaching its cook-off point. As the
Yup.
bomb began to glow red
good.
hot, Farrier sensed something was wrong and began
Not
to
good.
wave off the dozens of other crew nearby, urging them to get back away from the fire.
Get the fuck back.
But in the noise
10,
and chaos,
9,
it was a
8,
futile effort.
7,
At
6. Say goodbye to
10:52
these
and
people. They're gonna
55
become a fucking
seconds,
myth.
1 minute and 34 seconds after the fire began,
Boom.
the bomb exploded.
You can
The
see it.
moment of the
Boom.
explosion was caught by both the Platz camera and a camera positioned on the bow. A huge amount of shrapnel was thrown up in the air as flight deck crews scattered. Farrier and 26 other crewmen were killed instantly, and the damage
Instant
control
death.
team with their
Later,
specialist
Cindy.
firefighting experience virtually wiped out.
Holy fuck.
The fire grew larger, encompassing more aircraft, and then, just as crew were beginning to rush back to help wounded and to resume
Another
firefighting,
bomb.
a second 1,000-pound bomb detonated
Fuck.
in an even more violent explosion. Shrapnel was thrown the entire length of the ship, and the fire intensified. The flight deck crew now ran for cover, realizing the first explosion had not been a fluke, and knowing that there were dozens more bombs now consumed by the blaze. Over the next 5 minutes, there were 7 more massive explosions as 1,000-pound bombs cooked off, each
Fuck.
one intensifying the fire and punching
Jesus.
holes through the armoured flight deck into hangar and crew accommodation areas below,
Holy
spreading the
fuck.
fire and causing horrific casualties. A plume of black smoke now rose from the forestal, visible miles away in this photo taken from the carrier Oriskany. As the large explosions ended after what seemed like an eternity, a desperate battle against the fire began on the flight
Yeah, you
deck.
might wanna get
As
moving with those
dozens of
planes, get
sailors,
them the
many
fuck
without
outta there.
any firefighting experience at all, grabbed
Nope,
whatever
not
hoses
experienced
hadn't
at
been
all.
shredded and set about tackling the blaze, which by this stage encompassed the
Fuck.
whole of the rear of the deck and was creeping its way up the starboard side towards Sky Warrior tanker 614, which had
Oh,
28,000 pounds of fuel on board. If the fire reached this aircraft, the resultant blaze could be catastrophic for the ship.
Yeah.
It was vital to move the Sky Warrior out of the way before this happened, but to do so meant moving several aircraft parked in front of it. As some tried to establish a line of foam to act as a firebreak, dozens of sailors rushed into action to push Skyhawks and a helicopter out of the way so that the tanker could be towed forwards, while firefighting went on around them and there were numerous considerable secondary explosions.
Jesus.
Such was the rush to get the Sky Warrior clear of the fire that it actually collides with one of the helicopters as it was moved, dragging it along the flight deck as it was towed forwards. The 3 Vigilante aircraft immediately astern here were not so easily retrieved, with 602 and 603 both damaged by fire before they could be towed out, and 605 stuck in place after a botched attempt to push it over the side, with the crew desperately fighting to stop the fire reaching it. In their inexperience though, some crewmen used both foam and seawater hoses on the same blazes,
Oh, no.
with the only effect being that water washed away the foam, allowing the fire to breathe, and worse, carried more burning fuel down into the interior of the carrier.
Good God.
On the other side of the deck, Skyhawk 310 was engulfed by fire, but 316 next to it had managed to escape up the deck, but was probably damaged in the blast, maybe leaking fuel, and so was probably the one being shoved over the side in
Yeah,
this
fuck that.
footage. All 3 Vigilantes also ended up in the sea, with 602 and 603 pushed over the bow, and 605 eventually cajoled over the side by a crane.
Fuck off. Get out of here. You're gonna blow up.
It then took more than an hour for the blazes on the flight deck to slowly be brought under control, helped by the assistance of the destroyer USS Rupertus, which came alongside and was directing hoses onto areas of the flight deck the Forrestal's crew could not reach. Helicopters too had begun to arrive from the carriers Bonhomme Richard and Oriskany, picking up dozens of Forrestal sailors that had been blown overboard by the explosions and evacuating wounded from Forrestal's overflowing sickbay.
Yeah.
It took until 2:45 PM, about 3 hours after the blaze began, for the fires on the flight deck and in the hangar bay to be mostly extinguished.
Jesus.
This was far from the end of the story though,
No,
as below
'cause there's
decks
still
fires
fire,
still
yeah.
raged. The flight deck now became a base for firefighting, with new holes cut in it to allow for hoses to be pointed down into compartments that were ablaze.
Damn.
As fires spread underneath the deck, it became incredibly hot in places,
No
with
kidding.
crews having to hoist the hoses up onto their shoulders to prevent them melting. The firefighting was painstaking work, but slowly successful throughout the afternoon and evening of July 29th. As it continued, the captain was now bringing the carrier south, heading for a rendezvous with the hospital ship USS Repose the following morning. The Repose's extensive hospital capacity was badly needed, as the casualties from Forrestal had quickly filled up its own sick bay and that of the 2 carriers accompanying it. It took until 4 AM the following morning for the last fires to be extinguished, after an 18-hour fight for the carrier's survival, waged by hundreds of sailors. When the final accounting was taken, the damage to Forrestal from the disaster was extensive.
No kidding.
More than $72 million worth.
Wow.
Equivalent to $650 million in today's money.
Fuck.
21 aircraft had been lost, with 40 more damaged. The human cost, too, was steep. The disaster had killed 134 sailors. At least 161 others were seriously injured, many with life-changing wounds. And on top of this, but without a quantifiable number, was the toll of PTSD and other mental scars on sailors who had lived through a hellish experience.
Good
An
lord.
investigation into the Forrestal disaster was headed up by Rear Admiral Forsyth Massey,
Rear.
and after months of work it came to the conclusion that it had been a tragic accident, with no single person accountable for it.
Well, whoever took out that
Procedural
pin
breaches
didn't
by
help.
deck crew in the handling of munitions had combined with an electrical fault to produce the initial fire, which had then been turbocharged by the presence of dangerously unstable ordnance and exacerbated by inexperienced firefighting. The investigation's conclusion did not stop some in the Navy from believing Captain Belling should ultimately be held accountable.
Why?
And he ended up being marginalised for
yeah.
the rest of his career, sent to finish it by commanding US
It's not
forces
his
in
fault. They
Iceland.
gave them the munitions.
The Forrestal
He was
disaster
pissed.
had a huge impact on the US Navy's approach to firefighting. New
That's a plus, I
procedures
guess.
and technology were developed and deployed, like deck-edge spray systems that could start suppressing fires almost instantaneously.
Good.
On top of
Guess
this,
the
a
positive
new
came out of it.
firefighting school was set up named
That's
for
also
Gerald
good,
Farrier.
too.
In time, every sailor on board every ship would receive at least some firefighting training.
Good.
Forrestal returned to service after repairs in 1968 and returned to her traditional deployment in the US Atlantic Fleet. She would never again deploy on combat operations.
Oh no. Anyway. Thanks for that, Porky. Moving on. You said this in Tetsuya. It fits with the theme of a bunch of army things we've been watching. So let's get a watching it. Lewis Millet. Fixed
I told
bayonets.
myself this week I was just going to do a nice order to quit leading bayonet charges against the enemy.
Back. Just lagging there a little bit.
Myself this week I was just Battle of Bayonet Hill. Quick, easy, super short. It was going to be great. And then I Googled the guy that was in command during the Battle of Bayonet Hill, and everything just spiraled out of control from there, and it is now his video. Today we're talking about the man that the U.S. government had to order to quit leading bayonet charge war. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonel Lewis Lee Millet. And let me tell you something, this is the first picture that pops up when you Google him, and it's exactly why everything spiraled out of control. Because first of all, I mean, let's just call out the elephant in the room. That is the most immaculate face foliage I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, look at that womb broom. It's perfect. And then you look down a little and you're like, oh, hey, He's got 2 bayonets because he like fought on Bayonet Hill. That's really cool. And then you look over and you're like, oh wow, younger him was awesome too, with dual pineapple grenades on his shoulders.
What the fuck?
And then it dawns on you, oh shit, this guy's wearing the Medal of Honor around his neck, and it's like the 4th thing I noticed. Okay, do you have any idea how badass you have to be wearing the Medal of Honor and it be the 4th thing that I noticed? Don't worry, I'm gonna tell you right after this ad. This video is brought to you by Zydax. Custom gaming PCs are all built right here in America with American tech support. It's what I use to do all my research and make these videos and all the copious amounts of scripture I read. Link in description. Moving on.
Wow, that was a really nice, that was a great ad segue.
A baby would be born, presumably with a mustache, by the name of Louis Millette. He would spend his childhood growing up in Mechanic Falls, Maine, where his family would hunt and grow their own food just to survive the Great Depression. So naturally, this kid's gonna grow up to be a pretty tough guy. Fast forward to 1938, he gets done with school and he wants to carry on his family's military legacy, but here's the thing, it's 1938. World War II is not gonna kick off until 1939 when Germany invades Poland, and even then, America's not gonna get involved until after Pearl Harbor at the very, very end of 1941. So since the US military didn't have a whole lot going on at this point in time and no real big prospects on the horizon that we knew about yet, he decided he was just going to join the Maine Army National Guard, get trained up, and be ready in case his country did need him. So he heads out for training, goes through basic, gets that done. Now it's time to figure out what his actual job's going to be so he can head off to specialty training. But at this point in time, you didn't get to pick. But I mean, let's be real. He's an 18-year-old kid. He's rough. He's tough. He grew up during the Great Depression. Obviously, they're just going to throw him into infantry or like combat engineer, artillery, some type of combat MOS, right? Wrong. So the Army looks at his transcript from high school and they're like, hey, you took keyboarding in high school. That's awesome. We need a bunch of male clerks in the Army, and typically we have to teach them from scratch because none of the young boys take keyboarding in high school because at this point in time it's seen as like a female-related job task because it's the 1930s and like 99.9% of all secretaries are female, and those are really the only people that need to know how to type. So you already have this skill set. That's perfect. We're just going to make you a clerk. And now Millett's pissed off because he has zero interest in being a clerk. He's never had an interest in keyboarding. No. The only reason he took that class in high school is because that's where all the future hot secretaries were, and that mustache isn't going to sit on itself, now is it? So obviously Millett gets told, hey, the Army doesn't really care what you want, you're going to clerk school anyways, so he goes, knocks it out because, well, he already knows how to type, it's not that big of a deal. No. Gets back home, it's now 1939. All the news starts coming out that Germany has invaded Poland, Jewish people are fleeing Germany due to increasing mistreatment, and he sees that war is coming on the horizon. And he absolutely does not want to be stuck being a clerk in World War II. No. So he decides that he's going to ditch the National Guard and he's going to join the full-time Army Air Corps, which at this point in time is the equivalent of the Air Force. So he pretty much immediately gets turned around and heads right back to training. Thankfully, he's already done basic training, so now he just goes straight to gunnery school. He gets done with that. It's now 1940, and he is chomping at the bit to get involved with this war. And Millett's absolutely the odd man out with this because Pearl Harbor hasn't happened yet, and the vast majority of America wants absolutely nothing to do with another European war after World War I. Millett doesn't just want to get involved because he's some crazy warmonger that thinks it's going to be fun. He actually truly believes that fighting in World War II is the right thing to do. I mentioned that his family had a proud military history, and it goes all the way back. His ancestors came over to America as indentured servants, where they basically worked as slaves for 7 years to pay off the debt for their voyage to the New World so that they could have their freedoms. And ever since then, every man in Millett's family has fought to preserve those freedoms. His family fought in the American Revolutionary War. Both of his great-grandfathers fought for the North in the Civil War, and now he deems it as his turn. So you see, he didn't just join the military because he wanted to fight for America. He wanted to fight for what America actually stood for. He's basically the American equivalent of William Wallace. So in 1940, when the president at the time, FDR, came out in a speech and basically said, hey, America's not actually going to fight in World War II. We're just going to send over a bunch of guns and bullets and they can fight it themselves.
The people of Europe who are defending themselves do not ask us to do their fighting. They ask us for the implements of war, the planes, the tanks, the guns, the traitors, which will enable them to fight for their liberty and our security.
At this point, Millett's like, fuck it. If America's not going to fight, I am. He abandons his post, hitchhikes to Canada and joins the Canadian Army. He then proceeds to go into training for a third time to become an artilleryman in the Canadian Army, gets done with that, shipped over to Britain, just in time to partake in the Blitz, which if you don't know is when Germany began launching air raids against Great Britain, and Millet was there the entire time performing anti-aircraft operations to help defend Great Britain. Fast forward December 8th, 1941, the attack on Pearl Harbor happens. The next day, December 9th, FDR declares war on Japan, and 2 days after that, December 11th, Germany declares war on America, at which point Millet is like, hot damn! Millet then immediately makes his way to the U.S. Embassy, re-signs up for the U.S. military, and they ship him down to North Africa to take out the Desert Fox, Erwin Rommel. And you gotta keep in mind, after training with the Canadians and then fighting with them for almost a year, Millet is one of, if not the most experienced combat veterans in the Army at this point in time, because everybody else is either a brand new kid that volunteered or got drafted. Okay, if you're not picking up what I'm putting down, I'm trying to tell you he's gonna have to dad dick this entire situation because he's surrounded by a bunch of noobs. For example, he would earn himself a Silver Star. Because one day, all the new guys got together and they had a brilliant idea. They had a truck that was full of artillery ammunition and grenades, and they said, you know what? We should cover it in hay for camouflage. It worked in Looney Tunes, you know? Wile E. Coyote was able to sneak up on the Roadrunner, almost, because he hid inside of a hay bale. This is going to be brilliant. So, I'm going to say it again, but slower. They took all their ammunition in the truck and covered it in hay in literally the driest region on the planet.
God.
So then the next time they get into a firefight, the tracers from the enemy machine gun fire hits the hay, catches the hay on fire because
of course
obviously.
Yeah.
And all the new guys are like, oh God, what do we do? What do we do? All our ammunition's on fire now. Maybe wrapping it in flammable shit in the desert wasn't a good idea. So the fire continues to grow, and then it gets hot enough that it starts cooking off all the rounds, and all the ammunition starts exploding in the back of the truck, and now it's putting everybody in danger. So naturally, the new guys freeze up and adopt the gun door defense strategy.
Historical reenactment, abandon your post.
So then Sergeant Millet at this point is just watching this utter chaos unfold like, goddamn kids. So he gets up, he runs over to the truck, jumps inside, starts it, floors it. He just takes off towards the enemy. All the ammunition in the back is exploding behind him. This is complete chaos. He gets up to speed, opens the door, and bails out and just lets the truck go towards the enemy. And the entire thing ends up blowing up. Millet then crawls his way back in the middle of this firefight, gets back to his men, and they continue to fight because he has effectively saved himself and a bunch of other people. You know, typical big beard behavior.
The newbie.
And that's just one example. He also earned a Bronze Star when his convoy got attacked by a Messerschmitt that dropped down to do a strafing run and shoot everybody with machine guns, and everybody ran away, per usual, and he has to run over. He jumps on the anti-aircraft gun on the back of a half-track, and he ends up shooting down a German Messerschmitt, which is an unbelievable thing to pull off. He then continues to fight all the way through the rest of North Africa, pushing the enemy out of the entire continent, and now it's time for him to go fight in Italy. He participates in 4 amphibious landings at the Battle of Anzio and Salerno. Then, after 6 months of fighting in Italy and 6 months of fighting all the way through North Africa, his paperwork finally catches up to him, and the big army's like, hey, you deserted your post like 2.5 years ago. You're fired. Yeah, full court-martial, completely kicked him out of the army. Then, without leaving the office when this paperwork got signed, he's like, hear me out. Can I join the army now? And they're like, yes, you can.
Yes,
you have so much experience, you're going to be an officer. Here's your commission. You're now a lieutenant. So now Millet's kind of pumped. This whole thing was just a bunch of bureaucratic paperwork BS, and he got a promotion out of the deal. We're good to go. Everything's awesome. Then, the army, sensing happiness somewhere, decided that they had to destroy it. They jump in and they're like, hey, we're going to take all of your leave. You're not allowed to have leave ever again. We're taking all of it away. To which Millet kind of responded, I really don't care. Go ahead. The only time I've taken leave is when I left my post, joined the Canadian Army so I could get to this war sooner. I'm exactly where I want to be. Take all the leave. I do not care. To which the Army's like, we're going to fine you $52. And when you adjust for inflation, $52 back then is like $1,000 by today's standards. Like, it's not an insignificant amount of money. So Millet is obviously pretty thoroughly annoyed because he's not only now risking his life to do the right thing, he's actually incurring financial penalties. But ultimately, he realizes he's not here for money, so he just goes back to work and continues fighting. He ends up spending the rest of the war fighting in Italy. After Germany surrenders, he makes his way back home, rejoins the National Guard, and then he attempts to go to college. So he gets 3 years into a a 4-year degree. He's almost done with college. And then June 25th, 1950, North Korea wakes up one morning and chooses violence. They decide they're going to invade South Korea, kicking off the Korean War. Now, to be fair, most people in this situation, a veteran of the Canadian Army as well as the United States Army, and highly decorated, you would assume would probably want to finish up that 4-year degree before they go into combat again, if they wanted to go into combat at all. But not Lewis Millet. Now, this is America's William Wallace. All he had to hear is that a bunch of communists were attacking a free democratic nation, and...
Oh, so that's how you go.
Oh, so that's how you want to play it.
That's all I needed.
That's all I need.
It became personal.
Millet probably.
So Millet shows up in Korea. He starts working as a forward observer. If you don't know, a forward observer is the guy that goes out, finds the enemy, calls in their coordinates so that they can hit him with artillery. Millet, being Millet, calls in the artillery a little bit too close to himself and gets hit with some shrapnel. So now that he's injured, he kind of has to take a deep breath, step back, evaluate the situation, come to grips with the fact that he's only mortal, and accept that he's just going to have to fall back behind the front line and recover. I'm just kidding. He demands that the Army give him an airplane and a pilot so that he can hop in this plane injured and call in artillery fire on the enemy from a fucking crop duster. And then, because that wasn't gangster enough, December 5th, 1950, a P-51 Mustang goes down behind enemy lines in North Korea. So, naturally, Millet and his pilot get up in the air. They're gonna go find him. And somehow, they manage to pull it off. They land on the ground next to the plane. They pick up the pilot. The only problem, this crop duster only seats 2 people. So Millet, still injured, by the way, is like, don't worry about it. Go ahead, take my seat. The plane's gonna go faster without my Titanic-sized balls weighing it down anyways. I'll just hang out here, evade capture from the enemy that's for sure looking for the downed P-51 Mustang by now. And then you guys can just come back and pick me up whenever. Yep. So that's what happened. They take the other pilot back. Millet evades capture all night long. The pilot picks him back up the next morning, and then he makes his way back, has a full recovery, and then by February 1951, he's ready to get back doing real dangerous stuff again, you know, combat. So they give him a promotion to captain and then give him his own platoon of infantry that he's going to lead into battle. Shortly after taking over this platoon, he intercepts enemy correspondence that says that the Americans are afraid of bayonets and close quarters combat, which is the funniest communist propaganda on the planet, because you know all these Chinese and North Korean communists were sitting around like, man, how come these Americans have so many bullets? It's like they never run out like we do all the time. And the communist leadership's like, it's because the Americans are afraid to fix bayonets and fight you guys close quarters like men. That's why they just keep shooting you. It's definitely not because capitalism's better and it can provide them with enough ammunition to actually win a fight. That's definitely not it. Okay, and at this point in the story, you absolutely have to remember that Millet trained with and was in the Canadian Army in the very early days of World War II. And at that point in time, everybody just assumed that World War II was going to be reminiscent of World War I, a bunch of trench warfare. Meaning that Millet probably trained in how to conduct trench warfare with the Canadians. And if you don't know, the Canadians were absolutely terrifying in World War I. They were absolute savages in close quarters trench warfare. These guys wrote the book on how to not only be good at it, but play dirty the entire time. They were known for taking cans of food, throwing it into the enemy trench, and then when they heard all the enemies run up to pick up the food, they would throw grenades in right after it. Okay? Don't let the good manners and the accent and the maple syrup fool you. The entire first rough draft of the Geneva Convention is pretty much just a laundry list of shit the Canadians did during World War I. And that is who trained Lewis Millet in how to engage in close quarters combat, and the commies just said that he was scared of it. So naturally, he took that as a challenge and began training his entire platoon every day in how to bayonet fight. So then the next time Millet's platoon comes across the enemy, fix bayonets, charge. They do it, they completely wipe out the enemy altogether. Only problem, they wiped out all of the enemy, and now there's nobody left to tell all the communists that America's not scared of bayonet fighting. I guess we're just gonna have to do it again. Fast forward a little bit, Millet, his platoon, and 2 other platoons are trying to take Hill 180. One of the platoons goes to maneuver around to a flank, and they end up getting pinned down by heavy machine gun fire. The other 2 platoons are like, oh shit, what do we do? Millet just yells, fix bayonets, and starts charging up the hill. Just takes off. There's no ready, set, go, no 1, 2, 3. He just goes.
Damn, son. Historical reenact.
So now Millet's platoon hurries up, fumbles around, gets their bayonets on, and they take off too, no questions asked. He's been training them this entire time. They've been around him enough to know this man's the main character, and they're ready to follow him to hell and back. So they start running after him. That other platoon is standing there like, oh shit, what do we do? Was that the mustache guy that already led a bayonet charge last month? I guess. So they take off as well. Millet at this point is running up this big ass hill and he's like 60 yards ahead of his guys, and the grenades just start coming from the top of this hill, and he's dodging these grenades one at a time. He dodges one, he dodges two, he dodges three, and then his men behind him start trying to throw grenades up the hill. And they throw them way past him, but they start rolling down the hill towards him. So now he's dodging grenades from behind him and from in front of him. Eventually, like the 9th one ends up getting a lucky shot, hits him in the shins with some shrapnel, but kind of busy. I'll worry about that later. He continues to charge up the hill. Him and his men end up pushing back 300 communists off this hill and forcing them to retreat, completely fracturing their line. When the smoke settles, there's over 100 dead communists, 30 of them by bayonet. Now at this point, Millet needs to get medevaced, but he's got a couple things he has to do first. He's A, got to make sure that his men are squared away. He's not leaving until he makes sure of that. And then B, he's got to go over to what used to be the enemy commander and leave a bayonet in his chest with a letter that says compliments of Easy Company. So Millet gets medevaced, goes back, takes about a month off, gets fixed up, heads back to his company, and then first chance he gets, he leads another bayonet charge. At which point the US government steps in and is like, dude, stop. Okay, we're already naming Hill 180 Bayonet Hill. We're giving you the Medal of Honor. We can't have you getting killed in one of these bayonet charges. You're no longer allowed to launch bayonet charges. That's it. No more. You're done. Fast forward to July 1951. He gets awarded the Medal of Honor by President Truman for the Battle of Bayonet Hill. He also gets awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for the other 2 bayonet charges that he led. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing a little here, but when he received the Medal of Honor, he basically said, this medal doesn't just belong to me. It belongs to all of my men as well, because without the other 100 men that had my back, I would have just been some crazy guy running up a hill to my death. All right, so just to recap, he served in 2 armies, he fought in 2 wars. He has the Medal of Honor, the Distinguished Service Cross, the Silver Star, and the Bronze Star. It's probably time to retire, right?
Nope.
Wrong. He immediately transfers to the 101st Airborne, gets jump qualified, becomes a paratrooper. That wasn't hard enough, so he goes to Ranger School, like the hardest military school at this point in time, passes it, absolutely no problem. So then he decides, hey, we got these helicopter things now and they can hover. I'm going to go ahead and try rappelling out of one. Becomes the first man to ever rappel out of a hovering helicopter, officially becoming the godfather of air assault. Then Vietnam kicks off and we really have no idea what he did because he was an advisor for the CIA, meaning he was mostly doing a bunch of extracurricular gangster shit that none of us are allowed to know about. After Vietnam, he would finally retire after 35 years in service, having earned the Medal of Honor, the Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Legions of Merit, the Silver Star, 3 Bronze Stars, 4 Purple Hearts, and 3 Air Medals. He would then go on to live happily ever after with his wife until passing away in 2009 at the age of 88. In conclusion, Colonel Louis Millet didn't just fight for America, he fought for what America stood for, and he was willing to stand for it even when America wasn't. And that is absolutely why this week's video has been about Colonel Louis Millet and not just the Battle of Bayonet Hill. Thank you for watching. Best way to support the video is go buy some merch over at thefatelectrician.com. Whack bang. Out.
There we go.
My records catch up.
There he is,
court-martialed me for desertion, found me guilty, and they fined me $52 fine and made me a 2nd lieutenant.
The minute Louis Millet turned 18 years old, 1938, he would join the Maine National Mard.
The Maine National Mard. Anyway. Porky, you sent this
Shortly
into...
after 9 a.m., 8th, 1940,
Is this the video you said
the
best
British destroyer HMS Glowworm rammed the 18,000-ton German heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper. It was the climax of a running battle that developed after a single British destroyer inadvertently stumbled into the middle of a full-scale German invasion of Norway.
That will be coming eventually.
This is the story of a fight to the end against overwhelming odds, and a tale of gallantry that was only recognised in the most extraordinary of circumstances.
Histograph, the story of the HMS Glowworm.
3 days before fighting a German cruiser single-handed, HMS Glowworm was at anchor. The G-class destroyer, skippered by Lieutenant Commander Gerard Broadmead Roop, had been assigned to the 1st Destroyer Flotilla, part of the Royal Navy's Home Fleet, in February 1940. At the start of April, she was earmarked to be part of an operation to lay mines in the territorial waters of neutral Norway, to try and disrupt the flow of Swedish iron ore shipments to Germany. It became part of the escort for the mine-laying force WV, along with the battlecruiser HMS Renown and a host of other destroyers. The British force departed Scapa Flow on April 5th and set out into a North Sea in the grip of an intense early spring storm. After battling against the waves throughout the night, on the morning of April 6th, a particularly large swell pitched Glowworm over and threw one of the crew overboard.
Damn.
Lieutenant Commander Roop quickly sought and received permission from Vice Admiral William Whitworth aboard Renown to search for him, and so Glowworm detached from the rest of the British fleet and turned back, sweeping over its previous course in the hope of finding a man-shaped needle in an aquatic haystack. After a period of time, it became obvious that they were not going to find the missing sailor, but by this stage Renown and the others had disappeared. Unable to ask Renown where she was directly due to strict radio silence, Lieutenant Commander Roop had no choice but to take his ship back west again, in a bid to contact Scapa Flow to ask for further orders. Glowworm was now very much alone. This video is brought to you by Wondrium, an online video subscription service that delivers educational and entertainment content across a huge variety of topics, from documentaries on literature, science and history, to tutorials, how-tos, travel logs and more. One of their educational courses I've been fascinated by has been a comprehensive 24-part series on the Vietnam War, a conflict I've been doing some preliminary reading on with a view of maintenance. Force WV and location. But the British Admiralty trial today, and thanks again to Wondrium for this video. Eventually, HMS Glowworm was able to make contact with Scapa Flow and get an approximate position report for Renown and Force WV, and was ordered to proceed to their location. But the British Admiralty was about to have a much bigger problem than a single errant destroyer, as at the southern end of the North Sea, the German Kriegsmarine was stirring, for an operation rather more ambitious than laying a few mines.
Oh boy.
On the evening of April 6th, virtually the entire German fleet left port, planned to seize the entirety of Denmark and Norway in one swoop. Escorting the largest flotilla of transports heading for Norway were the capital ships Gneisenau and Scharnhorst, as well as the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper.
Oh boy.
The German ships had similar problems with the sea as the British ones. The destroyers struggled to keep up with the larger ships in the storm, with a number of men lost overboard just as had happened to Glowworm.
Oh.
Unlike the British ship though, the Germans were banned from deviating course to try and pick up the unfortunate sailors. The timings for the invasion of Norway were too tight and the naval forces arrayed against them too strong for that kind of rescue to be attempted. By 4:45 AM on April 8th, as the sky began to lighten, the German fleet was about 100 miles off Trondheim, or at least the capital ships were. The destroyers had become scattered and delayed during a night of storms and were all over the place, somewhere to the south. Visibility was poor, with early morning fog and high seas. HMS Glowworm, meanwhile, was still trying to make her way to a rendezvous with Vice Admiral Whitworth's squadron, but was struggling. The ship's gyro compass had broken during the night, so navigation was difficult, but at 5:30 Lieutenant Commander Roop reported to Whitworth that Glowworm was on her way. A couple of hours of steady progress followed, until the destroyer's lookout spotted the shape of another destroyer looming out of the mist shortly before 9 AM. When challenged, the vessel identified itself as Swedish. This seemed distinctly unlikely to Lieutenant Commander Roop, so he raised steep, ran Glowworm's battle ensign up and opened fire.
Boom, boom, boom.
As you might be able to guess, the destroyer was not Swedish, but was in fact the German destroyer Hans Ludemann, trying to rejoin the German fleet. Ludemann had no interest in firing back and turned to the northwest to escape, deliberately leading Glowworm away from Vice Admiral Lutyens' fleet before vanishing into the mist. Shortly after Ludemann disappeared, the Bernd von Arnim appeared behind it, and this time there was an exchange of fire, as Arnim tried to follow Ludemann to the northwest. Travelling at 35 knots, the German destroyer was battered by the waves, losing 2 men overboard and suffering damage to her bridge. Glowworm coped better and began to reel in Lieutenant Commander Kurt Reschel's ship. Arnim tried to use a smokescreen to cover its withdrawal, but still could not shake the persistent destroyer. In desperation, Bernd von Arnim altered course to the northeast, hoping that the larger ships of the German fleet could be their salvation. Luckily for Lieutenant Commander Reschel, at about the same time, 9:30 AM, Vice Admiral Lutyens was dispatching the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper to the south to bring the situation under control. Admiral Hipper was a heavy cruiser of more than 18,000 tons, with 8 8-inch guns. To say she outgunned Glowworm would be understating it. Led by Captain Helmuth Hay, Hipper was laden with troops from the 138th Mountain Regiment bound for Trondheim. She steamed south towards the reported action, cutting through the waves with less trouble than the destroyers. At 9:50, 2 mastheads could be seen, one on each side of the Hipper. Initially, it was impossible to make out which was friendly and which was hostile. The destroyer on the starboard side flashed the letter A in Morse code 3 times, which the cruiser's bridge took to be an attempt at asking who they were. Moments later, Hipper's lookouts reported the destroyer was flying a white ensign. It was Glowworm. Captain Hay quickly ordered his ship to open fire, with the hostile target at a range of 8,400 meters. He also swung Hipper's bow around to point at Glowworm, to try and mitigate the risk of a torpedo attack. Hipper soon struck the destroyer, prompting Roop to lay smoke to try and gain some respite, of which there was little forthcoming.
Oh god.
Hipper continued to straddle its opponent, with the distance between them decreasing all the time. Glowworm's crew were doing their best to return fire, but their small 4-inch shells were having little effect on a German cruiser almost 10 times their displacement. After emerging from the smoke, Hipper's secondary armament opened up and pummeled the little ship.
Oh no.
The radio room was hit and destroyed. Shrapnel raked the deck from hits to the bridge, and the forwardmost gun was taken out of action.
Damn.
Leading seaman Fred Smith, who was inside 2 gun during the battle, described the scene later as hell on earth. Despite the punishment she was receiving, though, HMS Glowworm pressed her attack on the Admiral Hipper. At 10:10 AM and just 800 meters from the enemy, she launched a spread of torpedoes. Captain Hay had prepared for this with the positioning of his ship and was able to maneuver to avoid them, with one torpedo passing by a few meters away on the port side. Having played his strongest card, Lieutenant Commander Roop now darted his ship back into the smokescreen, but Hipper was having none of it. Not keen to wait for more torpedoes to appear, Captain Hay resolved to end the battle as quickly as possible, and he pushed through the smoke. On Glowworm, the situation was desperate. Both of the forward guns were now out of action, and the upper deck was strewn with injured sailors. A fire burned amidships, and a shell had gone through the sickbay, causing huge casualties. Lieutenant Commander Roop may have hoped for respite with the smoke for protection, but he didn't get it. Hipper charged out of the smoke, closing the distance relentlessly. With no time to maneuver to fire more torpedoes, the British officer decided there was only one thing for it. He ordered as much speed as the ship's boilers could muster and drove Glowworm into the side of the German cruiser.
Damn.
There was a monumental crash as the 2 ships collided. In Glowworm's aft magazine, where stoker Albert Harris was stationed, there was a huge noise and all the lights went out. Very swiftly afterwards, the ship began to list badly. As she scraped down the side of the German ship, Glowworm ripped a 100-foot hole in Hipper's hull.
Oh fuck.
500 tons of water rushed in, and another sailor, Seaman Second Class Ritter, was thrown over the side. Glowworm's bow was then ripped off in the impact, and the ship rapidly began to sink. Roop quickly ordered abandon ship, and the ship's crew scrambled their way over the side into the freezing waters of the North Sea. Initially, Captain Hay thought about moving swiftly away from the scene of the sinking, assuming that other British ships must be in the area to pick up the survivors. But luckily for these stricken sailors, he reconsidered. Admiral Hipper swung round to position herself downwind of the survivors, remaining on station for over an hour to pull as many survivors as they could out of the sea. 30 were saved from the oil-drenched water, including Fred Smith and Albert Harris, but not Lieutenant Commander Roop, whose strength gave out while trying to hold onto a rope thrown over the side of Hipper. He, along with 115 other members of Glowworm's crew, perished. By all accounts, Gerard Broadmead Roop's leadership of his crew during this action was exemplary, leading his men from the front against impossible odds to the very last. Both Albert Harris and Fred Smith, when interviewed by the Imperial War Museum in the 1990s, described him as an extremely brave man. Harris went on to say that Roop was a true blue naval man and a destroyer captain. They were death or glory boys, destroyer captains. On the fight and the eventual ramming, Harris said, "We were all for it. Whatever he did, we were there." Despite this, for a long time there was no acknowledgement of Roop's gallantry, and indeed that of the whole crew. After all, Glowworm had sunk with no British witnesses who weren't in captivity, so there was little information about the exact circumstances of her demise.
True.
But then something extraordinary happened. Captain Hay, whilst the war was still going on, wrote to the British Admiralty via the Swiss Red Cross, outlining what he saw as Roop's gallantry and recommending that he be given an award. And so, in July 1945, more than 5 years after his death, Lieutenant Commander Roop was awarded the Victoria Cross for his supreme coolness and skill under fire. It was the first time Britain's highest award for gallantry had been awarded based on the recommendation of an enemy combatant, and was a fitting end to the tale of a little destroyer that went down fighting.
Very nice. Now, from all the heroism, let's get to some rewards for knowing about heroism. You know what that means, chat. At least you should. You should know. And if you don't, well, you shouldn't be surprised when you see it. You shouldn't be surprised when you see it. Okay, I don't know why it's taking forever. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to the beginning. Wait, okay, play. There we go. After dark.
Our next, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome.
Strength in numbers.
10 is strong.
10 is strong.
She gets a little crowd reaction from the butt jiggle. That's 10 that we just see right there. And oh, she must have heard me because she played the button.
Wow.
Credit to her for coming out in those heels. You'll see that maybe tonight.
I feel like they fixed the ring.
They did do a better job. We had that one that was like literally broke every girl's ankle.
Yeah.
Broke every girl's ankle.
Clearly love women. Oh, little ass in the face.
Nothing wrong with
That's
that.
a nice ass. I'll say it for the people
I'll
at home.
say it.
These are two of us like Al Pacino there. That's a nice ass.
Got a great ass.
Ooh,
That's the line.
wow. It's a nice piece of ass.
Great ass. That's the line.
I'm
Got a
okay
great
saying
ass. Wow.
Yeah, you're free now. She knows she has a nice ass. That's why she put it in my face.
You can say whatever you want.
She wanted me to say
The commentary.
nice ass.
She wanted
And I
me to
did,
do it.
because it's a nice piece of ass.
Yeah, this is it.
Tell you what.
This is
This is
silly
it.
night.
Tennis a little bit, yeah, she can bring a tear to a glass eye. This girl here is special, and I'll tell you what, the outfit fits.
And I love that hair, that sloppy hair. I like that.
Well.
Robbie Fox here, rough and rowdy commentator and ringside
Moving on.
correspondent. If you're new to the channel, make sure you
Moving on.
subscribe
We
to
got
new
the
videos
gist.
every week and go to
Time for a ramen video. You know what that means, chat. It's coming. It's coming. The Dark Souls of Capcom games. For Dragon's Dogma. I'm ready. I'm ready for the spoilers. Souls games. Dragon's Dogma. Oh, excuse me, I said Doma. Dark Arise. Dragon's Dogma.
Dark.
Dark Souls. Whoa. Prepare to run edition. Whee! They're fine, they're fine. Dark Souls. Try an easy mode. Play it. Cut the Ah! Dying. That's a dragon. No, you had to do it. Ah! Making this sequence really good. These fucking chests. What the hell is happening? Beat up the Pope. Nice. Dead. Whoa! Holy shit. Try on the easy mode. Where's the egg? And dead. Holy shit. He's fine. Good expansion. Time for round 2. Just a little harder. Ah! What the hell is this? Dead, I guess. Definitely stop me. Maybe it's good. You died, lol. Oh my god. Stop worrying so much, guy. You worry too much. Still got it. Oh. Short guy just died already. This is a fucking labyrinth.
Oh, no. You see, it was just a goof. It was just for laughs, you know? Just, why aren't you laughing?
Why aren't you laughing? Just like Dark Souls, yeah. Where is he? That's cool. Yeah, maybe not. face. Hate your chest face. Don't like it. Wow, he just became a stain on the floor. What a dick. $11 out of 10. No fatty video lore thing. Capcom, please give me that sequel. Capcom, please give me that sequel. Sequel seek. The Wrath of Goblin M-Face. Wow, too. Well, Porky, don't worry. Got something just for you, bud. Got something right here just for you. It's not one of your videos, but it's for you. From Tree Master Bob, we got something we watched yesterday. If you weren't here, you're going to see it now. It's Fleek! I'm gonna pause because it's taking a minute. Come on.
During the mid to late 2000s.
Okay, go back. And now,
in the mid to late 2000s, a brutal war was being fought between two factions, America and an enemy that came from foreign lands and struck us right here on our very own diabetic, supersized, freedom-loving attack this country has ever seen. It rushed thousands of young men to fight each other, and it sparked up a war that lasted forever, only for America to sloppily pull out in the end, fellas. Then the enemy would conclude and undo this forever war in mere moments. That enemy was the organization that we've all come to know as PlayStation. And that war was the console wars, baby. Whoa! Pimps! I take a week off and my favorite studio in the universe gets executed, then gamers engage in a short bus battle of the century over a game that shocked everyone by being exactly what everybody expected it would be. Christ, you can barely take a shit these days. But I think the most interesting thing about the release of Starfield is the resurgence of the console wars. You remember those, right? It was back when Sony fans tried to convince everyone else that Uncharted was infinitely better than playing Halo with the boys, all while they cried themselves to sleep. Right up until Xbox kamikazed all their long-running franchises into obscurity, didn't make any new games, canceled anyone that tried, and killed anyone who was capable, all while dancing in front of their fucking fabulous NSA spy device. Think about it. Whereas PlayStation just simply kept going. Also Nintendo. But I mean, come on. Go back to stroking your Wiimote and smashing your brothers, or whatever you people do. Anyways, flash forward to current gen, and you may have thought the wars were over, especially considering Philly Cheesesteak here threw in the bib and gave up on making games only about 2 months ago after being shocked that they found themselves at 3rd place in the console wars, forgetting that they actually had to make games to compete. Although, granted, PlayStation seems to be making plenty of money not making games either. But little did anyone know, including Fellatio here, that Starfield was coming out in mere months. And Christ, this intro is getting too goddamn long, so for the sake of it, flash forward to the game being out and shit is slinging like a goddamn zoo out here. PlayStation fans hate it and get caught on stream lying about it.
Do you think part of it is just that, the fact that she asks you to burn the bodies and shit, and it should be more of a choice versus she forces you to do it and it's almost like it's scripted at that point?
That's some of it.
I mean, that didn't happen at all in the game, so I'm assuming you haven't played it yet.
No, I swear to God.
And Xbox fans are guzzling God Howard's holy water. Never have I seen something so mid get so violated since Billy Boy Clinton was in office. By no means is Starfield an excellent game, as I'll tell you in a moment. But the number of PlayStation, I call them dick riders, but I know they prefer walking, that I've seen take 2 minutes out of their 20-minute walk along to sling false shit about a game, all to win some fictional console crusade, is the exact energy that we've been missing in gaming for the last decade. This has got the blood feud pumping. This is what gaming's all about. Don't let these wussies tell you, oh, can't we be excited for both Spider-Man 2 and... what the fuck was that other game called? Right, Starfield? No. Pick a side and bleed. But with that being said, you know, it's really fitting that they brought Spider-Man to PlayStation. They probably knew their audience could relate to a protagonist without a father. Anyways, these Sony dickwalkers kept blowing the same talking points so far out of proportion that they missed the pile of actual insults right in front of them. Take this one common insult right here, for example. People keep saying the opening of Starfield is so boring that it makes them appreciate the absolutely electric opening of PlayStation exclusives. Let's check in with PlayStation to confirm that.
God. Gripping. Jesus.
And that's what I thought. Point for me, point taken away from PlayStation. And now another thing is, one guy said that there are no space powers in this game. That shit was in the trailer. Point for me, point taken away from PlayStation. Another talking point is that this is a menu screen simulator. If you find yourself in the menu screen for more time than you're actually playing the game, I'll refer you to the mighty words of retard. Don't be poor. Point for me, point taken away from PlayStation. Now on the other side of this console war, you have the Xbox. How do you insult someone that has nothing? I'm honestly asking you. Yelling at Xbox is like yelling at a homeless man. What am I gonna do? Insult Forza Horizon? Say people only like it because Rockstar Games stopped making the better franchise a decade ago? I would never. Besides, I've seen your showcase, and you know, I'll be real. This is about as good as it's gonna get for you guys. All right, savor it. Point for me, pie in the face for Bill Gates. Then you go over to Metacritic, the #1 shit-slinging supplier for validating opinions, and that's like the Iwo Jima of this new console war. You look at the negative reviews and find account after account review bombing Xbox and praising PlayStation. My favorite account being the account that gave the very same game a 9 on PS5 and a 4 on Xbox, citing the DualSense controller being a real game changer. Well, shit, I guess Capcom really pulled one over on the PC players then. To quote a great man, I bet they're so jealous. Stand up when you're talking out of your ass so I can hear you. And then you have this guy that gave Horizon Forbidden Razor a 10 out of 10.
Forbidden Razor. Steve Harvey.
Bad answer! And then you look at the flip side and you look at the positive reviews and you'll find a 10 out of 10 review stating, too bad the Sony fanboys are review bombing it. And then let's look at their review history and yep, that's what I thought. You know, I mean, now they are about 3 games away from being right, but that's not my goddamn point. Then we have the real psychopaths out there like this guy that gave Diablo 4 a 10 out of 10.
Wow.
Sickening. I mean, he didn't even review Starfield. I don't know if this guy ever even played it, but it's not really relevant to the return of the console wars at all. But, you know, still sickening. And then we've got the third faction out here that I haven't mentioned because I don't like talking about them, and they are the
bear fucker.
Bear fucker. And to them I say, pipe down or back into the bear. The adults are talking. The only dice rolling I do is hardcore gambling with my entire fortune on the line. Grow up, buddy. Anyways, with all this propaganda flying from both sides, it's hard to know what's real and what's somebody sitting on the shitter getting a good laugh out of pissing off the distinguished critical thinkers of Twitter. And I'm here to deliver the Todd's honest truth about Starfield. But before I get to that, compare that boring-ass survival game No Man's Sky to the action RPG Starfield one more fucking time, and I can send you to see just how many men are in the sky. Anyways, the Starfield review. It's perfect, pimp. The old honest retard did it again. As I called it, it is the greatest game ever made.
No small talk. I like it.
Well, this is utterly ridiculous.
It's fine. It's fine.
Do we really have to jump through these hoops to get what we need from you?
It's fine.
It provides an experience that you simply cannot get anywhere else. Stop resisting!
Stop resisting!
Gun! He piloted the fucking ship with his hands bound behind his back. Incredible shit.
Hand it over. The owner caught you.
Wait, what the fuck?
Wait a minute.
He was joshing.
Wait a minute.
You were joshing.
$1 bounty added. Wow.
And then he fucking went right back down.
Wait a minute. Whoa.
Tell me where else you can witness this.
Ghost. On this shit.
I ain't afraid of no ghosts.
Or this.
There you are.
Or have a man levitate up into the air, forcing you to jump off of a cliff just to talk to him, shatter your legs on the way down, gain frostbite during the conversation, all while you look up to him fucking snapping your neck, and he's looking down at you through his chins.
No, my connection might have gotten a bit fuzzy there.
Or whatever this conversation right here is.
Thank you for talking to me.
You're just figuring this out?
No.
No.
She's in trouble.
Wait, you read each other?
God.
Focus.
Or gut checking a friendly, then talking to them as they bend over in agony on the floor. Okay,
she's
good.
fine.
Oh, no, she's all right. Or randomly becoming wanted in New Atlantis numerous times because you forgot to pick up a mine you threw down during a faction mission, and it keeps misting local citizens like they're walking through an old Yugoslav minefield.
I'm sorry.
Stop resisting!
Drop your weapon!
Drop your weapon! Starfield is the Sharknado of Bethesda games, and that was exactly what I knew I was buying. You buy it, you play it, you have fun, you forget about it. Remember Fallout 4? My
point exactly.
Side note, quit fucking traveling to empty planets, walking around on them, and then going, I'm bored. No shit, Sherlock! I think I might just go stare at a wall later and complain that God didn't put in enough activities. Did you really believe that all 1,000 planets that Honest Todd made were gonna be jumping with endless stories? That was marketing fodder. You're better than this. Half of the fun of Bethesda games is figuring out what they lied about. We've been doing this for 2 goddamn decades now. You people are talking like somebody that didn't run across the entire fucking empty desert map to get to the slot machine. But I've already said too much about this game, and I won't say any more until mod support comes to fix these horrendous budget cut issues. I will not buck the trend. I will continue the Starfield discourse where nobody actually talks about the goddamn game until my demands are met. And only then will I make my 20-minute detailed breakdown of this shit, because if I'm gonna get bossed around by a gaggle of scary broads, I'm gonna make damn sure I get something out of the cutscenes other than nightmares.
Starfield. Wow.
Thanks to the flock of pimps for bankrolling this video, and another huge thanks to all the pimperers for funding me during my Bethesda bug testing. Bye!
Bye, pimps. Later, fleek. Anyway, time for some spooks. The first spooks for the night. Time for some scary stuff. Strog sent this in, by the way. I just thought I would mention that as we get Zach Baggins here on screen for the scares that you all know.
In to be lifted by 18 heavy-duty cranes today. Even the components of nearly 100 columns would require incredible convoys of specially secured heavy-duty trucks. But these stones were moved over a distance at a time when there was neither asphalt nor engines. All this gave rise to speculation. Are the stones of Baalbek also legacies of a much older culture that had advanced technologies? Who could really be behind the construction of the Temple of Baalbek? We look at today in this video. Before we get started, as always, we'd like to ask for your active participation. We welcome your comments at the end of the video,
No, you don't.
appropriate to the topic. All particularly intelligent, helpful, or inspiring comments from our subscribers will be rewarded extra in the future.
Will I
you
be?
will receive a
I'm
heart
not a
from us,
subscriber.
and the best contributions will be pinned at the top. Make sure you already have a subscription, like the video, and mention both at the
I'm
beginning
sharing
of
you,
your
don't
comments.
you worry. This better
The
not get me
mystery
struck,
of
Strog.
Baalbek. Baalbek, in modern-day Lebanon, is an ancient settlement that once stood at a major crossroads of caravan routes from the north, east, and south. Over the millennia, Baalbek has been inhabited and transformed by many cultures and peoples. After the biblical Canaan came the Greeks under Alexander the Great, then the Romans. All these cultures had chosen a very special place for their temples and places of worship, a hill called Heliopolis by Alexander the Great. To this day, the ruins of the sanctuaries of the Romans lie there. Among the most stately structures were a temple dedicated to Jupiter and one to honor Bacchus, the god of pleasure and wine. At first glance, these temple ruins look like many others of the Romans. Foundations of stone, columns, chunks of stone lying around, and remains of figures of gods. Nevertheless, the temple complex of Baalbek holds an as-yet unsolved mystery. The foundations of the Temple of Jupiter contain 3 stone blocks known as the Trilithon. These stone blocks, 19 meters long and 6 meters wide, weigh 800 tons each and are processed so smoothly that no sheet of paper would find room in the joints. In the Baalbek quarry, researchers found the 3 other stone giants. Although they never left the quarry, these are considered to be the largest stone monuments ever created and moved by humans. The Pregnant Woman's Stone, the Stone of the South, and the Forgotten
Stone of the
each
South,
weigh over
sweet potato pie,
1,000
shook
tons.
my mouth.
And it remains a mystery to this
Stone of
day
the South.
how these stones could have been made and moved. We have already dealt with these 3 stones in detail in another video. Today, we look at
More
another
videos.
mystery of Baalbek, and these are the stone columns. 100 columns from Aswan to Baalbek? Today,
Aswan?
the 6
That's a
Corinthian
fucking
columns
demon.
still standing are
Why is
Baalbek's
there a
landmark.
fucking one called
Once,
Aswan?
they were part of the Temple of
That's a
Jupiter,
Filipino
which was
demon.
enclosed by a total of 54 columns of this type. These columns are special. They are the largest erected in ancient times. Each column
Am I
is
gonna see a duende
22.6
next?
meters high, and the diameter is 2.2 meters. Thus, these columns tower over the world-famous monuments of the Acropolis in Athens by over 2 times. Unlike the Trilithon, the columns were not built from a single stone, but were assembled from perfectly worked individual parts. The really amazing thing about this monument is the origin of the stone. Today,
so amazing.
we know with certainty that the rose granite comes from a quarry near Aswan, and this
Aswan.
is, as you probably immediately recognize correctly, in Egypt. To clarify here immediately the scales, Baalbek is about 1,444 kilometers away from Aswan today. At least, that's what Google Maps says, which today, of course, uses roads that are paved and can be driven on by cars. The Temple of Jupiter was built in Baalbek in the 2nd or 3rd century AD. In the Roman Empire, there were very well something like roads, carts, and certainly a lot of beasts of burden. Nevertheless, the transport of a quantity of stone like this one resembles a miracle. Not only the material for 54 columns of the Temple of Jupiter was transported from Aswan to Baalbek, but also further components for the approximately 50 columns of the
Baalbek.
Temple of Bacchus. The load of the stone has amounted to
Stone
several
load.
thousand tons. The stone of the pregnant woman, which we have already shown you at the beginning
Really
of the
want some
video,
pickles.
weighs a little more than 1,000
Peanut butter.
tons. Here, we show you a picture of a model in Jungfrauen Park in Interlaken, Switzerland, which shows the force that would be needed today to lift 1,000 tons. Now, you can imagine the forces needed to transport stone loads weighing several thousand tons over a distance of 1,440 kilometers. If you've ever seen a Roman road, you know that they were simple cobblestone roads with potholes, grooves, and gaps between the stones. How could the Romans have managed this?
How could they have
There's
done
evidence
this?
that the Romans had sophisticated lifting and pulling systems. The way they worked has survived in a few documents. The Roman architect and engineer, Vitruvius, described the pulley system in these words: 2 beams are required for the jib, the thickness of which depends on the maximum load expected. They are connected at the top with an iron stirrup and divided at the bottom like an inverted V. At the head of the boom are attached ropes, which are arranged all around to keep it stable. A pulley is suspended from the top. This relief, found on Via Cassia in Italy, shows the technique being operated by 2 men exactly. It can be used to explain how the stones were hoisted onto carts. It can also explain how the components were placed on top of each other to form columns in Baalbek. Nevertheless, it seems almost impossible to critical minds that the Romans transported stones weighing several hundred tons over such a long distance. It is
really
also
that
a
impossible?
mystery why rose granite had to be used at this place when stones of other qualities would have been available from quarries far closer. Nevertheless, the stone columns of the temples of Jupiter and Bacchus do not necessarily contradict the human possibilities of the Romans to such an extent that we have to think about the work of extraterrestrials. What can be ruled out with a fair degree of certainty, however, is that the Romans moved the 3 stone giants of the Trilithon. If
Really?
you've already seen our other new video on the subject, you may already know that there is testimony that the Romans were overwhelmed with transporting the obelisk of Karnak. It wasn't until Emperor Constantine the Great had the obelisk cut down that it could be brought towards Constantinople. The obelisk weighs a maximum of 500 tons and took several years to complete its journey. The stones of the Trilithon and the foundation of the Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek 800 tons and have thus far exceeded the heavy load capacity of the Romans. The mystery of the giant stone blocks.
not
To this
a
day,
mystery.
researchers also wonder why the 3 giant stones were
These are
left
the
in the Baalbek
researchers. We
quarry.
got them from
there
Google
are 3
Images.
theories. Number 1. The stones could have proved to be too heavy and therefore remained lying down. 2. The stones were components of a much larger monument, far before the Roman time, but this one could not be finished. 3. The stones were rejects, broken or inappropriately cut out of the stone. If the stones had really been too heavy to transport, the builders who created them would have reduced the size of the stones and surely used them elsewhere. Once such a block is cut out of the quarry, it is not simply left lying around. This explanation also fits the argument that the stones could have been rejects. Since many of the smaller stone blocks were used in the foundations of Baalbek and in the temples, the workers would certainly have cut them up. While there is currently no real evidence that the foundation under the Temple of Jupiter is much older than the Roman period, it is often speculated that this is precisely the case. Not only the foundation of the temple complex of Baalbek contained stones that were actually much too large to have been transported in ancient times. The phenomenon is also found in the pyramids of Egypt and the so-called forgotten pyramid of Baka. And strangely enough, the special rose granite of Aswan was also used in each case. What these structures also have in common is that their true age and intended use are difficult to determine. It is conceivable that the pyramids and the temple foundations of Baalbek are 10,000 years old or more, possibly the work of an unknown culture. Of course, friends of unusual phenomena have often rumored that Baalbek could have been a kind of landing plateau for spaceships. However, this is rather improbable alone, from the statistics and the size of the platform. Also, what do we know already about landing places for spaceships? Let's leave these theories aside and look at more natural approaches, where this stone gigantism comes from, and how to explain that people in ancient times were able to transport stones over long distances, where we would struggle today with all of our technology. Here too, there are several approaches. Since evidence has now surfaced around the world that the human race may have produced advanced civilizations long before antiquity and Egyptian antiquity, it is possible that one such civilization was responsible for the construction of the Trilithon at Baalbek. Time and again, it is amazing to see how similar buildings are in this world, created by cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. At the temple entrance of Baalbek, the trapezoidal shape can be found, which is so not necessarily indicative of the temple construction of the Romans. However, the shape was found in Inca buildings and in Egypt. Contacts between Egyptians and Romans are clear, but how is it that pyramids and trapezoids were also built on the South American continent? Alternative researchers point out again and again that there is a connection between the buildings, which the old established archaeology and natural sciences do not want us to see. We must also be aware at this point that archaeology has only been around for about 200 years. In this time, a lot has been excavated, and we have learned a lot about the preceding cultures. Nevertheless, we can by no means know everything and have not found everything that lies dormant somewhere in the earth. Inexplicable monuments, like the Trilithon or the Sphinx, admonish us to keep our minds open and to be aware of always trying to explain everything with known facts. Also, science must leave room for new things. Who could have been at work in Baalbek? We do not know in the end. We only know that the Romans very probably did not build the foundation under the temples. Therefore, it must have been an older culture, and they obviously had a better technique than we even have today. Now you tell us what your explanation is for unusual stone transports in ancient times and for giant stone monuments. Do you believe in the work of a mysterious technology?
No.
Or can you explain these phenomena quite naturally? We'd love to have your input.
Well,
and remember to like the video and mention your subscription at the beginning if you already have one. See you next time on Hidden Worlds.
Also, it sounded really the guy's voice sounded really AI. Just saying. Move on. Wow, Strug. A lot of judgment for that video. At least for me. Garfield meme. Here we go. Get ready, chat. It's gonna expand on us. It's gonna expand. Oh shit. What? Skip? No, I got it. Gonna expand. What are you doing? No, I didn't say skip to the next video. I paused. Go back. Expand field. It's coming. I gotta pause it because it's like 7 seconds long. It's a really short meme. Yep. Got it. This time you're not skipping on me. This time you're not skipping on me. Nope. Nope. Didn't do it. I got you. Got you right where I wanted you, meme. Alright, here we go. It's expanding. Huh. Okay. That's all you need to see. Got this from Trimmaster Bob, some prank calling.
Hello?
Hi, is this Mrs. Bryant? Don't get smart with me. Like, there's a problem here today, and I just need to talk to Jim that he was at earlier today. You're not Dane, right?
You're not Dane.
You're not Dane, right? Are you Dane?
No.
Oh, okay. I need to talk to Dane.
I need to talk to Dane.
So you don't have his number. Okay.
Well, this is the number he put on his account. Is it like, are you his ex or something? Is that why you're mad? Is there like another number?
Don't you get smart with me. You call me at 10:45 at night. Don't you tell me not to get smart with you.
I didn't say not to.
Who the hell do you think you are?
I never said not to get
What's your
smart.
name?
I never said not to get smart with me.
What's your name?
You're making up things. My name's Roy.
You just told me not to get smart with you. When
No, I don't.
said-
I never said anything like that.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
I have a recording of this call. Everything's
Good.
recorded
Let's
for
listen
quality
to it.
purposes.
What's your name?
My name's Roy still.
My
It
name's
hasn't
Roy
changed
still.
in the last, 30 seconds.
Royce?
Just Roy.
Okay.
Quit adding
And
letters onto my name.
What's your phone number?
Can I just talk to Dane? Is Dane there?
I want to report you to your supervisor.
No,
No.
I won't allow it.
I won't allow it.
Is that Dane in the background?
Is that
Put Dane
Dane?
on the phone.
No,
I'm not even
that
supposed
is my... You don't tell me to put Dane on the phone.
You put Dane on the phone right now. Right now.
Right now.
Who the fuck do you... I want... Okay. I am calling... and there is going to be a big thing
You will
going on here.
not. You will not. You are not allowed.
You are not
You
allowed.
get back in the kitchen.
You get back in the kitchen.
Who the fuck do you think... Oh,
You.
Just a moment.
Listen.
Just a moment.
Put Dane on the
Listen.
phone.
Listen, put Dane on the phone.
Who is this?
Oh, hi. My name's Roy. I'm calling from...
Roy, you call my house at 10:45 at night
Correct.
and give my wife shit, dude?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything. I don't know what her problem is.
I don't know what her
I'm
problem
I know what you...
Oh, I'm just trying to get a hold of Dane. Is there a Dane there?
Dane doesn't live here.
Oh, well, don't freak
Okay?
out.
No,
And you
don't freak
Well,
out.
don't freak
Okay?
out.
And you don't call my house at
Well, don't freak out
10:45
now.
at night.
Okay, well, who's Dane? Can you just give me his number? I don't see what the problem is. Just give me his
Dane
number.
is my son, and I'm not giving you his number.
Well,
He's
he
my
left this
son.
number. Like, why would he leave your number?
Left it for what?
This is his contact number, you idiot. he left this number for us to call if there's
His contact number, you idiot.
Don't call
so
me.
now you're calling me an idiot?
No, don't call me an idiot.
You're
Do not call me an idiot.
Go fuck yourself.
Listen.
Listen.
You don't.
Hello?
Hi, is this Thomas?
Yes.
Hey, I'm calling from the gym.
Uh-huh.
And you weren't here the other day, right?
Yeah, like 2 days ago.
Okay, yeah, I was reviewing the security cameras when you were in here, and it's like, I don't know, you're staring at girls' asses constantly, and it makes them really uncomfortable, and you just need to cut it out. Cut that out.
Excuse me?
Excuse me?
Just it seems like every time you're in here, you're just staring at asses. It's like it's like the reason you come in here is just to stare at asses.
Sir, I'm coming to the gym with my girlfriend.
Well, that makes it even worse.
Even
if you have a girlfriend, you shouldn't be staring at asses.
Please stop staring
I'm
at
not
the girls'
staring at
asses.
nobody.
Do you guys have an open relationship where you're allowed to just stare at asses? Because she doesn't stare at asses. I mean, the way
No, this is ridiculous. I'm coming to the gym to exercise and...
to exercise and stare at asses.
No.
No.
Well, that's what you do. That's all you do. You just stare at asses.
Oh
Just
my
come
god.
in and just like you're
almost died
practically
because I
drooling
was
there
laughing.
while you pretend you work out. You're just
Nice
drooling
ass.
while you stare at asses.
I'm not staring at nobody.
I ain't stood in it.
Yep. It's on the camera
It's
right
on
here.
the
It's
camera,
so
bud.
obvious. You're just locked in on asses constantly.
Oh.
Could you tell me
almost
when I
fucking
did
choked.
that and what I did actually?
Every single time you're in here, all the time.
All the time.
Just staring at asses. Can't you just stare at your girlfriend's ass since she's in there with you?
Can't you just do that?
Doesn't she notice when you do that?
Listen, I didn't even notice that.
You didn't notice that you're staring at asses?
I'm just doing my exercise. I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm not staring at nobody.
I ain't staring at
You're staring at asses.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you are.
No, I just gonna change the theme. Fuck it.
What? Oh, don't curse at me. Don't curse at me.
I didn't curse at you.
You just said F it.
I said fuck it. I just gonna change the gym.
No. Listen, we don't want to lose your business. Come
We don't
on.
wanna lose your
No,
business,
don't
bud.
do that. Just stop staring at asses.
I'm not staring at nobody.
You're a meat gazer.
A meat gazer?
You know what? Just leave me alone. Bye.
Hey, no, don't cancel. Wait. We'll offer you 10% off, but you have to stop staring at asses.
Listen, I don't care about your 10%.
Okay, 15%.
For me, it doesn't matter. I can go to any other gym cheaper than this one. I just want this one. It's more expensive, but I got pool and everything over there.
Well, none of them are going to let you stare at asses like that.
I'm not staring at nobody.
We put up with it.
We put up with it.
You know, not everyone's going to put up with it. Okay, I'll pay you to come to our gym.
I'll pay you to come to the gym.
I'll pay you $5 per visit.
Listen, I don't need your money. I can afford your gym.
If you have a girlfriend, why are you staring at men's asses?
I'm not staring at nobody.
No, you're staring at men's asses. You only stare at men. Just come on, stop staring at men's asses.
Wow.
Just cut it out.
Listen, if this is a joke, it's a good one, but...
It's a good one.
Joke? We don't joke here.
Yeah. No joke?
Yeah, for me, it's a joke.
No, I have better things to do than joke all day. I'm working.
I'm working on
No, you're
jokes.
welcome to come back. Just don't stare at men's asses constantly.
Can I have your first and last name?
Roy Gerbel.
Gerbel?
Gerbel?
Yep.
Gerbel.
Can we talk? Probably I'm going to be there today. Can we talk over there?
I'm here all day. I'm here till 9 o'clock tonight.
Okay.
And if you come in, make sure you try not to stare at my ass as you walk in the door. Please. Hello?
I never did that.
Oh, every time you come in, I feel like a piece of meat. I feel like a
piece
really
of
uncomfortable.
meat.
Anyway, I just gonna go 24 hours. It's bullshit.
I bet you don't even know what I look like because you've never looked at my face. You just look at my ass.
Look at my ass.
You know what? I just gonna hang out because this conversation doesn't make any sense for me.
Okay, well, when you come in, I'll be the guy wearing. I'm wearing jeans.
I'm wearing
like
jeans.
regular fitting jeans.
All right.
That's how you'll be able to tell it's me. I'm the one in jeans.
All right.
I don't care what you're wearing.
Okay, well, that's the best way for you to identify me. I'm wearing blue jeans.
Anyway, I'm gonna change the name because this is bullshit.
No,
I never have anything like that.
No, we don't want to lose your business. Come on, don't change the gym.
Just upstairs to my
So
ass.
if you don't want to lose the business, why are you trying to tell me I'm staring at men's asses?
Well,
You're out of your mind?
Well, that's because that's what you do.
No, I don't.
Cut it out.
No, I don't.
Just concentrate on your workout.
Your girlfriend's ass instead of men's ass.
Okay, good then. We have an understanding. I'll see you when you get here.
See you.
I'll be the one in jeans.
I'll see you.
Thank you for calling in. This is Randy. How can I help you?
Hello, I was wondering if I could talk to a customer that just came in there. His name's Todd.
Hold on just a second. Let me see if I can grab it for you.
Great, thank you very much.
Yep.
Oh boy. This is gonna be bad. Is that person actually there?
This is Todd.
Hey, Todd.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm calling from the corporate office with.
Uh-huh.
And,
it's corporate office.
Oh yeah. We saw that you checked in, and there was a problem the last time you came in where you kept picking up the weights, the discs, things. You know, the weights for the lifting, and throwing them around like frisbees.
What?
And we can't have that. Like, and I saw the.
Not for me. Not me.
Oh yeah. No, it was definitely your visit, and
It
we
was
followed you on
definitely
the
you.
security camera, and you're like in the weight room throwing them around, and hitting people.
I haven't been here in like 2 weeks.
Right, yeah. It was a little over 2 weeks ago. You know, like just throwing the weights around like frisbees, like throwing them across the room, and they were hitting people.
Couldn't have been me. I've never done anything like that in my life.
And you kept bullying people.
I'm 51 years old. I don't even.
51 years old.
I don't move the weights around like that.
And then we talked to one of them that you were bullying. And
You're
he was
bullying?
laughing at me, and Saying I had camel toe.
That couldn't have been me.
Calling me fat.
Calling me fat.
No, that couldn't have been me. I'm sitting here with the manager. This manager's probably seen me come in plenty of times.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we show that you come in a lot on the computer, but...
On the computer.
Just, like, throwing the weights around like
throwing
that.
The weights.
All cartoonish-like.
Cartoonish?
Frisbees and stuff. Those aren't Frisbees. They're not Frisbees, they're weights.
I understand what you're saying, but there's no way that was me.
But we have it on the security camera.
We have it,
bud.
Okay,
I'm standing right here with the manager at the front camera. Can we bring it up?
Oh, I can email it to him, I guess.
I can email it to him, I guess.
They're the ones that told me to call because they say they're afraid of you. I don't know if it's that manager that's afraid of you, but he says he's afraid.
You want to talk to the manager? I'm standing right here with him.
Oh, no, because you're always
prank's not
bullying
working no more.
everyone. You're always bullying and you're staring at asses. You keep staring at asses and it makes everyone really uncomfortable. And just
gotta be a joke.
Cut it out. Just stop it. Or we'll cancel your...
This has to be a joke.
No, it's not a joke. I wouldn't joke about something like this.
I wouldn't joke about
this. Can I get
this.
your name?
My name is Roy from the corporate
Roy
office.
What?
Roy Gerbel from the corporate office.
How do you spell that last name?
Gerbil.
Gerbil.
Gerbel.
Gerbel.
Okay. I'm standing right here with the manager. Would you like to talk to him?
Well, listen, I think you're a pussy. Like, just stop being a bully. I think you're insecure, and that's why you bully people.
You got to have the wrong guy. I'm 51 years old.
No, it's you. It's you. It's Todd. We shows the check-in, and then on the security tape, you go in the weight room, and you're just going around and like punching nerds in the stomach, and throwing weights, just being a big old jerk to everyone.
Big old jerk.
Being a bully and staring at camel toes and butts.
This got to be a joke.
And making people cry. God, just cut it out.
All right.
Okay, are you gonna stop?
Sure.
No, really. Look, I saw you checked in on Twitter. I thought it'd be fun to call you. I'm a Yelp.
And who is this?
I'm a Yelp user too. I follow you
a Yelp user
on Twitter. I'm one of your 38 followers, and I use Yelp.
And who is this then?
And we're friends. I'm not telling because then you'll unfollow me. You'll block me.
You'll block me.
Screw that.
Okay, so then why did you do this then?
Just for lulz.
Lulz.
All right. Well,
I don't know what that means.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you at the next place you check in.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
I'll make sure I don't check in on Twitter anymore.
Oh, come on. No, don't do
got
that.
him.
That ruins my fun.
All right, man.
Let's hang out at the T-Bird Tavern later.
Okay.
Okay, I'll see you there.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
That last one didn't really work all that well. The other ones did. That one not so much. They tried. It's hard to not break character when you're doing something like that. Good shit, Mr. Bob. Thank you. Ramen, you sent this in. This next video is from you. Thunder Ray. All fights on the Nintendo Switch. Digital room gaming.
Hey Thunder, let's beat this amateur.
Oh.
This amateur challenge.
It's another Punch-Out clone. I'm ready.
Javi Rico. Hey Thunder, let's beat this amateur challenger. Remember, fight as I taught you. Press down punch buttons to throw a low attack. Now press high punch buttons and smash his face. This guy wants to hit you. Let's try some defense. Move left or right to dodge his punches. Press down to dodge and avoid high attacks. You can also stop high attacks. Press up to block them. Let's take this guy down. Hold any charge for a more powerful attack.
Boom!
He's a tough one. Show him why you are the best.
Why you are the beast.
Both charge buttons for a special attack.
Damn. Didn't have to murder him.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, back up.
Now win this battle.
Whoa. Wow.
1, 2.
Got him.
Oh.
Jesus. Are you sure he's not dead? Rubit.
Backbreaker.
Bane? What are you doing here?
It's like they're putting you to the test in this galactic tournament, you know? Watch out. This challenger is a colossal cyborg, so be careful. The only way out is to keep winning. Ready, fight.
Oh. Stay bad about it. Bob and weave, son. Bob and weave.
1, 2, 3.
Ain't down yet. Oh shit. Some anime shit. Outta yeah. Got him.
1, 2, 3.
Uh-oh. He's back up. Oh god. Is that his eye? Oh shit, dog. His face opening.
Special power.
Oh fuck. Oh my god. Oh, dead.
Oh.
He ain't, there's no KO, he dead. Battle Monk?
Millennial Cobra.
Millennium Cobra.
Ready.
Oh boy.
Fight.
Oh shit. Oh, fuck. Another monk over here.
1, 2, 3.
Oh shit, back up. This is the North Punch. Got him.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, fuck. There's his teeth. Oh, he's got his arm. Another explosion. He's dead. That guy's dead. Stop saying KO. Tidez.
Glam Witch.
Glam Witch. Oh, boy. Oh, you got
I
more
heard the
shield.
Glam Witch is the favorite to win this thing. She is willing to employ all sorts of magical spells to defeat you. Continue breaking through her spell shield and emerge victorious.
Emerge victorious.
Ready, fight.
Oh, it's punching himself.
Kiss of hell.
Kiss of hell. Oh. Broken. Glass cannon. Ooh. Hit her in the maker. You just hit her in the baby maker?
Cross of fire.
Cross of fire? Oh. He's been my favorite so far, but he's gonna probably die horribly. Damn, son. Oof.
1, 2, 3.
Girl, by the way, yeah. Ooh. Oh, she was in the ship but then out of it.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Gonna get up, yep. Giga explosion. Oh, fuck. Damn, that shield. Kiss of hell. Oh. Wow, he got knocked down for the first time. And special. Wow. Oh, she didn't explode. Good. So she's alive. She actually did get KO'd.
Lord Word.
Lord Word?
Ready.
I didn't know, but they put me in the game. Looks like he looks like a vampire that's a cartoon character. Blade. Very cool. Yeah. I like how that's already a Look, Gene, it's you! Oh, you know me too well.
1, 2, 3.
Oh my god! Attack. Damn. Didn't have to do that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh boy.
Poisoned.
Oh fuck, it's a poison blade too. Ooh. Oh my god. Oh fuck, got him.
1.
Oh, well, I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I know I blew up, but that's okay. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Mr. Pega.
Wait, this is a reference to... Pretty sure that's a reference to Dragon Ball.
Mr. Pega is a mystical being who commands time and space.
Oh boy.
Never assume the fight is over until he actually explodes. I trust you. No question about it.
Wow.
Ready. Fight.
Looks like Garlic Jr. A little bit with the fucking asshole from the Flintstones. That's a reality reference. I forget what his name is. That's what it reminds me of. Wow, just lean into him. He didn't explode. Nope. Rally Warper. He's pissed though. Yes, the Great Gazoo. Thank you. The Great Gazoo combined with like garlic. That's what I'm thinking when looking at this dude. I mean, obviously, color-wise, like King Piccolo kind of shit, but still. Garlic Jr. and fucking Break This Dude from the mind. I was looking at this dude. They're punching the shit out of him. Got him. Still not exploded.
2, 3, 4.
He's really pissed. Oh boy. Almost seemed like gave him a bullet hell for a minute.
Dimension trail.
Oh shit.
Dimension trail.
Where did you learn to fly? Got him. Oh no, never mind. He's still going. He pissed. Oh shit.
Dimension trail.
Man, it's hard to see his shit. Get him. Oh, is he gonna cry? Gonna explode? There he goes. He blew up. Damn, son. That was a pretty violent death.
We are at the final stages of the tournament. The next fight is against none other than the reigning champion of... But wait!
Oh wait, uh-oh.
Oh no, what a brutal attack. This guy sounds familiar.
Well, now I'm really seeing... Oh.
Evil Rico.
Evil Rico. Now I really see Garlic Jr. What the shit?
It looks like Rico has been modified into a super fighter. I didn't see that one coming. Use his fighting style to continue the winning streak. Pretty.
Evil Rico. Got his fight at the very beginning. Back evil. Holy shit. Boom. Oh, you getting beat up. Damn. Oh, fuck.
1, 2.
Got him.
1, 2, 3.
But he ain't going down yet. He's evil, Rico.
Confused.
Damn, son. How do you even dodge this shit? I think you can.
Super attack.
Oh, super. Oh, fuck. Got him.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, God. He's just not quitting.
Super attack.
Confused.
Now we're confused. No. Oh, fuck.
1,
Get up.
2.
Got him. Got him. Yep. KO.
Master Zieglas.
Oh, what the fuck?
Ready. Fight.
What's this Megatron like motherfucker doing?
Who? Who?
Oh my god.
Oh,
wow.
1,
Got him? No. Can't be that easy.
Poison.
Holy shit. Evo. Soft to beat your ass you go. Oh. Damn, son. Wow. Get him. Gun gotted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Still not dead yet. Here's the final boss. Whoa. Holy shit.
1, 2.
You gotta dodge that. Oh. Bob and weed, baby.
Poison.
Oh, fuck, in the way. Get him. Yup. Hell yeah.
Galaz is finally defeated, and his remains begin to melt into the ground. Ray, the undisputed champion, now challenges the mastermind behind this tournament. The sky tears apart like paper. Everything becomes crimson as blood rains down, followed by the unsettling descent of flesh and lifeless bodies. The place fills with rotting corpses. Ray sees a large figure and other silhouettes beside. He is coming.
He's coming.
Ray can't contain his excitement as he waits for him.
Him. Oh. And even the final boss. Wow. Thanks, Ramen. Wow, Strog. Is that the jazz toilet? Oh, God. Thank you. Thank you. Eradicate. Clap him. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for ending that. Anyway. You said this in Ramen. 1 minute melee. Hyper gauge.
2 fighters, no research, 60 seconds, 1 minute melee.
Press start.
This is it, people! The match you've been waiting for! 2 of the most skilled fighters in fighting game in anime history!
Here we go. These Scott Pilgrim looking characters in the background.
Entering the ring towards our right, weighing 107 pounds, height of 5'7", Little Mac! And coming in from our left, weighing 124 pounds, 5'5", give it up for Monkuno Chico! Boy, you've taken on worse than this before. If you don't rip this guy to shreds, I'm gonna be disappointed.
I'm
You
disappointed.
got it, Doc. I've heard a lot about this guy. He's not a force to be reckoned with. So be on your toes, all right, kid? Gotcha.
Fighting time. Boxing time, really.
Heaven or hell! Round 1, fight!
Let's cartoony as hell. Oh, back. But every fighting enemy wants to be. Damn.
That was absolutely wild! I don't think any other kind of human being can survive being in that ring with any of these two combatants. Holy crap!
Great stuff as usual, Mac, but it ain't over yet. The kid's still standing.
He's a strong dude, huh? Don't worry. That was nothing but peanut damage.
Peanut
Go kick his
damage.
ass.
Go kick his ass. Anime.
And so the battle continues. Round two. Fight.
Whoa. Damn, son. Picked up that punch. Oh, shit. Oh! Oh, fuck. Stuck in. I'm leaving. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. Damn. Mac's not down though. Not for long. That's one match against each other. Oh boy. They both are just anime characters. Alright. We'll get it. I think my money's on Mac. He's the older part here. Nope. Damn. Oh, fuck. Team stars, but.
Hit him back.
Oh! Oh! Team stars, but still swinging. Damn. Oh! The ring's broken. Shit. Now it's just a fucking pit fight. Damn, son. Oh, fuck.
Nice work, Mac. Just like old times, huh?
Tie. It's a tie between them. Nice. Very nice. I imagine there's more. We still have a few minutes left here. Kylie. Be looking at 1 minute melee credits. It is. Voice actors. Thank you for watching. Well, you're welcome. Let's see what's happened.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, is it gonna be again? Oh, more anime, literally anime. Wow. coming soon. I'm good. Moving on. Thank you, Ramen. Shrog, you sent this in. You know what you did. Oh, something's wrong with it. I don't like it. Whoa. It's like the Sonic toilet. What's up, female? I need another female camera thing. Oh, I need to run. Ugh. Dead. Wow. Anyway, time for Porky videos.
It's 9 p.m. on May 31st, 1916, and the Battle of Jutland has raged for the last 6 hours.
I'm gonna speed it up, bud.
With more than 200 ships involved,
It's
been the largest clash between fleets of battleships
We're already gonna go
in
over
history.
time.
As the light now begins to fail and darkness sets in, both sides stumble back towards each other, struggling to tell friend from foe and heading towards one of the most chaotic engagements in naval history. When the Battle of Jutland began in the early afternoon, it initially went very well for the German side. The vanguard of Rear Admiral Hipper's battlecruiser squadron managed to engage their opposite numbers under David Beatty with a small numerical disadvantage and inflict heavy blows. 2 British battlecruisers suffered catastrophic explosions, and Beatty was drawn into a run to the south toward the advancing main body of the German High Seas Fleet. But when Beatty's force turned back to the north, it led the Germans straight to the larger and more powerful British Grand Fleet, which was deploying under Admiral John Jellicoe. In the resulting fleet engagement in the late afternoon and evening, the British gained the upper hand.
I don't have to play all your videos in
numbers
one
and
stream.
positioning.
Okay. You want to do that? Would you like that better if I didn't speed them up? I can do it next time. Do you want to do that, Porky? I'm going to ask because I have other videos of yours in here still. It's up to you. What do you want me to do? They're your videos. I'll let you decide what you want to do with them. If you want me to save them for next time, I can save them for next time. That's perfectly fine by me, too. I don't mind. What do you want? What would you like, Porky? Okay. I'll save them for next time, then. That way they're not spit up. So let's get these out of here. And there's going to be a few. Skip. Okay, that's fine. And there. Have a little bit more. So let's get to this. Dakota sent this in. I don't think it's too long. It's when horror becomes real life. If it's a little longer, I'm going to speed it up. But if it's not...
So I watched Nope, and by far the scariest scene. So for me, the most chilling scene in the entire movie was the Gordy scene.
14 minutes.
Basically, there was a TV show revolving around a family adopting a chimpanzee. Except one day, in front of a live studio audience, Gordy went on a rampage, violently murking 2 actors and severely maiming a young girl. And I do think it was a reference to the 2009 Travis the Chimp attack. Travis was a pet chimpanzee. 2 words that have no business being in the same sentence. He was adopted by Sandra and Jerome Harold, and he was basically a celebrity in that community. He was known by everyone, appeared on TV, and even took pictures with members of the police department, which is actually going to be really important later. Travis would sleep in bed with her and her husband and would even take baths with them. No comment on that. Travis could open doors with keys, he knew how to watch TV, bro could drive, and he would even drink wine with his owners. To the point where Sandra said this, and I don't think anything has ever aged worse. And it's not like Travis didn't have incidents where people saw what he was capable of. One time he bit someone so hard that it drew blood and they had to go get a rabies shot, but when that person filed a police report, it was never investigated. I wonder why. Another time, Travis was in a car when someone threw a bottle at him, causing him to hold up traffic for hours and evade cops as he attempted to get his lick back. But nothing ever happened and nobody did anything because they claimed Travis was only playing. I wonder why. However, after that, Sandra decided to keep Travis inside at all times. And after her husband passed and her mental health declined, so did her ability to care for Travis. So now Travis was stuck inside, overweight from eating nothing but junk food, depressed and never able to socialize with his own kind, and bro was very much maidenless. Oh, and he was on Xanax. At that point, Travis was just a landmine with a pulse, and in 2009, it finally exploded. While helping her friend lure Travis back inside, Charlotte Nash held up his Tickle Me Elmo to get his attention. Travis charged and proceeded to horrifically maul her. Travis brutally mutilated the woman, even after getting hit in the head with a shovel and stabbed in the back with a butcher knife. Eventually, Travis was put down and Charlotte Nash survived. But her face and hand had literally been torn off. It was so bad that first responders and cops needed therapy after witnessing the carnage. And Nope actually referenced her as a disfigured child star is seen wearing a veil, the same kind Charlotte would wear after the attack. Not to mention Gordy and Travis died in the exact same way. And in both cases, a wild animal is treated as a commodity and exploited. The result traumatized everyone involved. But at the end of the day, Travis was the biggest victim in all this along with Charlotte Nash. He should have been living his best life in the jungle as a wild animal. Instead, he was drinking wine and taking Xanax as someone's flesh. Evil. So if you're ever rewatching this movie, keep in mind that this actually happened. Here's some more facts about the Travis Chimp incident. Basically stuff I left out in the first video that I figured would be important to know. After the first incident where Travis held up traffic for hours, Connecticut actually ended up passing a law where you couldn't own a primate heavier than 50 pounds. By the time of the attack, he was pushing past 200. But the law didn't apply to Travis because people assumed that the Heralds had him for so long that he was considered not to be a public threat. Sandra Harold was actually warned by an animal control officer that once Travis reached maturity, he'd be more prone to violent and aggressive tendencies.
Well, yeah, because that's what happens with fucking
especially
kids.
since he wouldn't have an outlet for certain urges he would get once he became mature. But obviously, Sandra didn't listen. Now, a lot of people blame Sandra for the event, and I'm one of them. But I think it is worth mentioning that in 2000, her only daughter tragically passed in a car accident, causing her to literally see and treat Travis as a child since she had lost her only one. And when her husband died a couple years later, Travis was literally all she had. Not justifying it at all, but, you know, it's complicated. Travis was also visibly depressed at the loss of his adopted father. After his death, Travis would apparently take pictures of Jerome Harold off the wall and hold them tightly, clearly mourning. According to reports, Travis had been prescribed Xanax by a vet to help him calm down. He was even given Xanax-laced tea the day of the attack. Xanax is often used to help treat anxiety, but it can also cause hallucination, rage,
Look
and
at
mania.
him.
After horrifically mauling Charlotte Nash, Travis was shot 4 times. Mortally wounded, Travis went back to the house and passed away right next to his cage, which you have to assume was his safe space. On a wholesome note, Charlotte Nash actually ended up undergoing a face transplant and actually seems to be doing a lot better these days. And according to her, she's no longer in pain and doesn't even seem to really remember the attack, just what people tell her about it. And honestly, it's probably
the
better that
best,
way.
yeah.
Despite all she's been through, she's still managing to stay positive. Also, after the police officer who put down Travis was denied therapy, laws were passed to make sure cops that had to use lethal force on an animal could receive therapy for mental and emotional recovery.
Good.
On this episode of Why No Human Should Ever Try to Own a Chimp is a story that, if I'm being honest, kind of messed me up the first time I heard it. Yeah, more than Travis. Former NASCAR driver St. James Davis and his wife LaDonna had a chimp they had adopted from Tanzania named Mo. And before you say it, no, this story isn't going in the direction you think it is. The couple treated Mo like he was their son, dressing him up, bathing him, and they even taught him how to use the toilet. Mo was even the best man at their wedding.
Wow.
But after an incident in 1998 where Mo attacked and bit an officer, the couple were forced to give up Mo to a wildlife rescue center in California.
Okay.
But they loved him, and this didn't stop them from visiting Mo regularly. One day in 2005, the couple were celebrating Mo's 39th birthday and even brought him his own cake. So, important fact about chimps. Chimpanzee society works as a hierarchy, where low ranks are often bullied and forced to give up food to their superiors who get first servings. That structure is actually why baboons have become a real problem in parts of South Africa.
Okay.
You see, they tell you not to feed the baboons because when you do, not only are the baboons associating people with food, which is bad, it also means they start seeing all humans as low ranks and start expecting food, which is worse. This would be important for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, 2 other chimps saw the couple give Mo the birthday cake. Reason number 2, that was a really bad time for those 2 chimps to escape. The 2 chimps violently confronted them, and one of them bit off LaDonna's thumb. And to protect his wife, St. James Davis put himself between his wife and the chimps. What followed was, without exaggeration, one of the most horrifically brutal attacks I've ever read about. The 2 chimps mauled and mutilated the man, and if you read about exactly how they did it, it didn't seem like the chimps were trying to end him. It seemed like they were actively trying to torture him.
Oof.
One chimp chewed his finger off while another gouged his eye out. In what seems like a common chimp move, they essentially tore most of his face off. They even went as far as to chew off his genitals and a good chunk of his rear end.
Wow.
Which is another thing chimps are infamous for. They basically did everything but murk him. Keep in mind, this was all over a birthday cake. And at this point, you might be wondering where Mo was when this was all going down. As a chimp that grew up around nothing but humans, the event terrified him so much that he appeared paralyzed. Eventually, a couple workers put the chimps down, but by the time they did, the damage was already done. Former high school football player and NASCAR driver James Davis had pretty much been torn to shreds. He nearly bled out 3 times on the way to the hospital. The first 2 places wouldn't even take him. Someone even said they might as well just drop him at the coroner's office. Eventually, he was taken to a trauma center where he'd go on to have about 12 surgeries and would even be medically induced into a coma. Against virtually every force of nature, Davis survived and was discharged 6 months later.
Whoa,
the moral of the story is
really?
still the same. Davis had spent nearly 30 years of his life living with a chimp, and all it took was bad luck and a birthday cake to nearly flatline him. It just goes to show, chimps are really good at being wild animals, but really bad at being pets.
Yeah,
so I watched
kidding.
Nope, and without spoiling too much, it reminded me of something that actually happened. And I'm just gonna put that right there. This is Timothy Treadwell.
Another
If
one.
that name sounds familiar, then you know what time it is. I think it's important to mention he wasn't like a zoologist or an educator or something. He was a dude that auditioned for Cheers and then lost out to Woody Harrelson. That caused him to spiral down a path of things I cannot talk about on here. Let's just say he had his demons and his demons had hands. But he turned his life around after going on a trip to Alaska with a buddy and observing bears up close. He decided right then and there that he'd dedicate his entire life to
bear
bears.
whisperer.
Yeah. For over a decade, he watched, studied, recorded, and even directly interacted with bears. He would get extremely close to them and would sometimes even play with bear cubs. Because he claimed that he had their trust.
Big mistake.
If you watch Nope, you know exactly where this is finna go. Now, I will say Treadwell did try to make an impact by traveling all over as an activist trying to educate the public about bears and why they should be protected. But he also threatened their lives by getting way too close.
No
And as
kidding.
time went on, he started getting cocky, which led him to do the unthinkable. So a little fun fact about bears, before they hibernate, they have to eat and put on as much weight as possible.
Yes, they do.
The competition for food makes them 1,000 times more aggressive and infinitely more of a death sentence to be around.
Yup.
Against literally everyone's warning, he chose this time to go camping around them. Not only that, but he purposely set up his camp around a known bear trail so that bears would walk right past his tent. Not only that, but he refused to carry bear spray because the Steve Irwin stereotype figured the bears trusted him so much that he never needed. And not only that, he brought his girlfriend with him.
Oh.
So pretty much he chose the worst place at a worst time with no way to defend himself.
Yep.
You
good
know
job.
where it goes from here.
Yeah.
On October 5th,
Well,
2003, Treadwell spoke to a friend about how much fun he
Yeah,
was
that's with his
having.
girlfriend,
On
too.
October 6th, the Rangers found his and his girlfriend's half-eaten corpses around
Yep.
their campsite. But the most disturbing part, a video camera was actually left on as a grizzly attacked them. Another cute little fact about bears, they don't wait until you flatline, they just start eating.
they just keep
Which
eating.
meant there was a 6-minute
They'll eat
audio
you
recording
alive.
of him screaming in agony as he was getting mauled and eaten alive while his girlfriend could only watch. And since she was also screaming, the bear eventually went after her too.
Yeah.
The audio was so graphic and traumatizing that it was never released to the public.
No kidding.
You can find reenactments based on what happened on YouTube, but the original was vaulted out of respect for the family.
No
Also,
kidding.
the bear that was only guilty of being a bear was tracked down and put out of commission. Obviously, soul eviction by bear is the worst way to meet God, and nobody deserves that.
No.
But bro literally asked for it, and it all could have been avoided with one word.
could've.
Nope. Yeah, shout out to this comment, because I honestly don't know how I didn't talk about them already. So Siegfried and Roy were two German entertainers who blew up from their magic act. They were basically the magic what the Beatles were to rock. And their act often involved exotic animals, but especially big cats like tigers.
Yep.
You probably know how this movie ends. For years, the two became world famous for their performances, and especially for the ways that incorporate the wild animals. And you get the sense that they genuinely cared for all of their animals.
Did.
Especially Roy, who had been around wild exotic animals since he was 10. And it was during a show on Roy's birthday that he performed his usual act with Manticore, a 400-pound white tiger. But this time, the tiger wasn't cooperating and was instead biting Roy's sleeve while ignoring his commands. And it was while animal trainers attempted to get Manticore under control that it finally happened. In front of a horrified audience, Manticore severely mauled the leading co-star, clamping.
It was also, I want to mention this fact too, that's actually kind of left out from this report. Someone was doing something to the tiger that made it really upset. That wasn't Roy. Like some people were fucking around with it or something like that. Manticore was not having it. He was not happy, and you know, everything went to shit after that. So, but this wild animal had worked for him fine for so many years. So.
Death grip. Roy would survive, but the attack severed his spine, cut an artery, partially paralyzed him, and even caused a stroke, virtually cutting both men's careers short.
Yes.
Roy refused to blame his tiger for the attack, famously telling trainers not to hurt Manticore as he was being wheeled to the hospital for life-saving surgery.
Yeah, he did
surgery
say that.
he allegedly flatlined multiple times during. Later, Roy claimed that the attack was actually the tiger trying to save his life. Roy said he was already suffering a stroke, and Manticore sensed it and attempted to drag him to safety, the same way a mother would do to her cub.
Yeah.
However, the animal trainer that actually worked with them had a very different story. Trainer Chris Lawrence would come out and say that the real reason for the attack was that Roy's relationship with a huge cat had deteriorated. And when Roy started going off script and doing things they hadn't practiced, that's when the tiger went, you thought I was gonna say crazy? Nah, the tiger tigered. The trainer would also say that Roy had made several crucial mistakes handling Manticore and lied about what happened to protect the show, their brand, and himself. Roy basically called him a clout chaser. And I want to add, just for the record, there was literally nothing protecting the audience from the tigers. I mean, yeah, they were on a leash, but we're talking about an animal that solos that for a living.
Yeah.
Your leash means nothing. But I guess after several years of performing, Roy and Siegfried figured they had complete control over the big cats. No spoilers, but major no vibes. But yeah, long story short, a wild animal went wild animal. But why am I bringing this up? Well, a couple reasons. The largest population of tigers in the world is in India. You want to take a guess where number 2 is? Texas. In fact, this was in Houston. There are more tigers in America than found in the wild in the rest of the world.
Really?
You remember that weird phase when people would use tiger selfies as Tinder profiles? I genuinely hope none of you got laid. And if you had Netflix during the pandemic, you already know about Joe Exotic. My point is, people have had a hard-on for exploiting tigers for as long as we've known about them. And fans aren't going to want to hear this, but this was just another example of that. I will give them credit for 2 things, though. This might be the first story like this where the animal wasn't eventually unalived for being an animal.
Yeah.
And number 2, it really did feel like they genuinely cared for their animals. I say that because if a 400-pound killing machine really wanted Roy to be a hashtag, his chalk outline would have been on that very stage. When you take a wild animal and turn it into a side act, it's only a matter of time, because one thing about a tiger going tiger. And ultimately all the attack was a tiger. And just like that, I think I just gave you the entire plot of Nope without actually spoiling it. Moral of this story? Well, there's actually 2. Putting a leash on a tiger is like putting a traffic cone in front of a runway 18-wheeler and telling kids it's safe to cross. And if you really love a tiger, the best thing you can do for it is let it be a tiger. At this point, we're all very much familiar with the Travis Chimp attack of '09. But there's a whole nother part of the story that way less people know about. Chimp Party used to be a business that was run by 2 people in Missouri. The business being renting out chimpanzees for parties, TV ads, movies, stuff like that. Yeah, at this point, I don't think I even have to say it. Take a shot for every bad decision you've heard in this video. If you're still alive by the end, you just weren't paying attention. Anyway, in 2001, 3 chimpanzees escaped from Chimp Party and wandered down the road. And by escaped, I mean they walked through an unlocked door. The chimps eventually ran into an 18-year-old Jason Coates and a couple of his friends. Chimp activity followed. The 3 chimps charged at the teens who were chased into their car. And it was at this point where one of the chimps named Susie noticed Jason's dog and went after him. Jason did what any respectable dog father would do. Jason managed to escape into his house while his friends and dog were still in danger and returned with a shotgun. Now what happened next depends on who you ask. Some say Jason put down Susie after she had already been tranquilized and was no longer a threat. Jason said his friends and dog were still being attacked when he ultimately pulled the trigger. The price of defending his loved ones was that Jason was charged with misdemeanor animal abuse and the 18-year-old even served 30 days in jail.
Wow.
He was even hit with felony destruction of private property. The private property being the chimp that threatened his life. And while serving his time, Jason actually ended up missing the birth of his first child.
Wow.
Chimp Party, which later became the Missouri Chimp Foundation, ended up being forced to give away their chimps in 2020 and 2021 after PETA claimed the apes were being held in poor, unsanitary conditions. You know it takes a lot for me to side with PETA? I'd say this was a lot. But why am I telling you this story from 20 years ago? Well, Susie, the chimp that got gunned down, yeah, that was Travis's mother. Travis had already been sold by the breeders and was living with the Harolds when it all went down.
Wow.
And 8 years later, Travis would meet his end the exact same way as his mother. Only this time, it wasn't before someone got seriously hurt. Moral of this story? It takes a special type of people to make PETA the good guy.
Yeah, for real. Anyway. Time for some
and
wrestling.
Here we are, folks, back again.
Too.
Super excited to be back here at LFC 33, especially back to be sitting next to Holly Mae. How are you feeling today?
I'm great. I am great.
I'm great.
Especially after
Booty.
yesterday.
I know you are. I know you are. We'll talk more about that. Let's take a quick look at the tail of the tape. Here we have Terry Feisty Fist London coming
Terry
in.
Feisty Fist London versus Jezebel Mary.
In at 115 pounds and just under 5'4". She's coming in at 5'3" from Orlando, Florida. Across the stage is going to be Jezebella Fire Queen Marie, 0-1 Jiu-Jitsu specialist, 5'5", 135 pounds, coming in from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Wow, she just spreads her legs right out.
Terry London, who you saw up there roughing the fights last night, but I think what you're seeing of her right now is even better. What do you think about that outfit right there?
Ooh, that's different for her.
Ooh, that's different.
It's not too shabby, huh?
No, that's actually kind of cute. I like
Thanks
it.
for that video, by the way.
I would wear that.
Always a fan favorite to get in the action. Let's see your opponent now.
And next, ladies and gentlemen, representing the blue team, Miss Jezebella Fire Queen Marie.
Yes, gotta welcome back Marie to the cage. It's her first fight since her debut at LFC 27. Sexy, nerdy, inked, and curvy, where she was defeated by one Lauren Fogel.
Wow.
Marie is also a member of the Flaunt Girls, who saw their 8-year run here at the Sturgis Motorcycle Rally unfortunately come to an end. But the end of that means we get her more often, folks. And I'm liking what I see.
Booty.
That's right. Take it off because what
that's right. Take it.
is a little bit of MMA, a little bit of wrestling, and a little bit of floating. I love my
Yeah,
job.
I know you do.
Oh, wow, she sounded really mad about that. I know you do.
So you better be nice.
You better be
You
nice.
want to keep your job, kid.
I apologize.
Wow.
I'm looking forward to this. What a lovely crowd we got
Ain't
going
this
on here at
sexy?
Sturgis.
The following bout is scheduled for 3 rounds, 3 minutes per round. Introducing first, fighting out of the pink corner, with a record of 3 wins and 3 losses. She's a Muay Thai specialist standing 5'3" tall and weighing in at 115 pounds. Fighting out of Orlando, Florida.
Out of Florida.
Terry Feisty Fist London. And her opponent in the blue corner, with a record of 0 wins and 1 loss. She's a jiu-jitsu specialist, standing 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing in at 135 pounds. Fighting out of
Las Vegas.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jezebella Fire Queen Maureen.
Maureen.
And our referee, ladies and gentlemen, Brooke Gilly, with your instructions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go on a clean fight. No standing strikes to the face. Protect yourself at all times.
Protect yourself at all times. Let's get on.
A little bit of a touch gloves there. I think enough to work on.
Yeah. Well, I'm surprised they even touch gloves. Most of them really don't.
And here we go, folks. Both opponents
And here we go, folks.
Clean it out a little bit. Then we're getting the action. Nice shots to the midsection.
Oh.
Wow.
Going for the clinch. Oh. Terry not having that. Jezebel on top. We got Jezebel in the black, and we got Terry London in red. Oh, big strong shots to the midsection. Terry pulling her in.
Strong shonks.
Good shots from the bottom. Jezebel in top control there. Doing a good job putting her down. Oh, nice kick out there by Terry. London grabbing her by the head. Face break maybe. Oh, nice little judo flip there. Oh, nice
Judo
roll
flip.
over.
Oh.
Good
Well,
job.
she does
of
know
Marie getting on the top.
jiu-jitsu, so I'd
Side
hope there'd
control.
be
Looks
a
like she's
judo
trying to work
flip.
towards the top mount.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
Nice slam to the
Right.
bottom. Terry's able to roll over on top.
Hug her. Wow, she's twerking on
Terry
her.
doing a good job maintaining control. Sitting on top. A little side to side. Back on top in the full mount.
Oh.
Marie just launching her. Great show of strength there.
Launching.
Like, did she
Get
leap
launched.
off of her? Or she got tossed
She
off
got
of
tossed over.
Wow.
There's Marie getting there in a little bit of trouble. Looks like Terry trying to work on the top. He's going to try to work some hooks in there, which is a little too high. Oh, it's like a inverted reverse scissor choke.
Reverse scissor
Not a
choke.
good spot to
Inverted
be.
her scissor
really
choke.
working
That
that
sounds
crank on the neck.
Don't look
complicated.
good.
Oh, we got the tap. That's a tap.
Oh, she tapped.
She's saying no.
No?
Oh, she
Let
tapped.
go. She
Well,
tapped.
that's the end of the round, but it looked like I saw a tap.
Well, did her top come off?
They're still going?
Looks like they're having. Oh, she might have hurt. She might have hurt. Oh, Audrey's coming in. What is going on?
What the hell?
Audrey is again attacking another fighter.
What the hell is wrong with her? Oh, there you go. Push her up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. We have a winner by submission. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner for bout 1, Terry Feisty Fist.
There's gonna be another bout.
There we have it. 4-3 now for Terry Feisty Fist London. That's what we thought we saw the tap, and there it was.
I'm not terribly concerned about this fight because I know Terry. I know what she's capable of. I don't know her opponent, but you know maybe that's all for the best. You know, who cares? Terry's fighting some unknown. Awesome.
Jezebel trying to go in for the clinch. Terry not having that. Jezebel on top. We got Jezebel in the black, and we got Terry London in red.
That's like a breakdown of it. You know what? I don't think we really need to watch the full breakdown. I think we got the gist of the fight. Let's move on. Let's move on. Ramen, you sent this in. The underrated RPG. What is it, Ramen? Oh, mean face. Dragon's Dogma again.
This looks interesting. The road splits here. Let's be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination.
Wolves!
No.
Grand sword. The beating heart of all gravity.
Do you ever shut up, NPCs?
What's this?
What's this?
Thank you, thank you.
Terrorism.
Terrorism. The rough early game. Long boy. So anyway, he eats your heart. Kind of gets my heart back. Terry, Ted.
Oh no, he's hot!
Wow, look at Ted go. Catches the thief.
Stop right there, criminal scum! Hey, clear! We're exposed here!
Curry music? Curry music. Recover stolen item. What about my heart? Alright, Edgelord, come down. Skeletons, not Dark Souls. Promise. Combat is cool. Fuck you, Griffin. Why does the character look like a Chaos Knight? Big swords. You feel like you're using a sword. Thanks, IGN. Magic with a K. Different from most RPGs. Okay, hold on. That escalated quickly. Whee! The character motherfucking skeleton. Motherfucking skeleton. Guys, chill. Is that that's a good old Skyrim. Compared to Dragon's Dogma. What the fuck is going on with the magic in this game? Wow. I give up. Whee! Bonk. Bows and daggers. Yeah, they're OP. Those ones. Oh my god. What's the order existence today, Junior? Use. Fuck that, Griffin.
Victory is ours.
Classic hybrid. That's a little something for everybody. Class hybrid. Classic hybrid. Class hybrid. So you can, warrior wizard, you know. If you know, you know.
Let's have those critical goals.
Fuck that Hydra. Particular. Those alligator people? Motherfucking alligator people? Teamwork. The original Siege boss. Okay, it's Dark Souls. Okay, now we got some Dark Souls. And fuck you. What? What? Kill this evil dragon already? Never ready. Yes, that's right. True hidden gem. Which deserves its own video if people want it. Capcom, please give me Dragon Symbol 3. I worked really hard on this video. Alright. Speaking of video games, Strog, you sent this in. Rover, 404 forever, all character intros and references. Here we go. Oh look, Termers. Burt Brummer. I get it.
Seth Brundle!
Oh, okay. The Brundlefly.
Ruffy Vampire Slayer!
Oh, I get it.
Demolition Bro!
Oh, wow.
Zebra Warrior Princess!
Wow.
Desperado!
El Mariachi, yep, Antonio Banderas. Bro Lee, yep, Bruce Lee, yep. Next. Tank Girl, okay.
Snake Broskin!
I get it. I get him.
Brolander!
Bro! Broden and Raiden. Alright, who else? Oh, Leon, yep. I see him. Bro Hard, yeah. I get it. The Expended Bro. Oh, bro, Predator is a bro? Wow.
Double Bro 7!
James Bond, Sean Connery to be exact. The Broad. I get it. The Bride. Mad Max, yep. So there's like...
Cherry Brolin!
Planet Terror, yep.
Colonel James Broddock!
Oh, hi, Chuck Norris.
Brody Marshall Soldier!
Oh, good to see Jean-Claude Van Damme. Again! Jean-Claude Van Damme. Rocketeer.
Ellen Rip Bro!
Terribly, yeah. Ripley.
Ronan the Barbarian!
Schwarzenegger.
Rosetti!
Danny Trejo. Juilliard trained actor, just get the job.
The Boondock Bros!
Oh, Norman Reedus and his fetus.
Mr. Underbro!
Mr. Underbro. Oh, God.
Ash Williams! Indiana Bros!
Oh, God. Harrison Ford, that idiot.
RoboCop!
Wow. Anybody else? Who else? A lot of Arnold, I see. A lot of Stallone. Dirty Brody. There we go. Dirty Harry. Clint Eastwood. Oh, God. He's Jeff Smith now. He lost the will. There's Sylvester Stallone again. Raid. Wesley Snipes. MacGyver. Bruce Willis again. I think we talked about Bruce Willis. Ignore it again.
Walker.
Well,
Romando.
Arnold again. An American country.
Rambo.
Sylvester Stallone. Okay, wow. Anyway, moving on. Burt was my favorite. Ramen, I saw you post it, so wait, why is it playing Broforce again? I don't know why it's doing that. That's what we moved on past that. Come on. I saw you post this in the Spook House room, and I had to add it. Walden Files. Little trailer. Little teaser, if you will. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. I saw you. By Broforce. Maybe in the future I will. Maybe. Keep your eyes, your peepers peeled. Anyway. I mean, Dirty Harry was also probably my favorite too. Burt Gummer and Dirty Harry in that whole list. Anyway, time for spooks. Gotta speed it up though, because it's like 30 minutes long and we can't have that.
Relaxing at home one evening with her family. Suddenly they begin to hear strange sounds.
Skip a bit. We're gonna go a little late tonight, but that's okay.
The voice
happens
from the bushes. Yonine Bull Davis, who lives on the Louis Bull Tribe Reserve in Alberta, Canada, is relaxing at home one evening with her family. Suddenly they begin to hear strange sounds coming from the dense thicket of bushes in their backyard. But they don't see anything there. What happens next is truly creepy. Yonine and her family all hear the same spine-chilling sound of a raspy little voice coming from somewhere in their backyard. The voice just doesn't sound normal. And then things really start to get weird.
I see. Oh, where is it?
Oh, come out so I can see you. Come out. Come on.
It's right there.
Come out. DJ. Come on
Isn't
out.
it right there?
Come on.
Isn't it right there? Just look down that thing. Or is that flowers? I can't tell.
What's wrong with you?
What the fuck's wrong with me?
What?
The creepy voice seems to mock the family, mimicking what they say and eerily laughing at them while hiding in the bushes.
Damn,
but believe it or not, the situation takes an even more terrifying turn.
I'm waiting. Show me the terror.
Come on out.
No.
Why not? Yeah,
No.
come on out. Come on. Come on out. Here, let's leave. Let's go grab that gun. No.
Where is it? Show me the demon.
Whatever is hiding in the bushes now asks, "Want to play?" And with that, the family has now just had enough. They call the local police to their house, and Duneen shows them the footage that she has recorded. The officers scout through the bush and stranger. One of the officers also hears the raspy little voice mocking him. But even though he says the voice sounds right next to him, he says he didn't see anyone in the bushes. Doneen says that to this day, this disturbing event remains unexplained. Many video commenters believe that this could be some kind of creature roaming the Louis Bowl Tribe Reserve. But what do you think this creepy voice could be? Hiding among the graves. Nuke's Top 5 viewer Savannah Escoto says that she had a very strange experience when she took her 4-year-old daughter Isabella to visit her brother's grave at the San Fernando Cemetery in San Antonio, Texas.
Now that's sad.
What is it? Come here. Why don't you want to go sit down over there?
I'm scared.
You're scared of what?
What's this? Your shadow.
There's a shadow.
What shadow?
What's that? Behind the tree.
Behind the tree?
Yeah.
Little Isabella says that she sees, quote, a girl shadow behind a tree in the cemetery and comes hurrying back to her mom. When Savannah turns her camera toward the tree, she catches what appears to be a face from behind the tree.
Okay.
The face seems to be translucent, as cars passing on the road behind can be seen right through it. So is this the girl shadow that little Isabella was afraid of? Her mom Savannah isn't sure what to think of this creepy experience, and she has no idea who or what this is.
Boom.
Before we move on to the next video, if you see anything that you think should be included in the top 5, contact us at nukestop5@gmail.com.
I won't be doing that.
Possession. This next creepy video was shared on the popular Spanish language podcast Paranormal by guest and paranormal investigator Antonio Zamudio. On the podcast, Antonio tells the story of Augusto, an 11-year-old boy who started behaving very oddly after buying a strange-looking doll at a garage sale. The little boy became obsessed with the toy, staying up all night and talking to the little doll. After hearing unexplained voices in their house, Augusto's mother had had enough. She threw the doll away. But the doll mysteriously reappeared 3 days later at their home, lying at the foot of Augusto's bed. Paranormal investigator Antonio sets out to help the family and install several static cameras throughout the home. The doll is placed in the hallway just outside the little boy's bedroom as he goes to sleep. The static camera recording the hallway catches something downright chilling.
What happens? So the doll? It's moving! It's booking it! Woo! Looks like it's pulled by a
Soon after the boy falls asleep, the doll begins to move and then seems to actually run to the 11-year-old's bedroom.
Really
Antonio and the family are shocked when they watch the footage. The investigator decides to take the doll from the family and has kept it locked away at his home ever since. So could the doll be possessed by a spirit? Or just what? Unstable. This next strange video was recorded by a CCTV camera in a horse stable, but the location of the stable and the original source of the footage are unknown. The video shows a horse in its stall, relaxed and peaceful. But around 2:39 a.m., there's an odd dark flash across the CCTV camera, and then all hell breaks loose.
Uh-oh. What's going on with the horse? Is there something in there with it? Oh, the horse ain't having it. Whoa, the horse is spooked as shit.
Something unknown disturbs the horse so much that it panics and actually breaks right through its stall. But that's not all, because as the horse roams loose in the stable, what happens next is truly bizarre.
What the fuck? Whoa. The other horse ain't having it either. Oh, did it faint? I thought that horse had just fainted for a minute. It's not happy. That's not the same horse. That's not the what the fuck? Tries to jump into stable. What the fuck?
The horse lingers at a different stall, disturbing one of the other horses as it kicks and makes panic noises. The horse then seems to angrily attempt to leap over into the other stall with that horse. The stable owner says that this incident is one of the weirdest things he's ever experienced with one of his horses. Now, this video was shared to TikTok, and comments mention that the culprit might be Jen, as apparently it is said that Jens will often torment horses. And there was also that odd dark flicker in the camera footage. So, paranormal or not, really without a source, we'll never know what happened here. And maybe this horse just randomly lost its damn mind. The passenger. Taxi driver Jarek from Baguio, Philippines is working the night shift when he spots a woman on the side of the road who needs a lift. What happens next is something he'll never forget.
Woman needs a lift. No one's there. There's nobody in the camera. No one was in the camera. The door did open though. Oh, there's no one there? No, yeah, no one's there. Is she gone?
Wala. Diyos ko po. Wala. Multa ata yung nasakay ko ah. Ay,
shit. I won't get any service for that.
Wala. Multo yung nasakay ko. Diyos ko.
My God.
May sumakay kanina.
Ghost Ride.
May sumakay kanina. May sumakay kanina, pero bakit nawala? Scout Barrio sabi. May sumakay kanina, wala.
Wow, Strug. I think you're real clever.
We can see the taxi door open and close, and Jarek swears a woman wearing a long white and purple dress stepped into his taxi, requesting to be taken to Scout Barrio, a neighborhood in the city. After a short drive, he looks into his rearview mirror to discover that there's no woman in his car. She has disappeared. He's baffled and looks around the back seat in startled disbelief. Jarek says he was tired and never got a good look at the woman's face, but he's certain a woman got in his car. So could it be that Jarek gave a taxi ride to a spirit? Or just what do you think was happening here?
Who knows?
The thing in the cave. Nuke's top 5-year-old Raul Garcia Ogando reached out to me about something that his son caught on camera while exploring an old mine in El Paso, Texas.
What do you find? A demon? There's some shuffling going on.
Did you see it? As Raul's son pans the camera, someone or something can be seen hiding in the darkness of the cave. Raul explains in his email that he didn't see anything at the time and didn't notice the figure until they looked back at their videos later. So what is this? Let me know. A mystery in the mirror in Morocco. Nuke's top 5 viewer Carlo reached out to me about a strange video recorded by his sister Grace during a trip to Morocco. Grace and her husband are at the Riyadh La Rusa Hotel in Fez, Morocco. Grace decides to take a video of the beautiful 17th century palace-style interior. What happens next is truly bizarre.
Morocco right now.
Is this door going inside? This is going outside.
Inside, outside.
We're now heading to the... Oh, there it is. Oh, sorry.
Oh.
A man appears out of nowhere, startling Grace so much that she apologizes for almost walking into him.
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
now here's where it gets weird. When taking a closer look at the footage, Grace and her husband can clearly be seen in the reflection of no man. Then in a split second, the man appears right in front of her, standing quietly. Grace then turns towards the exit, and we see her reflection again in a different wall mirror. But again, the standing man is not there. She turns around and the man is gone. Now finally, perhaps this is just normal camera blur. But when taking a close look at the man's face in the video, something just doesn't look quite right. But you decide on this. You decide on this. So did Grace capture a paranormal event on camera? Could this be a so-called glitch in the Matrix? Either way, let me know what you think.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, pardon me, sir, who appeared out of nowhere.
Your car's extended gen warranty. Popular Jordanian paranormal investigator Hassan Barbar is exploring an abandoned location somewhere in the middle of nowhere, when suddenly he hears the sound of his car alarm going off in the distance.
سيارتي بتزمر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
I don't think that's gonna save you. Just saying. Jin's trying to go for a joyride in your car, but...
أخوان سيارتي بتزمر.
Now obviously Hassan wants to know what triggered the car alarm, and he heads back to check it out. What happens next was all captured live on Snapchat.
Oh my God.
يكون ورا السيارة ويهجم علي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله خايف يكون ورا السيارة ويهجم علي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله الذي لا يضر عليم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Someone yelled at him.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله. بسم الله.
Something jumps out at Hassan, absolutely scaring the shit out of him. He eventually regains his composure, but when he looks around the car, he finds nothing and no one.
Just a prank, bruh. Here in the Jordanian desert.
Unfortunately for Hassan, this isn't the end.
السيارة ابوي يكون طب خلينا السيارة تشتغل يعني. ايه بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله بسم الله بسم الله الذي لا يضر مع اسمه شيء. هيك
Get in, loser, we're going shopping. We're going to the bazaar.
هاي في ضوء عدين اخوانا وكلبه ما بعرف. بسم الله. السيارة شغالة يا اخوان. لا اله الا الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Hassan's car seems to just drive away on its own, eventually coming to a stop a little way down the road. Hassan is shocked by the bizarre experience as he once again finds no one in or around his car. The investigator has had enough. He ends his live stream and drives home, presumably wanting to be sure that his car doesn't just drive home without him. So did Hassan capture creepy Jinn activity live on camera? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax?
Probably that.
You decide. The Old Sacred Heart. Restaurant employee Nikki works at Ozone Pizza, located in the old abandoned and restored Sacred Heart Hospital in Pensacola, Florida. The hospital was built way back in 1915, and except for the pizza restaurant, the large structure is mostly empty. It's said that the old hospital is haunted by former patients and the ghosts of nuns who worked there. It's 11:30 at night and Nikki decides to go on a walk around the hospital with his co-workers after their shift.
That's normal.
That's when the group spots something very creepy.
Do you see it? Do you see it? It had arms.
Dead horns.
No, those are arms.
Oh my god, it's a real person.
No, those are arms now. No, those are arms.
Those are arms.
No, those are arms. No, no, I don't care. Those are arms.
She has another hand on, I see it. That's arms.
The building is completely empty, yet someone can be seen standing behind a window. The group freaks out and have no idea who or what it could be. Nikki and his friends believe that the creepy apparition might belong to one of the nuns who used to work in the hospital. And a close-up of their capture does indeed look a bit like a thin woman who can be dressed in a nun's habit. But again I ask, what do you think this is? You decide. The dark thing in the basement. TikTok user Will Graves is home alone when he starts to hear the disturbing sound of someone walking around in his basement. Now Will believes his house to be haunted, so he starts recording and cautiously heads downstairs to check it out.
TikTok. So my power's out at the moment in the basement. I swear I keep hearing someone walk. I don't know exactly what it is.
Nothing weird's in the basement.
But it's kind of creepy. Laundry room still has power, so that's good. But the rest of the basement's power is completely out, which is very strange. I'm not sure what the noise was, but I don't know. I'm home alone right now, so.
So you should totally go around in the basement when no one else is there with you.
Come back. No, nothing back there. I don't know. There's been a lot of strange things happening
in my neighborhood.
Figures, shadows. So, I don't know. Maybe some tips, advice would help out. I can't really see anything, but there's no one in here.
Did you see it?
No.
As Will walks downstairs into his basement, someone can be seen standing inside his bathtub, weirdly just facing the wall. When Will about 30 seconds later, the figure has completely disappeared. Will says that he's done several paranormal investigations at his local cemetery, and he believes something might have followed him home.
Yeah, shut up and remove
But
the
is it
bodies.
real, or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide.
Wow, he's just
Thanks so much for watching. As always, my schedule is weird, so please hit subscribe and also hit the little bell notification icon so you never miss a video. Follow me on the socials if you've got some random comments, because most of the time I answer. Or if you say something horrible, I block you. But one of the two.
If you say something horrible, I block you. Wow. Anyway, moving on. Come on. Come on, let's get past the first thing here and then get to the food. Which I know you guys are going to be so hungry. You're so hungry now, chat. I'm sorry. I was working on your dinner. I promise. Buy an origin story.
Raised in
here we go. This is bad. Biden tells group of rabbis he was raised in a synagogue of Delaware. What? You're Catholic. Shut up.
You might say raised in the synagogues of my state.
What?
You think I'm kidding? I'm not. But back in Wilmington, Delaware, Bad Shalom was a home of countless friends for me.
What? My observation. I know he's full of shit. Alright. Alright, everybody, you know who's up first in the bat for food. You know who it is. If you don't, well, you shouldn't be surprised. Homemade beef Wellington, guys. Homeboy. Are you ready for some beef Wellington?
Cut all the way down.
How are you? Chet, are you ready for beef Wellington? You better be. Because if you're not, well, I can't help you. That's a struggle you have to, talk to God about.
Cut all the way down.
Sausage time. Look at that.
Now you come through. I'm coming in. Cheese slices.
Coming.
You see? It's got to be done nice and neat. It's almost an entire pack of cheese.
An entire pack. Don't eat it.
Now, I'm coming in because I want to really fold this in. I do not want this to leak out. Now you get your bacon.
Wrap it around town.
Right around here. It's better if you tuck the bacon so that it rests on there and can't come loose. You see?
Some bacon is ruined.
So we got the bacon stropped in. Just drop a little seasoning on this, you know?
Okay, homeboy. Drop that seasoning.
Put a slice of bacon on each side, decide tell temperature, okay? And watch the bacon. All right, let's hit it up. Let's hit it up. Have fun, big boy. Do your thing. Do your thing. Oh, goodness. Wow. The bacon's done. Too done.
This is some done bacon.
Yeah, but that's how I tell how the meats, how well the meats cook. I look at the bacon. When I see the bacon turn, that's how I know, okay.
You need the meat thermometer.
So I need this to be about the same length. So I'm gonna take off this piece right here. Perfect. Now I come straight down. Oh yeah.
Oh, that meat just fell right on the floor.
Oh yeah, perfect.
It's so good.
I gotta make sure that stays the way it is. Right? So how do I do that?
Twine it.
I grab my cooking twine. And this allows me to go around twice, you see? Damn. Doesn't matter if it open up a little bit, you see? Now guys, you get this in our bottle.
Oh my god.
Okay, you want this bottle all over this.
Wow.
Actually, I'm gonna put this here now.
Oh my god.
You can bring the rest over. Guys, now we come in and pick up our bad boy.
Just throw it in the deep fryer.
Oh yeah.
Wow, guys. Wow, that's so dangerous.
Okay, come on. Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
All the oil went everywhere on the counter.
There we go. So we put that here.
Well, like stuff.
Roll this bad boy over. Okay.
Moment of truth. Oh, that meat is so rare.
Look at that.
So rare on the inside. Wow, that meat is rare as shit.
Boy. There you have it. Okay?
That meat is so fucking rare. Wow, that meat is rare as shit.
This Iron Man cooking, okay? This man's cooking. Stay delicious.
Don't forget the Dorito crust, yeah. Cobes would add that. Wow, that was bad. Anyway, let's go to Jamaica. And we're going to speed this up, too, because this is a longer video. Again.
So you like Bob Marley? Yeah.
Do you like Bob Marley?
Roots, man. Or shall be Jamaica.
I have to go back, because it's skipping a bit, but... We'll
Rastafari.
Rastafari. Watch together on my actual Jamaica. 5 speed, but we're here.
So you like Bob Marley? Yeah. You ever heard him say logwood burning through the night? Logwood burning?
Welcome back to Hellshire Beach, a place where the vibe, the food,
and the people keep you coming back for more.
Rat Andy, the roots man, original in J.A. El Shabit, Jamaica. Jamaica, Rastafari.
Jamaica.
To hell shop. Trying a spot we never filmed.
A spot you never filmed before, huh?
Yeah, man. The same thing I do is what loud. Music, yeah, reggae.
Reggae.
Like 20 years ago almost. Hey. Wow. See the grill here. There's all small restaurants. It's our restaurant. Everyone is our restaurant around here. Each individually own. Everybody buys fresh from the sea.
Everyone owns a restaurant. Good to know.
They're gonna
really ruin that with the live action.
Yeah, man, so snapper.
And the left over here.
I love
snapper.
Whatever you want to do. Plain snapper. Red snapper.
Let's do a big red snapper. Nice. So in Spanish we call it pargo.
Pargo?
Pargo. In case you go anywhere.
Pargo.
Pargo. Call the fire right there.
Rotted.
Amazing. Right on the water?
Them snap.
It's great. Your name is Amiro? Amiro.
Yeah, festival I think so, Bobby.
Yeah.
Alright. What do you need?
Step inside the kitchen and you're greeted by the sound, the smell of Helsha Beach.
Hear the fire.
The smoke from the logwood, the sizzling sound of snapper frying in hot oil, all arouse the senses and leave your mouth watering.
I can see the oil. This is getting cold.
But fried in the same pot as the fish. Temperature control on this stove is quite easy. Add oil.
Two big red snappers. Massive guys.
Right, I'm going to get some festival sauce. You see that they have the texture on there, which is something that has to go with it.
The festival.
Flour, cornmeal, sugar, salt.
Doubles. It's a caloric.
This one has a big one. It's a little sweeter though.
It's sweeter and it's long. It's like a big stick.
Right. Some people
Big
add
stick.
the sugar, you have the baking powder, and you have cornmeal in there with upper or flour. So it swells up, puffs up. It's real crunchy. Little sweet pick up the heat. How you living here, man? Are you living here? Like a cucumber. Cool as a cucumber.
He's a YouTuber. Wow.
Hot man.
You know?
Yeah, oh, right. I don't know how to do it.
Imagine you have to introduce yourself to people that way. I'm a YouTuber. Can't imagine. I've been one of them food YouTubers. They do that for a living. They eat exotic food. No, snapper's really not that exotic. The way they're making with escovitch is actually from Spanish. You Jamaica was ruled by the Spanish first, then they were ruled by the British. And eventually gained some freedom from the British.
The eyes never lie. You have to check the eyes.
Yeah, they're like hazy?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
That is it.
British colony for their so they accept United States.
Slicing the fish allows the seasoning to get right down to the bone. It also allows the oil to go right to the bone for those who like their fish fried dry and crunchy.
Crunchy.
Can you give me 1 second? So what are you seasoning with?
When fish is fresh, there's no need to
oil
and pepper. That's all you need to bring out that flavor.
No, to overseason it. Okay. Just salt and pepper. When fish is good, you don't really need much seasoning, that's true. Ooh, chat.
Different type.
Don't need
You say you like
seasoning.
Mali?
Yeah.
You ever heard him say logwood burning through the night?
Logwood burning?
Oh, Mr. Shrimpy, man. Original Mr. Shrimpy. Pandidi. Yeah, man. Original. Leave that out. Soak the pepper, you know. Yeah? I have enough pepper, you know.
Yeah, man, they want to...
Never can have enough pepper.
Yeah, try this.
Soaking.
Then I soak.
They said I want to soak the pepper.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pepper.
Come on.
Once I try it.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, the food looks good, but the presentation of being in garbage bags.
The flavor, it have the sweetness of that shrimp and the crunch on it, make you know that it's cooked perfect. I know some milk waters they come from because when you cook them like that, you must know that pepper shrimp country man this. It's original.
I always probably just using the carry around. That still does not look appealing to me. I don't want to eat
That's 38 here.
Yeah, them see that we out, you know?
Yeah, when beach right there.
Yeah, when beach there, no beach there
I
again.
just don't think
When they have beach front, you know?
We don't even look that bad, but then again, if Jenny's here, because the bugs. That's right, Jenny, they are bugs.
Yeah, man.
Yes,
no,
man.
man.
Done with it already.
Yeah, correct,
Side.
Soft shell side.
And this is yeah. Show the customer the difference, you know?
Yeah, man.
Our menu with a Philly pepper shrimp. Pepper swimmers.
Loading up some more.
Yeah, man.
Wow. This is the nicest snack I've ever had, man. You and me.
Yeah, man. I like the business, you know?
Of course.
In the whole Caribbean or Jamaica. Produce the best pepper shrimp, you know?
Best pepper shrimp.
Yeah, man.
Let me show this. It's right here. Light. Let's go light. Go on, guys. Go light.
That's a lot of shrimp.
Wow, this smells amazing.
Escabeche.
Bamiyan Festival.
Bamiyan Festival.
Bamiyan Festival.
Ooh, and some fried fish.
And the reason they cover it is for the flies?
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, flies.
You want to drink?
Water. Escabeche.
Escabeche. Yeah, man. You have the Spanish in it, that's why you do it. Escabeche, but it's Escabeche is what we call it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Spanish influence, like I said.
What we really have is some of the oldest foods in Jamaica. This is how the indigenous Jamaicans, the Arawak Indians, would prepare their food. The cassava especially is one of the oldest ways. How they squash it, milk it, and make bami out of it. It's very tedious. And the fried fish as well, or roast fish is how they would have done it. Escabeche is coming back from the 1400s when the Spanish came to Jamaica and saw the indigenous Arawaks. And they introduced escabeche to us.
Wow. So escabeche, look at that. So some onions, and it's like, what is this?
Yeah, that's Scotch bonnet pepper.
That's Scotch
so,
bonnet?
funny enough, different places create escabeche in their own way. Oh. So you might have some that have onions and some that have green peppers or bell peppers as you would call it in it as well. Mm-hmm. Some people will have will have pimento in there as well, and that will just create different flavors like within the sauce itself. It's hot. You have to have it.
And they do have this is the bami. They got freshwater shrimp. And they got
it's hot.
Well, yeah, it's hot. It was boiling in oil. What do you expect?
So how do we pair this? Sorry.
You're going straight for the eye.
I'm going straight for the
eyeball. Not eye.
Not eye.
Not eye.
You know, the eye has a lot of good properties.
Yes, it does.
Well, how do we eat this?
So just rip right.
Just pull it right off.
See how they do it?
Cut.
You can just flake it right off. So you see it right off like that. And you have all that meat, all that seasoning inside as well.
I feel like just diving into this.
Yeah, man, have to.
Look at that.
Bone-in pizza.
The bones.
There's a lot of bone. Bony fish.
This is Jamaican food I didn't know about. Because you hear about the jerk chicken, but you don't really hear that much about anything else.
We have so much more than just jerk chicken to offer, that's the thing.
Well, all those spines.
And on the seaside, the freshness of it, no need to over-season it. Salt, pepper, put it in the frying pot, crunchy and nice.
All natural?
All natural. You're tasting the flavors, you're not tasting the seasoning.
That is nice. Fresh. You can taste sea while seeing the sea.
Yeah. I like this from sea to plate.
Oh, here, grab one of these?
No,
you're supposed to mix it with the fish? Or?
Well, you can mix it with the fish, or you can just add it on.
Like fish on top?
Just add it to the fish on top.
Oh, it's not taco?
Yeah.
And you put the escabeche?
Put the escabeche on it.
With this?
You can add it on there from anything.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Bring it across, there you go.
Mine just dropped right here.
I might make it a little Scotch bonnet pepper and a little.
It's all good, man. I love spice. It's like juicy already. The spice
and the crunch.
And the crunch. You know, I love how it's the outside like a nice crust, inside very doughy.
Very, and it has a little sweetness to it.
It's good. Yeah. Oh. I didn't know this is lunch.
This is your appetizer with the lobster next.
This is appetizer for the lobster. Spiny tail.
So fresh. Clean. There's a word here in Patois for like natural.
Well, we can't call it ital because that is the rat. But this, the natural way of saying is it's just nice.
This is nice.
It's just nice.
It's nice. Just like drop that right there. So I haven't added any of the scotch bonnet, but you know what? I'll add it right now.
That's what I was asking.
That's what we need to do, right?
Look at that. It's like a bucket of flavor.
Or bucket of flavor.
Bucket of flavor. Wow. Face. The actual freeze on my fucking watch to get a hilarious me actually put it in his mouth.
Come on. Scotch bonnet, pepper, little onion. Yes, right there. That's bucket of flavor or like a
bucket of flavor.
Bucket of spice.
So good.
Yeah, man.
So good.
That is it. That is it right there. No, nice.
Just right.
Perfect.
I didn't expect it actually to be this good. Like extremely fresh. You know, it's hard because I get fresh fish a lot in Miami.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
coming down here to get that fresh snap up. You get yellowtail and everything, all of that from Miami all the time.
I'm too spoiled, man.
I know, look at me.
Oh yeah, when you live in Miami, you live in Florida.
This is epic. Whoa, do we hit the weight?
Yep.
Ganja wine, we have iron pipe, we have moringa roots, we have number talking about them. Health to root teacher. Sex marathon, ganja wine, fix up your back, fix up your make you man love your natural. Iron pipe, we have moringa roots, we have noni juice. Health power, real power. Non-alcohol, non-sugar roots, we have ganja wine. We have the noni juice also, non-alcohol, non-sugar roots. Fix up your structure, build back your immune system, re-strengthen your whole entire body.
Re-strengthen the whole body?
Yeah.
A shot?
Yes, just a shot. Every other day, not every day. If you take it every day, you'll only put in back more than what you lost.
Got it.
Yeah. So you take a shot every day. Marathon, ganja wine, yeah.
Ganja wine.
Non-alcohol, non-sugar roots, you know. This one is 6-year-old. Buried under there for 6 years after boil for 12 hours. No alcohol, no sugar. Revitalize, re-energize the system, build back the immune system. Build back the family. It's the last year I live, you know. Bless you, Lord. Jah, Rastafari, Ras Andy, the roots. Jamaica, Rastafari, Jah, I clear. Blessed love, more life and strength. Blessings. This is the 6 marathon, ganja wine. Rebuild back immune system. Will it make you high? Fix back your body, fix back your body, fix back your cock. Yes.
Will it make you high?
Yes, if you drink too much.
It will make you high.
What's that?
Yes.
Can we have a shot?
It's recommended you have a shot.
So what's that? One shot?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, just like
I said it by the cue.
Yeah.
Oh, you
said it by the Mickey.
By the whole thing?
Yes, I said it by the whole thing, you know. This is for the price is here.
Jamaica, we have a bobsled team. No people, so you know they can't believe. Sorry, cool running is my favorite as a kid.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's gonna open it with a knife. I thought it was actually not the damn thing with a knife.
Shot it.
Shot it?
Yes.
Sorry, bro. You got bones.
This is one of those rust. I'm gonna try that to you, man. Might as well.
You too? Yeah.
You know,
come on, man. We tried.
Alright, here we go.
Whoa, it smells like bitter.
That's what it is.
It's beer bitter?
It's not gonna be a little sweet. It can help with the meat.
Yeah. A lot of chronic in here, though.
A lot of chronic in there. No shit. Ganja wine.
Not chronics, you know?
No, it tastes like grass.
This an old video?
That's
No,
natural grass.
Natural grass.
Blessed Lord.
Not super old.
Take a shot.
It was done a few days ago. Maybe like 8 days ago.
Peanut.
Yes.
You want the peanut? It's a peanut there.
Rob,
peanut in here.
Yes, right.
Peanut in there.
Show the peanut now. Whenever it reaches night, all of the nuts go to the bottom of the bottle. All of these go to the bottom of the bottle.
It's a 3 years of very. That one 6 years.
Right. Yeah, more recent one.
When I come on top, what you know, they just mix up and they're coming up.
He's with that YouTuber guy. Sauces. Look at all the sauces he has.
Everything good for next time. Alright, thanks, yeah.
Thank you.
Hey?
We're gonna make some lobster.
Whoa, when you know.
So there's spiny lobster.
Oh, spiny lobster.
Spiny lobster is what we
get more water. This is what we get in Miami too.
Well, of course you do. Same water. open. A lot of people know spiny lobster mostly just for the spiny lobster tail. There's more of it you can eat, but the tail's really good. That's where most of the meat is. Flip that open. Yep. I'll go sneeze. I am. Thank you! Wow. Throw it in the bucket. Get the oil. Coconut oil.
Fire! Gunshot!
So we'll let them dry on each side for 15 minutes. So each side, give them 15 minutes dry, and then we flip it, and let it dry for 15 minutes. Okay. In the hot oil, then give off that oil, that's how you cut off. So all of these that you see, those are the two that pass. You let the oil splash, you know? So you kind of get rid of them, so you...
So you're gonna let it fry for 15 minutes. After that, I'll flip it for 15 more minutes, and then we're ready to eat.
Yeah.
This is the Jamaican festival.
It's the best.
The best.
The best.
Alright.
I'll do it.
Can you say it when it's cooked? Speak loud.
Yes, 10 minutes now.
Ooh. Oh, 4 pieces, 4 pieces.
So here we have the garlic.
It almost looks like oyster rockefeller.
And you had to make 12 of these festivals.
Oh.
Right there.
Yeah.
Those are the festivals.
We're going in?
Well, we ain't going with the fork.
We're going with the
We're
fork.
just picking up with it.
Going with the fork, you can do it like...
You know, it is Caribbean. It's a simple twist and turn.
Yeah.
And everything should come on. Yeah. I'm gonna get
turn.
Caesar. Yeah, one pull. Like that.
One pull.
Everything should go.
Yes.
There we go.
That?
Yeah, man.
The big chunk of meat.
You can't see. You guys are ruined.
Little escovitch. Everything on top of it.
Spicy.
We like been saying that a lot.
No, but you know, because I didn't expect all this level of heat.
Yeah.
Smoky. Ooh, the crack.
Oh, hear the crack. Yeah. Go right
Still meat
into
in
that
there.
shell. Yeah, man.
Still a lot of meat in here.
You, my friend, know how to eat lobster.
Bro, I'm Caribbean.
Bro, I'm Caribbean.
Born and raised in Miami. Being in lobster my whole life.
Spiny lobster too.
Spiny lobster. Even though I love the main lobster.
The claw.
Yeah, of course. But this is different.
My pricing.
With the end.
You taste the freshness. It's almost like the salt water in there still.
Seaweed right there.
Yeah.
Like seawater.
Yeah, man.
You guys have sea moss here in Jamaica?
Yeah, we do.
Ooh.
Irish moss is what we call it. Popular Rasta drink. Yeah, man.
I need it.
I need it.
Buy one too.
He's just all for it. It's great.
My jam.
Yo.
My jam.
This is what most people come here for this. The fried lobster.
It's amazing lobster.
Yeah. The fried lobster, Hellshire Beach on a whole, that's what it's known for. So the fish is amazing, the festival is amazing, but the fried lobster, them say something with the oil. That's the only logical explanation that we have.
And this is the other reason they come here.
That's it.
For the festival.
Yeah, hit the spot.
No, it definitely does.
Get in there, David. Let me see how you deal with the garlic.
Let me see. I'm trying. Oh, it's fine though. Let's just look at.
Wow.
Is that peppercorn on top?
Yeah, that's pimento or pepper. Pimento.
Berry.
That's how you come it.
Garlic. So buttery. Yeah, this is better than this pizza. My personal opinion. Oh wow. Can I crack it open? So you know how to eat lobster.
That's how you know how to eat lobster. You know how to deal with it, as we say in Jamaica.
Hello. Can I get a bottle, please?
Oh wow. Good stuff, man.
Yeah, man.
So you told me that you have a bottomless pit.
Yeah, pretty much. Can't.
No. So much.
Yeah, man, respect, man.
It's been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm super full. We're done. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.
There he goes. Anyway, moving on. Strog, you sent this in. Speaking of food look good, here you go. It's coming. Smoked brisket by Chef Andy. He gonna do good. I know Andy.
We're smoking brisket.
I'm smoking brisket. That's right, Andy.
Let's do it. Season.
That's right. Very good.
Flip it.
Mm-hmm. You gotta flip it.
All right.
Hell yeah.
Small smoker.
Yep, time to go to the smoker.
Sharks. Look at that.
It's going. Put it in the smoker. There you go. Damn. Not the only thing we're cooking in the smoker, it seems. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Very good.
Let's just check his out, guys.
I'm checking.
Out of the cooler.
Yep, gotta put in the cooler. That's right. Gotta cool down that meat.
Rest.
Yep.
Holy crap, look at that brisket.
Look at it. Very nice. Juicy. Oh, very good.
Wow, look at that. Not bad. I love it.
Hell yeah. Adam. His name's Adam. I thought Andy. Adam. Now we have to suffer, Strog, because you want to play games. But it's at 1.5 speed, so don't worry too much. $59 soup. Earlier tonight. So this is a more
waiting on my money
video.
to come in from Etsy so I can do my next food hack. It's not my birthday. If you're going to be stupid in the comment section, you're just going to get banned.
Wow,
Am I drinking today?
What a
maybe.
butthurt loser.
My food hack comes first, though.
Here we go.
I got an idea for a custom-made soup that I want to do on YouTube, but it's going to cost a pretty penny, so, yeah. I'll get like $59, I can pull that food hack for YouTube.
59 bucks. $59 later. Oh, God. Don't
Good eatings, fellow YouTubers. It's your boy, King Cobra JFS. We're going to make a delicious bowl of soup.
Oh, fuck.
And it starts with a humongous bowl and some butter to give it flavor.
I post good food, Gene post poison.
We're going to take some Country Crock Original, and we're going to throw in a couple of...
Cereal bowl not required. Sorry, clean bowl not required. That bowl is dirty as shit.
Bowl of butter spread, and we're going to microwave it. Yes, microwave it, I say. Yes, YouTube, we're going to melt that butter.
Wow, it's not even butter, Cope. Shut
We're
up.
going to melt the butter, and we're going to make sure we have some of this Doritos dip spicy nacho cheese.
Wow.
You're going to want some of that Frank's Red Hot Buffalo Wild Wing sauce, the original OG Buffalo sauce.
I hate
None of the mild shit, mind you.
Not the mild shit, mind
Oh,
you.
that's good. That's bloody good. And then we're going to take some of that Doritos cheesy dip. Pour a little bit in there like that.
Oh, my God. Put all of it in. Who you kidding?
There it is. There it is.
Cheese
And of
soup.
course, we're going to pour in some Frank's Red Hot Buffalo sauce.
Yeah, a soup, all right. Wow, Cobes.
Stir it around. Bacon bits. Some delicious cheddar cheese. I went to get the sharp, but they were out of sharp, so they gave me a medium, which will work just fine.
Cream,
cheddar
caffeine
cheese. To pep my senses. We have two different kinds of soup. Campbell's chunky New England clam chowder and a steak and potato soup.
Why?
And I want to pour a little bit of each into our bowl of goodness.
Is this like a surf and turf attempt, or what's
Yeah, shake them up, eh? Right. Steak and potatoes. They have the pulp tab on them, so we don't need the can opener.
Oh, God.
Throw in a little bit of that steak and potato action.
Oh, my God.
Now we got steak and potato flavor in there. We're going to add...
Yeah, the flavor in there.
See that?
Right?
To the sauce, we're going to add some New England clam chowder. Nice thing about soup is you don't got to microwave it. If it's in the can like this, it's already cooked.
Oh, God.
I'm going to go ahead and throw that in there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
We're going to add clam chowder next.
You didn't have to do this.
Clam
You
chowder
didn't have
in
to
there,
be this
just
way.
like that. With our steak and potato flavor. Stir it around.
You didn't have to be this way, Cobes.
Give it a good stir, YouTube. This should give us plenty of room to finish topping off our soup. Give it a stir. Oh yes, this will be a very nice, hearty, cheesy soup. Shocker, I know. Real bacon bits from Hormel.
Real.
But of course, you add bacon bits to it.
I hate it.
We're gonna add more bacon bits to the top of it. But this one's empty.
No way how this is going to taste, but there's that.
Oh my God.
So delightful. Now we're going to microwave it, see? Some Le Crème medium cheddar cheese. Then we're going to throw it on top of the bacon. I wanted to get a sharp cheddar cheese, YouTube, but they were out, so they gave me whatever they had. It's a cheddar cheese nonetheless. Now I'm going to take that rustic cheese.
Rustic. It's a rustic
and those bacon
cheese,
bits.
huh?
And we're going to stir it around into this big crystal bowl of delight. This is going to be delightful, I reckon.
No, I don't think it's
going
to be
stick
good.
this bowl of cheesy, soupy goodness
I don't
in the
think
microwave.
It's going to be good
right?
at all.
We're going to microwave it until that soup on the inside is piping hot. We're going to watch it like a hawk, YouTube, and we're going to microwave it until this gigantic bowl of soup is, how shall I say this, piping hot, like I said, you know what I'm saying?
What? I just microwave food. Don't cook it. Microwave it, it's fine.
Oh my, somebody's got beer.
Of course you do, Budweiser.
We're going to have to open one of those up for the video, huh, and save this one. Thank you to the trolls who sent me cat food. I'm sure my neighbor's cats will appreciate that.
Yeah, because you're not
But
eating
we don't
anymore,
need that
huh?
for the recipe. We certainly do not.
Wow. Living the life.
That's our hot tamales.
Oh, it's so bad.
That's some good-looking soup, YouTube.
No, it does not.
We're going to add a splash of beer.
Of course you are.
Just a little bit of beer. I'm going to
Just a
stir that
little
in there
bit.
with the soup.
A little bit of beer will do you
This is
great.
going to be a one heck of a bowl of soup if I do say so myself.
No, it won't.
There's already plenty of bacon bits in there,
Can't
so
fucking cook.
this is just strictly for flavor at this point.
Is it? Jesus
Bacon bits.
Christ.
Nacho cheese Doritos.
Ah, yes, there we go. Crunching the Doritos, too. For more of that cheesy goodness. You fucking idiot.
Very delicately stir the bacon bits in with the Doritos. A little bit more of this cheese. This medium cheddar rustic cut from Le Crème. Of course, use whatever brand of cheddar cheese you like, but we're going to add
Lucerne, Lucrane. Who knows?
Yeah,
Like, how do you say it? It's a weird word. You just slurp it, you fucking...
An entire bag of that cheese is in there. And now we're going to microwave it once more. Again, to melt the cheese on top.
I hate it. Why are you slurping it?
Now I want to, like, eat the soup down a little bit further just so we got plenty of room to microwave it.
Boy.
Gonna microwave it again. Kind of watch it like a hawk till that cheese is melted on top.
You could have just cooked it. You could have just cooked it. You don't have to microwave this. Watch it like a hawk as he leaves. Dusting his living room while he waits. Watch it like a hawk, he says.
Now I want you to see the progress of this. Look how fucking sexy that soup looks. Love that
Look,
cheese
it's
and
so
Doritos on
sexy.
top.
Oh, that top ramen
24
on
seconds,
top.
baby, let's go. I can see it bubbling like a cauldron. Hot bowl.
Oh yeah,
There
you
we
microwaved
go.
it. Ugh,
What do you people think? Look at that cheesy soup goodness. Would you rock this soup?
no.
Buffalo wing sauce. And
More
we're gonna
of it.
garnish the top of it
More
with a
heat.
couple of drops.
Can we call a health inspector and report Cobra? You could try.
YouTube, this soup is looking good.
It looks like it's
But it needs a garnish.
fucking carcass.
Besides those Doritos and all that cheesy goodness.
Garnish.
I think we bust off the Triscuits. What do you think? Just kind of
Triscuits?
stick a couple of these around the edge of our soup bowl.
Oh my god. Oh, fuck. It's so bad.
I mean, is it the prettiest looking soup? Probably not.
It's a fucking bowl of cheese.
Is it unhealthy? Oh, hell yeah, it's unhealthy.
Oh,
See
hell
what I'm saying?
yeah.
Our
It's gonna
presentation,
kill me.
YouTube. Look at that bowl of soup.
It looks so bad. Mm-mm.
Yeah,
How
throw
does
another
it
one there.
taste? Like cheese?
Put some Triscuits in the middle for a little bit of crunch action. There you have it, folks.
There
King
you have it,
Cobra's
my $59
spicy clam
soup.
chowder, steak, and potato soup. With winter right around the corner, this would be a hearty meal. It'll warm you right up.
2 hours later. Oh boy.
What up, YouTube?
Is he gonna eat it?
So here's that soup that I made.
We had some bugs added in
It's
for
cooled
some
off to where I
texture.
can eat it and munch out on it. Give it a stir and a pop.
You had to let it sit for 2 hours? That's not how soup's supposed to work, stupid. Let alone a stew.
There you go. Can you see my ugly autistic face? There we are.
Yeah, I can see it. Don't worry. I can see
too.
your ugly face.
I ain't gonna stunt. Not trying to toot my own horn. That's a
Stunt?
decent little soup.
It's a decent. Shut up.
Even if I gotta use like pre-made soup to make it, that's not half bad.
Not half bad, tubes.
It's a nice little kick of heat. The perfect amount of buffalo sauce in the soup. Excuse me.
No, not for any price.
Like, not gonna lie,
no
dude, that is a
redemption
bomb-ass
for you.
bowl of soup.
There's nothing.
Everything for me on this soup is like, yeah, I fuck with this. This is good
You
soup.
fucked with it, all right.
Get a little Triscuit soaked in that soup.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think you're doing?
People want to review my cooking video? There you go.
There's Ozzy in the background. Okay, we don't need the patrons for Bogman Chronicles. We're moving on. Like I said, we'd be a little late tonight. I still think we're going to be before... before 1 we should be done. I hope.
And my question for you is, what measures do you support to combat environmental racism, and its impact on vulnerable populations?
Environmental racism. What does that mean? Here we go.
There's so much there.
Idiot.
I mean, we talked about it in terms of equity.
That was
and
stupid what you
inclusion
just said,
and
but
diversity,
also
right?
stupid what's going to come out this bitch's mouth.
Agree and acknowledge that there are systems that have been long in place that need to be reformed. So, for example, our criminal justice system.
Oh, boy. Yeah? How would you fix
and
it?
And the work that we need to do to recognize the disparities that exist there. The disparities that exist both in terms of the cause and the effect.
You mean all the people you falsely
There is
arrested?
the work that we
Those
need
were fun,
to do
huh?
that is about fighting
Some
against
of the harshest laws in California when you were there?
policies that are now rolling out after the court took away affirmative action.
Raise your hand if you're an aneurysm with word salad, yeah. My brain hurts. Stupid bitch. Anyway. It's Doog time, everybody. He's getting sped up real fast tonight. He's talking about Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Come on.
This episode brought to you by
1.75
Dorn, the app
speed.
and debit card that can save you money today.
Ladies and gentlemen, behold the outcast, the creepy and depraved, the bizarre creations not meant for the normal world. Embrace the twisted weirdness of freak show cinema.
On July 30th, 2023, we lost Paul Rubens to cancer, and I lost one of my biggest childhood icons growing up.
I'm the luckiest boy in the world.
I was a huge Pee Wee Herman fan as a kid. There's been plenty of adults who act like children for comedy, but Pee Wee created a whole world that supported it, and often in different ways. Whether it was in a playhouse, on the road, or in a circus, Pee Wee always found an environment for his oddness to shine. Much like the old Adam West Batman series, you could watch his adventures in two totally different ways as a kid and as an adult, and both were equally entertaining. As a kid, you love the energy, silly voices, and weird visuals. As an adult, you love the imagination, surreal humor, and of course, ton of innuendos that you missed when you were younger.
Now, Pee Wee, there's two things missing from this drawing. I know, are they wrong? Sometimes I know earrings.
He created an identity and even worlds that were all his own. So I think it only makes sense to look at the movies that help create those worlds. In honor of Pee Wee, we're going to take a look at his 3 big movies, because they always had big in the title. Let's take a look back to 1985 to see Tim Burton and Pee Wee's first movie. That's Pee Wee, not Paul Rubens, as he did a few very random movies before. Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Keep in mind, this was before Pee Wee's Playhouse hit the air, so he wasn't quite an established icon. However, he was popping up in more and more places, making appearances on several shows. Because of this, there was a sense of experimentation. It had not a huge budget, but just big enough that you could explore an idea, but also work within limitations in a creative way. The film centers around Pee Wee living in basically a funhouse, playing with toys, buying props, and fawning over his prized possession, his bike.
His bicycle.
Here. When his bratty neighbor Francis, who seems to be mentally about the same age as him, about 7 or 8,
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I?
proclaims he wants the bike for himself, Pee Wee refuses, resulting in it getting stolen. He goes on a road trip to try and get it back, and naturally stumbles across all sorts of strange characters along the way.
Yes, he does.
The film is a perfect
Like
combination of both Pee Wee and Tim Burton. Maybe because both were still in the process of discovering their style, so neither one overshadowed the other. It certainly has a lot of surreal imagery that, being a PG-80s movie, is naturally scary as hell.
Oh my god.
But it also has that whimsical, out-of-left-field Pee Wee humor.
Did you tell me where I could find Kevin Morton? Marlo, do you know what stage Kevin Morton is working on?
Oh,
Yeah,
look.
it's Stage 6.
Iron Man.
If Pee Wee was just a big kid in the real world, I
Also,
feel like his
that was
antics
a-
would get kind of
that was a tranny joke.
Much like the Rock from the Sun, the charm comes from the rest of the world being odd too. There's a deleted scene where the owner of the prop store does his hair in a mohawk, which they had to cut out. But because the world is so odd and random anyway, you see him with the mohawk and nobody questions it. In a strange way, not explaining it almost makes more sense.
Yeah.
Probably just a dog.
Because the budget wasn't huge, the effects had to look a little cheap. But it just added to the bizarre nature of the film. A lot of them don't look realistic, but they do look otherworldly, sometimes having the feel of a cartoon, which is what Pee Wee usually feels like. A grown-up kid in a silly
That
animated
dummy
short.
from Leprechaun,
Everything
you're
from his
right, it
obsession
is.
with his bike, his indifference to girls, his need to get the last stupid insult.
Pee Wee, listen to reason. Come on, listen to reason.
All harken
to reason.
Act, but also how a child sees the world. To a little kid, you can befriend a bike gang by doing a dorky dance. The strange lady who dropped you off probably was a since Will sing it.
The stars at night are big and bright, big and bright.
What's the fumble?
Though that last one might be more real to life than you think.
Big ass
The side characters and all their unique quirks feel right at home in this movie. You have no idea who or what is going to pop up next, but they always leave an impression.
Andy!
Andy, no.
Even the smallest role, like the older brother from Wonder Years. He only has a few lines, but man, do you remember them.
I have been ready since first call. I am ready.
Oh.
The jokes aren't so crazy they become overbearing, but they're not so subtle you forget them anytime soon either. They're just the right amount of odd. I have no clue why Pee-wee has that voice at the end of the film he can't answer.
Paging Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, you have a telephone call at the front desk.
Maybe in the movie they thought his voice was too odd, so they dubbed it. Maybe that's how Pee-wee dubs ADR in a film. Maybe it's Maybelline, I don't know. It's part of what makes the film so intriguingly random.
Have you got any messages for room 104? No, nothing right now, Mr. Herman.
I gotta bring up the music too. If it's a Tim Burton movie, it's very likely Danny Elfman is doing the score. And especially in the early days, he would add a level of energy that would ignite what... Again, they
Oh my
wasn't
god,
that
it's just on fire.
He's got breakfast machines before where they kind of put everything together in a goofy way. But Elfman's music takes what's honestly a pretty done idea and turns it into an instantly entertaining event. The music, just like almost everything in the production, has a sense of energy even when it's trying to be dark and scary.
Clown.
There's a perkiness to everything on screen that's infectious and just puts you in a good mood. Whether it's riding by Santa Claus and Godzilla, sitting in a dinosaur's mouth, or
the first movie
Buttercup hit on you,
the best.
there's always something strange and fun around the corner. It's one of those movies I can't say is a great film, but man, it's hard to find anything wrong with it. It did such a good job defining its own world with its own rules and having such a good time doing so that it never gets in the way of its own good
No,
time.
of course not.
It's a silly but enjoyable, one-of-a-kind classic.
Now the other movies, you
And
can
there's
decide.
the other ones.
Yeah.
I'm very satisfied with these results.
I might need a
Porky?
minute before I go into those.
Yeah,
I
you're gonna
remember
talk
when
about
I was a little lad.
Billy, you're 12.
Looking for a gold star, the get it all back to school hack.
You're going back to school right now. Get out.
The first day back is almost here, and so are all the list of essentials your
Fucking
kid needs for
ads.
class.
Why are you doing that voice?
With DoorDash, you can find everything they need all in one place for an A+ year.
Why are you doing that voice so well?
With DoorDash, you'll enjoy next level convenience with delivery in the hour, making it easier than ever to get your back to school needs fast.
You're gonna miss your ride fast.
All your favorite retail, grocery, and convenience stores are on the app, so you can shop for everything your kids need for back to school.
There went the bus.
You can fill their backpacks,
There
their
went the
bellies, and the
bus.
pantry this back to school season.
All right, get in the car, you little pieces.
Be prepared before the big day arrives. Stock up with on-the-go breakfast, lunchbox staples, and brands everybody loves.
I do not love you right now.
Shop DoorDash to get everything you need for the back-to-school season delivered right to your door. Order now for stress-free back-to-school shopping. Use the promo code MovieTime to get 50% off up to $10 value when you spend $15 or more at convenience, grocery, or retail stores on DoorDash.
Who are you making a deal with? Are you dealing drugs?
That's 50% off up to $10 value when you spend $15 or more using the promo code MovieTime. Don't forget, that's code MovieTime for 50% off your next order. Terms apply.
Billy, I'm gonna count to 10 and you're gonna stop that voice.
Looks like you need Chime. You may think a credit score is no big deal, but if you're dealing with a
1,
no credit score or
2,
no credit score at all,
4,
that could be a problem for your future
5,
financial
6.
goals. Ow! That's why millions of people swear by Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Ow! Credit Builder is just a better way to build credit. Ow! You build your credit score safely with everyday purchases and on-time
How
payments.
do you know what a credit card is?
Home Alone 2. Plus, there's no annual fee or credit check to get started.
I have no son.
No annual
I
fees,
have
interest,
no
or credit
son.
check to apply. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Build credit using your own money.
If you don't stop doing that voice, I'm turning this car around.
Good, no school.
All right,
Now, with a qualifying direct deposit, you
Ow.
can get access to your money sooner. Overdraft up to $200 with Spot Me when you set up a qualifying direct deposit. Chime will spot you up to your
That
limit
is
when you make a
awful,
purchase
Doug.
that exceeds your balance.
I am asking you politely to stop.
And I am asking you politely to shut up. What? Chime has no monthly minimum balance or overdraft fees. Access 60,000 plus fee-free ATMs. That's more than the top 3 national banks combined. Easily find one near you with the Chime app. Pay friends through Chime no matter what bank account they use, and cash out your monthly fee free.
Billy.
There is no Billy, only old guy.
Do I need to call an exorcist?
Yes, your credit's a big deal, so build up yours with Chime. Just open a Chime checking account with a $200 plus qualified direct deposit to get started. Get started at chime.com/nostalgia. That's chime.com/nostalgia.
Billy, what are you waiting in front of my face?
I need you to read this.
While I'm driving?
Pull over, woman pretending to be my mother.
Crying out loud. All right, let me see here. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by Strike Bank. NA member FDIC. Chime checking account. A $200 qualifying direct deposit required to apply. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Late payment may negatively impact your credit score. Results may vary. There, can you go to school now?
I can't.
Why?
Because I really am an old man and you kidnapped me.
Oh, that's right. I'm the crazy one. Back to the basement we go.
So close to freedom.
What the? That was awful. I hated that.
Plays God of War for the first time every Friday on Twitch.
What? Doug plays God of War for the first time every Friday on Twitch. Why?
In 1988, Pee-wee was arguably at the height of his success. His
course.
movie was a smash hit, his new kid show was a smash hit, he was popping up all over the place. He even hosted Saturday Night Live and The Late Show in character.
You used to own a house here when you were a giant teen star with Fabian, right?
Yeah, we were both teenage idols at the time.
Weird. So it only made sense to do a follow-up to the film that helped make him a household name.
Pee-wee's Big Top Adventure.
Big Top Pee-wee had a bigger budget than before, more effects than before, a larger audience ready to see it than before. And there's a reason you probably haven't heard it talked about in a while.
Yeah.
I watched this when it came out in theaters at the exact right age, and I put it on every once in a while, hoping this will be the time I like it. This will be when I see something I missed before that suddenly makes it brilliant. But no, not only is this not a very good sequel, but it's a very boring sequel. Pee-wee this time stays home on the farm, because there's a lot of comedic possibilities there. When a tornado literally blows through town, literally blowing a circus off the ground. When everyone is found and accounted for, Pee-wee immediately takes to the colorful characters.
Is that Bo Bridges?
Colorful in appearance, but not personality. I will get to that in a bit. And asks if he can join. The problem is, not only do they not know where to put Pee-wee in the circus, but the townspeople, made up entirely of old folks, hate the circus and demand that they leave. Okay, so a circus seems like a good setup for this character in this world. It's funny Burton didn't come back to direct this as he works circuses into his story so much. This time it's Randall Kleiser, who's directed some films I really enjoyed, some even including Paul Rubens.
See you later, alligator.
At first it seems the film is going to work, opening with a dream sequence of Pee-wee as a rock star and then disguising himself as Abraham Lincoln. And everybody falls for it.
It's Abraham Lincoln.
It has some fun actors, including Chris Christopherson.
Oh, it's Chris Christopherson. That's who it was. I was wrong.
It's a good line.
I was like, who
But
is that?
everything that
Bo
worked in the
Bridges?
first film
No,
is
it's
the
Chris
opposite.
Christopherson, of course.
The world does not accept Pee-wee. It hates him.
I don't want you running around my store, Pee-wee Herman.
Everybody in town treats him miserably. And not in a fun way, just a miserable way.
I'm sure you two beautiful ladies wouldn't mind letting me go ahead of you.
Well, we certainly would mind.
No one is as important in this community as Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman wants a pick. First come, first serve.
All right! There's nowhere to travel to, so if you don't like this location or these characters, you're pretty much stuck. And I don't know, maybe because the world of Pee Wee already seemed like a circus, the idea of introducing a real one, the more I think about it, kind of seems less magical. These circus folk are ungodly boring. They all look great, but they have no identity. Wow. It proves the point that Pee Wee isn't the only thing that has to work about Pee Wee. It needs to be the environment as well. It's so weird to see some of these incredibly charming actors. Like, I perk up whenever I see them in a film. Just invoke no emotion
by the way, both
also,
Ks,
I don't know any other way to say this. The film's a little pervy.
Children! Oh, Aunt's just teaching us to mud wrestle.
Whoa.
Okay, so there's always been innuendo with Pee Wee that had a very sexual lean to it. But part of the charm of Pee Wee is that he was a little boy in a grown man's body. Wouldn't catch on to.
Oh, look, Johnny's hands finally got here.
Well, check him out, Johnny.
Yeah, I will. I've had something I've wanted to do for a long time.
But Pee Wee doesn't really get into girls, and if he did, he didn't really know the reason why. In the stand-up special, he uses shoe mirrors to look up a girl's dress, but when she says she's not wearing underwear, he's disappointed.
I'm not wearing underpants.
He doesn't know why he's doing that. He probably just saw a friend do it and saw it annoyed her, so he did it to get attention. He's horny as hell.
Winnie.
Wow.
I guess you could argue the character's growing up, part of the fun. But even then, he seems kind of scuzzy. Like, he cheats on his girlfriend, who we later find out is his fiancée for someone at the circus.
Who was that? She's my fiancé.
They're both rightfully pissed off at him, and yeah, we are too.
Yeah,
What's charming about this? What's funny about this? Pee Wee could be bratty, but there was still an innocence to the way he acted, and this just feels very out of character. Though if you think the mud wrestling joke was just innocent weirdness, they literally show two women mud wrestling later to symbolize two people having sex. So,
wow.
Again. Also, wasn't Chris Christopherson a singer first?
Needle in a haystack is very hard to find. I met this little woman that we had an
What?
date.
It's awful, Chris.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Oh, God, no.
I'm not even sure it's supposed to work in the movie. There are weird mistakes that I can't tell if are intentional or not, but they can sometimes get a laugh for how random they are. Like the pig in this movie can talk, but he literally doesn't say anything until randomly 10 minutes in, even though he's been on screen that whole time.
Let's see how this formula works.
Okay, Pee Wee.
It's so weird to wait that long, even though there were tons of other moments where any character would have said something, but doesn't. And also, it's pretty funny knowing that's Wayne White, the designer of the show, and a pretty big name artist now.
When I first met this hippo, I was really quite rude. Now that we're together, I'm so glad I left her soon.
There's a lion who sees him literally as food. He rushes towards him, but then it cuts to him being fine. What the hell?
Who's that fluffy kitty?
There's a moment where a bit of egg salad dropped on Pee Wee's face, and he uses his fiance's dress to wipe it off. And the next shot, there's not a speck on either of them. Like, hilariously so. Also, for a while, it had the longest on-screen kiss of any movie. It goes on so long, the score actually runs out of music and then starts back up again. It's hard to say these were all intentional or unintentional or half and half, but it does help give what's honestly a pretty dull movie a little of that surreal joy from the previous one. But because it was so dull, the movie failed to find an audience, resulting in bad reviews and a dismal box office.
Yeah.
In fact, Pee Wee's praise was about to drop off because just as Pee Wee was going to the movies, Paul Rubens was also going to the movies. Pee Wee would make a few appearances after, and some of them were very funny.
Heard any good jokes lately?
But with his show being canceled and him not appearing on shows anymore, his future looked bleak. Rubens finally took a break from the Pee Wee persona and took on a few supporting roles, many in Tim Burton films, which makes sense as they were both responsible for their cinematic debuts.
Yeah.
Pee Wee Herman, as we knew him though, was out of the spotlight for 20 years.
Yes, he was.
In 2011, Paul Rubens attempted to make a comeback with the character. He took his show on the road once more, with a variation of his original stand-up. It was a mix of his old material and his new material, and for the most part, people seemed on board. While Pee Wee certainly didn't hit the height of his popularity like he did in the 80s, people were excited to see their childhood icon back. So, in 2016, Netflix and producer Judd Apatow decided to give Pee Wee one last adventure. They teamed up to give us Pee Wee's Big Holiday. I'll be totally honest, when I first saw this film, I remember being underwhelmed. But watching it again years later, it actually is better than I remembered. It clearly tries to return to form like the first film with Pee Wee going on a road trip. This time, instead of trying to get his bike back, is to go to the birthday party of Joe Manganiello. And no, he's not playing a character, he's literally playing himself. In this world, he's kind of like the cool version of Pee Wee, so they immediately hit it off. Tired of being cooped up in one place and traveling. Clearly did in the first one, but I guess this is a reset. He packs up and makes his way to California to hopefully make his friends party in town. Of course, bumping into a bunch of colorful characters along the way. I like the guy celebrity that's not a nobody, but not a household name either. And he plays up doing the same stuff as Pee Wee, but in a cool way very well. And it's nice to see Pee Wee traveling again, regaining that spontaneity that was missing in the last one. Plus, the film is funny. Most of the jokes have either comedic or surreal payoff. Like when Pee Wee dreams of being at the birthday party, he dreams it in Spanish. There's absolutely no reason why. Once again, that just makes it even funnier. So why do I remember this film not being that great the first time I saw it? It's obviously trying to be like Pee Wee's Big Adventure again, but it turns out that's the issue. I'm constantly comparing it to Pee Wee's Big Adventure.
Yeah, which that's
I wouldn't really do that with the
one,
kids
like
show.
I said.
Hell, even Big Top Pee Wee I could kind of accept as its own new thing, but there's a lot of similar beats in this one. Like every film always opens with a dream. In this one, he's saying goodbye to an ET/Maccabee-style alien, which is pretty hilarious. Once again, there's criminals on the run, there's a silly wake-up sequence, there's a woman looking to travel, played by the same actress who played Simone, there's characters that come back into the movie again, there's even a few jokes from Big Top Pee Wee where he puts on a painfully fake disguise and everybody falls for it. I don't mind too much, except the characters in Big Adventure are unforgettable. I'm always going to remember Francis and Simone and Dottie and Large Marge and Mickey and the Bike Gang. These characters aren't bad, but they seem like they're there just to perform the joke. They don't leave nearly as big an impact as the ones from Big Adventure. The only exception are the bank robbers, who I think are doing a parody of the Violent Years. One of them even has a Glenda type sweater. Also, I don't know. Man, one of these movies are like cartoons. They practically star cartoons. But still, it has a similar spirited oddness as the first film that, while not quite matching it, is still appreciated. Not every joke works, and I certainly wouldn't call it a big finale, but in a weird way that feels right. The trilogy ends with him just going to a friend's birthday party. I don't know, there's something really wholesome and charming about that. I think if you compare it to Big Top, but not too much with Big Adventure, you might find yourself having a good time with this. And that's certainly something this character has given us. A good time. Pee Pee Wee Herman is one part child and one part adult, so it makes sense his humor would appeal to one part child and one part adult. He found a unique kinetic energy that connected with kids, but also connected with grown-ups' memories of being a kid. With each, though, he always added something a little extra, whether it's his trademark suit and bow tie, or high to low voice, or just little inappropriate jokes you didn't know were inappropriate until you got a little older. When a character was done right, he created a world that was strange and operated on a completely different level of logic. But it was still a level of logic you could follow and laugh along with. The Pee Wee movies were interesting comedic experiments. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't, but they created a character that'll stay with us for decades to come. Thank you, Paul Rubens, for leaving us a timeless icon.
Pee Wee Herman, the luckiest boy in the world. Bye. Bye, boys and girls.
Bye, boys and girls.
I'm a nostalgia critic guy, remember? So you don't have to.
And now Doug's done.
Roll.
Thank God.
This month for Cameos for Charity, we're doing Red Cross. We've been seeing a lot of disasters in nature recently, and Red Cross specializes in trying to help any way they can. Whether it's providing blood, sending in volunteers, helping near or far with disasters big or small, Red Cross provides a number of different ways to save lives. So if you want a cameo of me saying happy birthday or good luck or whatever, click on the link below and be giving to a good cause. You're like, screw you, I can't even look at you. Well, consider giving to this organization anyway. You can give money, give blood, or even volunteer. They're amazing people that literally save lives, and you can help them out. Click on the link and see if this is a cause you can give to.
Alright, time for the booze. And then we're done.
This should go straight in.
Trash can
Ready?
jungle juice.
Yes, sir.
No, it did
Yeah, there we go.
Limes, oranges, strawberries, okay? You put it in your little trash can holder. That's what they build this for, so you get everything in there one time, okay? Trust me. Oh, Lord. Good to go. Vodka.
Looks good.
Guys, don't worry, this bin is clean.
The soul is clean.
Tequila. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. The cover coming off. Go ahead and move the cover for me. Everclear time. Let's do a double swirl.
Right in there, it's fine.
There we go, there we go. And this is box wine. Ah! Okay, okay. Now this can bounce off the backboard. Watch.
Watch.
You see that? That's how you get a nice little
I
flow.
don't know about this. It's not going to stand up.
What do you mean it's not gonna stand
Let's
up?
just slice it. Can I slice it?
You can't slice it. Look at that. What do you mean it's not gonna stand up? This is what I do, okay?
Look at that. It's a frenzy of fountains.
Smirnoff Ice, green apples.
Beautiful. Oh, triple pouring.
Yep, come on, get in there, buddy. This is what I'm talking about. We got green Hawaiian punch, okay? This is the green berry rush. Probably the same thing as the red berry rush. They just put green dye in it instead of the usual red dye. Okay?
You can just toss it in. It's a trash can.
You can all toss it in trash while you get this.
Oh, Lord, I lost it. No, it's right here. Guys, we're running out of space, okay?
No kidding.
Yeah.
Lemonade.
Two on top.
I'm getting calls for Mountain Dew. She got a little bit of Midori in there.
Just emptying some bottles.
Some bottles.
Mountain Dew.
More Midori.
Kinky green. Why are you wasting my kinky green, girl?
We never use that. It's time to shine.
How long is this Franzine go? Give me the knife. Franzine.
Now he wants the knife.
It's taking too long.
Wow.
There you go. You see that?
There you go, Franzia.
There you go. Got some gummy worms.
What? Why?
Oh yeah, now it's trashy.
Now it's trash.
You see?
It looks like trash.
You gotta make it look like trash, guys. That's a trash bin.
You don't have to make it look
Okay.
like trash.
Could have
It is
find gummy
trash.
cockroaches.
You have a full trash can. Look at this, man. See? Just like how in a regular trash bin, you always have dirt trap up there. Okay, we got that too. Now let's see if we get this to fit.
Ooh.
Okay, check it out, guys.
Check it out.
That's the best we could do. Look at that. Huh? Huh?
Good way to mix it.
Huh? Now watch this. You grab your little container. Oh Lord, this cold.
No kidding. It's a bunch of ice.
Ah, my hand's frozen.
Container,
And there you have it, homeboy. Okay? The trash bin. Okay, and like I said, this was properly sterilized. We've never used this before, except we used it, but we cleaned it. Drink responsibly. Don't drink and drive. Stay tipsy. This looked like Smirnoff, but it ain't. It was, but it ain't.
But it ain't. Bad pan punch.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the
Hi,
channel.
Steve.
I'm Steve the Bartender, and today I'm making a Mezcal Daiquiri,
A Mezcal
otherwise
Daiquiri,
known as
huh?
a Boivencourt Daiquiri. This was created
Okay, Boivencourt
by
Daiquiri.
Phil Ward. He's a New York bartender. He trained under Julie Ryder For those that aren't in the bar industry, Julie Ryder has trained countless exceptional bartenders.
Okay.
It was this cocktail that got Phil Ward really excited about making mezcal cocktails. He was the creator of the Division Bell, which I featured on the channel recently.
Yes, you have.
The Oaxaca Old Fashioned, which
that one we've seen before.
was one of the cocktails. I think it was like one of the first cocktails on the menu at Death & Co. And completely blew up and set this huge trend of using mezcal as like a flavor modifier. But I'm pretty sure, from what I've read, this was one of the first drinks that he added mezcal into.
Bourbon Court Daiquiri.
Changed his mindset. And Phil Ward is one of the people that was at the forefront of pushing mezcal in the United States.
Good.
Or at least change the perception of mezcal. There is one small tweak that I should mention that I'm doing with this recipe.
I mean, it has been around in the United States since the 70s, but a lot of people didn't know what it was.
White rum,
and eventually got wider spread. The areas was basically in the United States were like New Mexico, Texas.
I've got a 4-year-old, so it's got a little bit more age on it. I tried this side by side with Plantation,
well. But
the
just saying,
3-star, and I like both. It was really hard to decide which one I was going to use, but then I decided to use this one to try and be a little bit more consistent to the original recipe, because Bourbon Court has a particular style when they make their rum. They use column stills, and they also use fresh pressed cane
sugar, yes, because it's rum agricole, it's RHUM.
So it's more of a French style rum, like a rum agricole. Before I get started on today's cocktail, I'd like to say a quick word about today's video sponsor, ZBiotics. Now that I'm getting a little bit older, got a family, it isn't often that I go out for drinks. But on the weekend, I caught up with a few friends. 2 nights in a row. Leading up to these nights out, I was very conscious about my plans for the rest of the weekend, so I took the opportunity to test out ZBiotics, and I was pleasantly surprised. After the night out, or nights out,
the dog.
I woke up feeling chipper and ready to enjoy the day with the family. ZBiotics Pre-Alcohol Probiotic is the world's first genetically engineered probiotic. It was invented by a PhD scientist to tackle rough mornings after drinking. So when you drink, alcohol gets converted into a toxic byproduct in the gut. And it's this byproduct, not dehydration, that's to blame for your rough next day. ZBiotics produces an enzyme to break the byproduct down. It's designed to work like your liver, but in your gut, where you need it most. So just remember to drink ZBiotics before drinking alcohol, drink responsibly, and get a good night's sleep to feel your best tomorrow. So if you're interested, head to zbiotics.com/Steve or scan the QR code on the screen right now to get 15% off the first order when you use Steve at checkout. ZBiotics is backed with a 100% money-back guarantee, so if you're unsatisfied for any reason, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. Thank you, ZBiotics, for sponsoring this episode. Let's get back to the cocktail.
Something like that will be.
Let's get straight into the drink. I've pre-juiced some of my limes. I've got my glass chilling, ready to go. And I'm measuring out 2 ounces, 60 ml of your preferred rum. So as I said, I'm using the Bourbon Court Haitian rum, 4-year-old. If you've got the white, brilliant. If you don't have Bourbon Court at all, use a different white
probably
rum.
a better choice,
in
my
then
opinion,
we have
for
mezcal.
the more smoothness of it.
Something a little bit smoky.
Four's not bad, though. I have it.
Then we have...
I've had this mezcal before, too.
I'm using Del Maguey, the Vita, and you only need 1/4 of an ounce. 7.5 ml. That was a little bit heavy-handed. There we go. Surprising. Mezcal is quite strongly flavored, you know, especially the Vita. It's got quite a bit of smoke, it's a bit vegetal, and that 7.5 ml completely
I'd probably round it up to half an ounce, to be honest with you.
The daiquiri, that is. Then we have
also, the lime juice, I'd round that up to an ounce.
3/4 of an ounce.
The simple syrup, I could round down to half an ounce.
5 ml. And same with the simple syrup.
Well, that's just my measurements of it. I know they have their own measurements, how they want to do things, how they balance it.
I'm actually using a 2-to-1, so I'm going to cut this back to half an ounce, 15 ml.
Okay.
Try something different at home. If you don't have a bottle of mezcal, but you've got an Isla whiskey, try it with that. See how it goes. Add some ice, shake for 10 to 12 seconds, and strain into a glass.
I probably prefer it with a mezcal. Mezcal and rum actually go pretty decently together. The face.
Add it's double strained into a coupe glass.
Strain it out.
As you can see, it's a little bit darker than a traditional daiquiri because I'm using that aged rum. I'm going to leave it ungarnished, but you can add a lime wheel if you like to. I can already get the nose on this. I can already get a little bit of smokiness coming from that mezcal. I think this has got to be one of my favorite riffs on a daiquiri. It's incredibly simple. Like, the daiquiri is such a great cocktail to just display perfect balance, and then you can just tweak it with these slight little flavor adjustments.
Always fucked with daiquiri,
i.e. adding a little bit of mezcal, adding some smoke, adding some more complexity. This is really unique.
The daiquiri is a
and
very simple,
if you do have
very basic
a
cocktail
bowl
that
of
you
rum
can really
and a
rip
bowl of
on.
mezcal, highly recommend trying this. Excellent.
Nice. Thank you, Steve.
See you soon. Cheers.
Well, we'll be seeing you if you keep making more videos. Anyway, moving on.
Lime slices.
Swamp
you begin
special,
any good
Chad.
jungle juice with fruits. Now we get some limeade, okay?
What does it look like?
Look like that. Look limey. Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I was putting in like a
Look at that.
Oh yeah.
container of water.
Smells like a margarita.
Yeah. This kind of margarita-ish. She mentioned margarita. We got some tequila here. We come in with a little bit of this good old tequila.
No.
Cheap ass
I thought you
tequila.
were gonna spill it.
How was I gonna spill it? You come in with this tequila, this little white tequila. My hands are a little shaky, guys. Ever since I had COVID, I had a little bit more shaky, you know?
Wow.
I don't have the steadiness I used to have. My sniper days might be behind me. I don't know. Okay? So you might be able to run from me now. Might. Okay, so now we got this vodka here, okay?
No, you can
Go like that?
No, not that one. Spin the top one.
It ain't gonna spin because the reason why you can't get a spiral is because of these here, these things here. We got Midori here, the smelling liqueur. It's green. Woo hoo hoo! I can't tornado this one either because of the weird shape of the bottle. My stream is moving, yeah, but I should be better than this. I should be above my head by now, just letting that drip in. Mountain Dew! Now let's try a spiral here. But again, this bottle kind of soft, so see, the minute I start rolling the side sucking, but that makes it I can do this. Let's go again. Yeah, that's no fun. You come in with a little bit of Sprite. Tilt the bottle just a little bit, you get that flow nice and steady. Oh yeah.
Wow, Sky.
Now it became a fountain.
Oh Lord, oh Lord.
Let's not open that. Let's top off with wine.
You heard what she just said? Save the soda, use the wine.
Wow.
God, I love America. Okay, that's freedom right there, guys.
Freedom.
Y'all
right
talking off with soda, we talking off with wine. Okay, this wasn't even part of the original recipe. Okay?
It just gives it like the extra-ness.
This is my grandmother's recipe that we just changed. She probably looking down and going, damn.
Actually, it's Jeremy Smith.
That's my grandmother's name, Jeremy
That's
Smith.
my grandmother's name, okay.
She's been through some changes.
Wow, guy.
All right? Oh yeah.
Shake it or what?
No.
No. I mean, you could. It ain't gonna explode. It shouldn't. All that liquor in there.
Oh my God.
All the liquor in there.
I hear it. Stop. I'm dying inside. He's enjoying it.
That ain't gonna explode, man. Come on now. It's your boy. Drink responsibly. Don't drink and drive. It's jungle juice time.
Wow. Then they all died.
Welcome to Booze on
Hi,
the
Dave.
Rocks, where we make cocktails for everyone. My name is David Edwards, and it's great to have you here today.
I'm glad to be here.
We're going to
After
make
what I just
a
witnessed.
loaded pistol cocktail. And you know what? It sounds fantastic, right? Just the name alone. Having said that, this is a variation of the original, and I'm using the version that I find in this book called Pour Me Another by J.M. Hurst. And he actually was inspired by the original cocktail that was created by Eric Castro at the Polite Provisions in San Diego. That being said, the ratios are different. In fact, one of the ingredients is a complete swap, and I'm not garnishing it with grasshopper salt. And by the way, that's a combination of and actual grasshopper blended together, because there's no way I'm picking grasshopper legs out of my teeth. Anyways, this is a stirred cocktail, so grab yourself a stirring vessel, and we're going to start with mezcal. Now I'm using Madre Mezcal. Use whatever mezcal you prefer, but the ratios are completely different. In this case, I'm using 2.5 ounces, which is 75 milliliters, versus the original 1.5 ounces.
I'd probably go between both and use 2
Your
ounces.
second ingredient is a sweet vermouth. Now I'm using Martini Rosso. You could use whatever you want. In fact, this will allow you to vary the flavors of the cocktail slightly by trying slightly different types. Now, the original recipe called for 3/4 ounce, which is 22.5 mils. However, this version calls for 1/2 ounce or 15 mils.
Okay, I'd probably just
Your
keep that
third
as a
ingredient
vermouth.
is a herbal liqueur. In this case, I'm going to be using a little bit of green chartreuse. Okay. Now, the original recipe calls for Strega, which is a slightly more anise-forward version of yellow chartreuse. And because this is a higher ABV or alcohol by volume at 50%, the amount is actually cut down from half an ounce to a quarter of an ounce, which is 7.5 mils. Your next ingredient is supposed to be grapefruit bitters, and that's by any version that I've seen. However, I'm going to do something slightly different. I'm going to use orange bitters because I don't have grapefruit bitters at this time on my bar. So this is where you can make slight adjustments to be able to make a cocktail do what you want it to and get the flavors you want. And for that, we need a total of 1 dash. Now your next ingredient is completely at odds with the original cocktail. That cocktail does not call for any salt in the cocktail, whereas this version does call for a little bit of kosher salt, and he actually specifies that you should use 6 to 8 grains, which is going to be really finicky, especially if you're doing that. So what we're going to use is a little bit of kosher salt, and we're just going to add in a very small pinch.
Okay.
All right, now that you've added all of this, what we're going to do is stir this with some ice. So we want to fill our stirring vessel about 3/4 of the way with ice. And you don't have to fill it all the way because all you're doing at this point is chilling the glass, but there's only so much water you're going to actually add into this. So what you want to do is you just want to stir this for a good 15 to 30 seconds. Once you finish stirring it, just give it a slight test. Okay, perfect. Make sure it's exactly where you want it. If you need to stir it a bit more, you can after that, in case you need to get that dilution down just a little bit. Grab yourself your glass of choice because I feel like doing this in an up style. You could do this in a rocks glass over a solid chunk of ice. Totally up to you. And we'll just pour this in.
Nice color. Very gold.
Oh yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. Now we're not going to garnish it because there's nothing in this that requires a secondary garnish, and we're not putting grasshopper legs in our teeth. So let's give it a try.
Sip.
So this is a muted cocktail. You can actually smell a little bit of the smoke and a little bit of the sweet vermouth, but that's it.
I thought you were going to say you could smell the anise.
Oh, that is strong. The smoke comes roaring right through. In fact, it's slightly tempered by the sweet vermouth, and you have just a few of the herbal notes and the citrus in there. Other than that, it is a fantastic mezcal cocktail. Light, fluffy, easy to sip. Did I say fluffy?
You said fluffy.
I did. Anyways, if you like cocktails like this, take a look right here after the recipe card.
Nice. There we go. Again, green chartreuse is going to be hard to replicate for a cocktail like this, unless you really find the other liqueurs that are like it. I guess there is no other video for this yet. Dave will put something up eventually, I'm sure, but not now. Anyway, moving on. Here we go. Sky again. Last time
melted Jolly Ranchers. You just microwave?
We got one more video.
Hope for the best. You grab your little apple.
Cute apple.
Thank you. Nice and small and cute. You know, small is cute, guys. Remember, once you're big, you ain't cute no more, okay? Yeah, I'm coming in. I'm coming in with some sprinkles.
Ooh.
You get some sugar on there, homeboy.
Get some sugar on there, homeboy.
And you just put that down there like that. Tell me that ain't cute.
Beautiful.
Look at those. Beautiful.
Look at them apples.
So let's pull these off now. Once they're dried. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This parchment paper, guys. You want some parchment paper. Okay. Scooping this out. Oh, yeah. You want a nice little hole. Come here again. Right over the stem. That stem that just saved my life. I'm getting rid of it. He hasn't been a good worker. Now I got 2 bottles, okay? I got 99 peaches, and I got 99 apples. That 99 means that this is pretty much 50% alcohol, guys. So it's stronger than vodka. So I'm gonna rest this down like so. And grab my apple. I can flip it upside down like so. I can come in here.
Wow.
You see that? Bang. Why you turn it upside down, Sky? Because if I pour it in, I can spill stuff everywhere. This better. There we go. Now we still ain't done. We still ain't done, homeboy, because now I take this stick that I asked about earlier. Which side should I do? This side or the other side?
This side.
This side?
Yeah.
Right here? You go in like so. You go in like so. Gotta get my hand out of the way. Now I come in with a bunch of candy, okay? Okay?
Wow,
just to make sure nothing works. We just want you guys to know we recycle. So, we drop some peach rings on there like so. Some more in here like so. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And there you have it, the peach ring sugar candy apple. You notice the sugar on there, homeboy? This is a nice lick, lick, lick. Bite some apple, take a little swig of this, and it's good to go. Drink responsibly, don't drink and drive. Stay tipsy. I try to find recipes where you get the requisite amount of fruits in your diet. Looking out for you.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, last video for tonight, and then we're done. We've had quite a longer stream than I thought. It's almost been 5 hours. Anyway, this video is longer.
All right.
So Bruce is getting sped
Well,
up.
here we are.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Viv, how you doing?
Good.
Making a
What are you
walnut
doing?
liqueur.
Well, I'm collecting immature green black walnuts. Oh, missed.
Missed. They're like all over the yard, eh?
Oh, I know. Missed again.
Do you want the bucket up there?
No, maybe put the walnuts in the bowl there for me. Oh, look at this. Awesome.
Are we making a nut cocktail?
I'm making nocino.
What's Locino?
Nocino is it's a walnut liqueur.
Oh, okay, cool.
And there's only a couple requirements. This is the difficult part. Harvesting.
Be careful there, Bruce.
Yeah.
Remember what happened at Christmas? Those lights.
I got the lights.
Bruce, I really don't think this is a good idea, man.
It's all good. Life is grand. Oh, shit! Ah!
Oh my gosh, Bruce.
Totally happened.
Oh, man. Hello, Brucey. Bruce.
Hi.
Oh, you need a drink.
Yeah, this is really the hardest part, is collecting the walnuts. Oh, and the other hard part is patience. Oh, man. You need a lot of patience for this. What I'm looking for is 33.
33 walnuts?
33 green walnuts. Why? Because, well, I have no idea why. But I'm thinking an odd number is maybe more lucky than an even number. So, yeah, go with an odd number.
There's 2 right here.
Awesomeness. 22?
Yeah.
23, 24. Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at those babies. Yeah, okay. So I need 3 more. Ta-da! Okay, I'm coming down.
Careful, Bruce. You don't want to fall.
Oh, it fell.
Bruce, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Oh,
Bruce, the walnuts are ready.
Yeah. I need a drink. Where's my drink?
Bruce's Liquor Lab. Here we go. This is a new series by him, too, because I don't think he's ever done the Liquor Lab. He's
Okay,
made syrup
we've got
stuff, but
our
not liquors,
walnuts. Actually,
of
you know,
course.
before slicing these, you gotta wear your gloves. And I'll tell you why. A long time ago, when I was in my early 20s, I wanted to make walnut liqueur. Well, there was no internet back then. I guess I could have went to the library and looked it up, but I didn't.
Wow.
And I just made walnut liqueur from my gut, you know? I was just dating this girl, this new girlfriend, Patty, wonderful gal. Hey, Patty, if you're watching. Late in the season, I'm climbed up the walnut tree. Won't do that today. And I'm firing down these walnuts at her. And we went inside, collected her walnuts, and they were like way overripe. I didn't know. You know. I got a hammer and a chisel. And we cracked all these walnuts, right? Our hands were as black as night. Nobody told us that, well, walnuts stain. That's why you wear gloves. We tried everything to get rid of the stains from our hands. Scrub brush, even bleach. Nothing would work. I made the liqueur, right? And the next day, I get a phone call from Patty, and she tells me her father died. Oh, my God. Well, I'm the new boyfriend, and I went to the funeral. And there I am, shaking my hand, my black hands, and she's shaking her black hands to all the relatives. As you can imagine, it was very embarrassing, to say the least. Got through it. Hey, how you doing? I'm Bruce, with my black hands. This is why you need to wear gloves, because you're going to stain. You're going to stain everything, and that's why I've got clothing on that I don't really care about. So we want to cut these into
walnut stain everything. That's
quarters.
good. No, I didn't even know that
You
either.
can see here that where the nut is about to form, it's not there yet. These are like perfect, freaking perfect, right? Anyway, let's get to cutting. We've got 33 of these puppies.
Might, you know the drill here. Speed you up a bit, Bruce.
Oh, okay, yeah, speed me up because, well, this takes a little while. So look at that. There's a black one. See that black inside? You don't want to use that. That freaking sucks. And I think there's the other half. Right there's the other half. Yeah, you don't want to use those. You want them nice and clean and fresh. If you can't cut through them easily, then you're too late. All right, we're down to our last walnut. 33 walnuts. Dun, dun, dun. Drama. Okay, there they are. I mean, look at the last one we cut. That guy. Look at this one. Last one we cut, and one of the first ones we cut. Look how brown it got. Look how oxidized it became with the air. I'm going to put some of these in our wide mouth mason jar.
I hope you got the one that you didn't want to use.
Yeah, look at these gloves already. Holy man. The traditional way of, actually the traditional Tuscan way of making walnut liqueur, Nocino, is to macerate the cut up walnuts with alcohol and put it in the sunshine for like 1 to 2 months. I'm not going to do that. There are so many recipes out there, and I'm just going to follow my gut. So I've got some cane sugar here. I'm looking for like, I don't know, a couple cups maybe.
Look,
let's see what
Cope's can take notes.
Maybe
actually using cane sugar, not granulated sugar.
I probably should have a funnel or something.
Probably should. That'd probably be smart. It's gonna spill
This is what makes it fun. This is what makes it fun.
Yeah, add that funnel.
Fun up along the way, right? Okay, there's 1 cup. I'm going to add some more walnuts, some more of these walnuts.
Some more sugar.
And then I'm going to add another cup of cane sugar. Neat as possible. Most of it goes in. Very cool. I'm going to add the other walnuts to the mix. The sugar is always the difficult part. You know, how much sugar should I add? Tough one. I'm thinking I'm just going to go with 2 cups right now. And I'm going to go with some maple syrup. Maple and walnut makes sense to me. I'm going to add a half a cup of, man, I can't even grab onto this with these gloves. Hang on. Oh yeah. Yeah. Beautiful.
All right, that, baby. Got it.
Look at that. And you know, if we don't have enough sweetness, we can always add some more later. Okay. So I'm being very gentle with the amount of sugar going on. So what we want to do is just, seal this. Give her a little bit of shake. Shake down. And that's all she wrote. So I'm going to put this in the sunny windowsill or outside. I want to cover it because I don't want direct sunlight, right? I want the heat from the sun to melt all that sugar and to do its magic. Basically, I'm just going to put this in the sun for like a month. And every few days, I'm going to stir it up, make sure all that sugar is incorporated, and I'll see you in a month. Or with the magic of video, we'll see you in a few seconds, all right?
Thank God for the magic of video. Because I ain't waiting a whole month. 1 month later.
Whoa, that was a weird one. So, this is what we got after a month. A brown paper bag. No. This is our Nocino macerated in sugar. And I just want to show you the amount of liquid we got from this. It's amazing. Cha-cha.
Wow.
Look at that. That's insanity, man. So I kept it in the sunshine with this little paper bag. I left it in a sunny window. And every 2 days, I stirred it up, get all that sugar in there. Now, one thing you have to be really aware of, okay, guys? You want to check this from time to time. You want a really good seal, because you don't want any mold to form in your mix. You have to be really aware of that, okay? The reason I decided to macerate my green walnuts in sugar is so that the sugar will be absorbed by the, at least in theory anyway, because it's one big experiment, the sugar would be absorbed by the green walnuts, which are very bitter, and take that edge, that bitter edge off those green walnuts. It's just one big experiment, and it's going to taste good. Guaranteed. Okay, so what we want to do, because, I'm not going to be able to get my booze into here, I have to transfer this, hang on, I have to transfer this into a bigger jar. Okay, I'm just going to dump this in. Oh boy. Walnuts and all.
Yeah, walnuts and all, because the walnuts are still in there.
Yeah, that's pretty good, just like that.
Oh my God.
This is stage 2, and this is where I'm going to introduce our alcohol. What kind of alcohol should we use? I thought, because this is Italian, we'd use grappa. So what is grappa anyway? Grappa is made by distilling the skins, pulp, seeds, and stems left over from winemaking after pressing the grapes. Basically the sludge. You gotta do something with it, right? You know it's gonna be a fruit-forward spirit. Perfect for making Nocino. I gotta taste some of this, just because it's the kind of guy I don't need a lot. Oh yeah, you can smell the fruit and alcohol.
I'm kidding.
Wow, definitely fruit-forward. This is 38% alcohol by volume.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be perfect in our mix for sure. One thing I wanted to try here, haven't tried it since I made it.
Sweet is it?
That's nice. Wow. Yeah.
Wait, what does that taste like?
What does it taste like?
Earthy, like walnuts and maple syrup. It's been sitting in the sun.
Well,
yeah. What does it taste like?
It tastes very earthy, actually. It's not overly bitter, believe it or not. I think I did good in macerating in the sugar as opposed to macerating in the alcohol like everyone else does. I think I'm onto something here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take 750 mil of grappa and dump it into our mix. Hope this will hold it all. Yeah, it will. Good to the last drop. I'm going for like a liter. Just going to stir that in. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Now, you can use any neutral spirit you want it to. You could use vodka. Typically, that's what's used. And because I want a liter, this is only 750 mil, I need about 8.5 ounces of spirit to finish our project here.
Okay.
So I've got Prince Igor. Extreme. They call it extreme. I mean, we're in Canada here, right? We don't have Everclear. This is like a 45% ABV, and it's about the strongest you can get here, unless you go into the rums. Anyway, I'm looking for about 8.5 ounces.
Damn. Just pour it in, Bruce.
That's good. Let me just mix this in again. Oh, yeah, baby. This is going to be an awesome mix by the time we're done. It's going to take like forever.
Forever.
It's going to be well worth it. Anyway, we're going to add some spices now. I got 5 cloves. Traditionally, some recipes call for like 10 cloves. I don't think so. I think 5 is enough. You want the green walnuts to shine, okay? I'm going to dump those into our mix. I've got a cinnamon stick. I'm just going to crack it here.
Bam.
And drop that into our mix.
Anything else?
Nice vanilla bean. I don't want this to be vanilla driven. Again, I'm being really judicial on the spices I'm adding because I want those green walnuts to shine. I don't want a lot, maybe like a 2-inch piece. Yeah, that's about 2 inches, isn't it? Yeah. So I'm just going to cut this.
Toss it in.
I'm going to scrape all those wonderful seeds.
Seeds out, yeah. Seeds out.
Yeah, not a lot, just a little. Not a lot. I just rind it, some lemon, like almost a whole lemon. And as you can see, there's not a lot of white pith by any means going on because you don't want that white pith. In the mix it goes. I'm also going to peel a little bit of orange. Now, the orange
Bruce.
isn't as traditional as the lemon peel, but I thought it might just add a little bit of zest, of course. Orange zest. But again, you don't want to go overboard with your spices and your fruits because you want the walnut to shine. About a half an orange. There's a fair size orange. Again, very little white pith. In the mix it goes. And the final ingredient, which is, well, debatable, but I'm going to do it anyway. Coffee beans. Why not? This is an optional thing. So I'm going to drop in 5 coffee beans.
Damn, Bruce.
We're going to pop a lid on here. Just like a
shake.
Mix all this in. Okay. So I'm going to let this mixture of alcohol, spices, and the fruit rinds macerate for another month. And by then, we'll be ready to filter it out. I'm not going to put this in the window in the sunshine. I'm just going to keep it on the bar, nice and dark and quiet. And yeah, I'm probably going to shake it up every so often, or at least test it along the way, just to see where we're at. So I'll see you in a month.
Another month passes.
So now we have our wonderful black mixture, and we're going to filter it out. So that's the next step, right? Let's do that. This is going to be fun. Let's hope I don't f*** up.
Yeah, let's hope.
A little bit at a time, because what I'm going to do here, I'm going to run it through a little coffee filter. I've dampened this with a little bit of water, just so that the coffee filter doesn't absorb all that goodness. No. And we're just going to filter this out. Oh man, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Can you see that? That's a beautiful thing. And we'll do this again. We're just going to let that drip and see what happens. So I'll see you in a little bit, and we'll go from there.
A month later.
We're almost there. There's still a little bit of dripping going on, but I think we can safely transfer this into an oak barrel. Now, if you're lucky enough to have an oak barrel, use it. Otherwise, just put it in a bottle, and we've got to let this age now. We've got to let those tannins soften for 6 months, a year. Yeah, a year.
Wow.
I cleaned my barrel, flushed it with some hot water 3 times, and get all the the particles of wood. And I filled it one more time and let it sit for like 3 hours waiting for drips. And to my surprise, I had no leaks. How awesome was that? Now that our nocino is all pure, clean, and delicious, it's just going to get that much better as we go along. I'm just going to pour this into the barrel.
This has been a process.
Oh my goodness. Isn't this... I've never used this barrel. I mean, it's been sitting on my bar for 2 or 3 years, and I've never actually
used it.
Put it to use. So, hell.
Might as well, right?
I think it's like a liter barrel, so we might get close to a liter.
Noises. God, left me unfinished.
Okay, I want to show you what I got here. The remnants of what we filtered out. Yeah, that's pretty intense, man. Okay, we're just going to put our cap in here now. And it's going to take at least 4 months now before we can actually taste it. Really, you need to give it a year for all those tannins to soften. But I'm thinking we'll try it at Christmas time and maybe make a cocktail out of this.
Oh,
At
so
least
we're not even. Oh, we're not
at
even.
best,
Oh,
we're going to try it and see how it
sit.
fares.
Now we're actually
and
letting
it's going to
it
be
sit.
beautiful. It does take a long time to filter, but you want to do that just to get rid of all that sludge. And it's going to be worth it because you're going to have this wonderful, clean nocino.
All right, so when Christmas time comes, he'll
anyway,
be drinking it.
I will see you come Christmas time. And I'm going to rotate this barrel every, I don't know, 3, 4, maybe a week. Just rotate it like that, right? You want to keep all of the inside of the barrel wet and moist. We're going to soak in all that wonderful oak into our nocino. Yeah, it's going to be delightful.
Bruce.
And I'll see you in like 4 months. I guess Christmas time? I don't know. Maybe we'll make a cocktail out of this. Or at least, at best, we'll just be sipping on it. Yeah, we will.
All right, there we go. Damn. Bruce's Nocino Walnut Liqueur. Everything he did for it. That was actually really detailed. I like that. We're going to have to wait. That's the patience of it. You gotta let it sit. Word of caution. Yes, mold can potentially develop. Minimal risk of mold. Follow the guidelines. Yep. Nice. Bruce's Liquor Lab. I like this. That's a nice new thing going on for the channel. Oh, they have made it before too. Never mind. So Bruce's Liquor Lab is not new. Coffee liqueur and cream liqueur. I don't know if I've ever watched any other Liquor Lab videos though. Anyway, that was really informative. But with that, we come to the end of Case of the Mondays. I'd like to thank everyone who stuck around for this longer show. I didn't mean for it to be like 5 hours, but it was, and that's just how it is sometimes. Well, over actually 5 hours now. But anyway, I'll do a little showing, and then we'll be fully done. Don't forget the movie caption contest, movie picturing, movie hammer guns. Be sure to play those when you're not busy in the arena doing all the arena things you do, chap. Tomorrow on Heretic Network, there will be a Heretic Live with me and Joma, so be sure to tune in to that at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wednesday should be a Red Theater like usual at 8 starting with Joma showing what he's been showing, and then me with a movie. Thursday will be a start of something, so keep an eye out for that. And Friday will be another Heretic Live on Heretic Channel at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so be sure to tune for that. Alright, everybody. I'll be seeing you guys. You have a good one. Peace.